The scene began on a dark and silent night. A man with long silver hair named Oscar Sage was sitting on the ground, both of his hands placed flat on the blood-soaked earth. A sword was deeply embedded in his chest, and despite the pain, he kept his head down and eyes closed. From his hands, strong waves of energy pulsed outward, forming a glowing silver circle that surrounded his body. All around him, countless dead bodies lay scattered, silent and still, a tragic sign of the terrible battle that had just ended. The man, using the last of his strength, tried to reach out to anyone who might still be alive. He whispered with sorrow that if there were any survivors, they should reply. If they could not speak, they should move or make any kind of sound. He begged them to respond. More energy ripples pushed out from his hands as he kept trying, but there was no answer. No movement and no sound. Only silence and the steady flow of blood from the wound in his chest. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and his heart filled with disappointment. He thought that in the end, there was no one left. He wondered if he was truly the only one who had survived. Just then, a dark figure appeared in his vision, a man with black hair and two sharp horns, standing tall and emotionless. As the Oscar Sage stared at him, his thoughts filled with anger and despair. He remembered that this horned man had been the one who united the demons for the first time and led humanity toward destruction. He was known as the High Priest. The war had broken out when the demons crossed over from the demonic realm, and many brave mages from the White Tower had followed the Oscar Sage into battle. They had sacrificed everything in the hope of saving the future of humankind. Now, all of that seemed lost. The High Priest slowly pointed his sword toward the injured Oscar Sage, while the latter struggled to keep up a shield of energy using his hands. He thought that if it had not been for them, no one else could have done what they had done. And yet, it seemed, all that effort was not enough to stop the destruction. While the Oscar Sage sat on the ground, lost in his heavy thoughts, a sudden voice pulled him back to reality. In front of him stood a young woman with long green hair tied neatly into two braids. Her calm voice echoed through the silence as she announced the date and time, April 28th, 3:12 p.m., and confirmed that the High Priest was dead. He looked up at her with surprise and confusion, and softly called her name. That was Edna. She was not just any person, she was known as the world's final dragon and the observer of history, someone who recorded every important moment. Her full name was Edna Sol Laplace, a figure both mysterious and respected. She stood confidently and addressed him by his title, calling him the Mage Tower Master of the White Tower. She told him that she had both good news and bad news to share. Oscar Sage, still bleeding and weak, asked her to start with the bad news. Her expression grew serious as she explained that, just as they had feared, the demonic army had invaded the White Tower. In the process, most of the mages had lost their lives. The tower itself had been partially destroyed, and nearly all of the magical research and resources had been burned to ash. It was a terrible loss. Hearing this, Oscar Sage bowed his head in sadness and asked her what the good news was. She told him that the Imperial forces had arrived earlier than expected, and because of that, they were able to save some survivors, including his disciples. Hearing this, Oscar Sage gave a cough and said it was a relief. Even in all the destruction, knowing that his students were alive gave him a little comfort. Edna then asked him a question that hung heavy in the air. She wanted to know if he regretted the choice he had made that day. He did not hesitate with his answer. He said no, he did not regret it. Every person who stood with him had been someone he had personally chosen and believed in. He could not say he regretted his decisions, not when thinking about the people who had followed him and fought bravely. Then, Edna asked one final question: if he had anything else to say. As Oscar Sage looked down at his trembling hand, he noticed fresh blood on his palm, blood that had come from his mouth after a harsh cough. He knew his time was running out. With a soft and tired voice, he asked Edna to take care of his disciples from time to time. He said they were still young and probably feeling scared and unsure. Edna, standing with grace and deep respect, placed one hand on her chest, closed her eyes, and bowed her head. She promised that she would check on them occasionally. Her voice was calm and full of respect. Hearing this, the man let out a gentle laugh and teased her, saying that it was surprising to see a dragon bowing to a mere human. But Edna replied seriously, saying he deserved such respect. She added that both the continent and she herself would never forget the sacrifices made by the brave heroes of the White Tower. The man lifted his chin slightly, eyes closed, and with a proud tone, said that of course it should be that way. Even though he showed confidence on the outside, Deep inside his heart he carried heavy thoughts. He admitted to himself that it would be a lie to say he had no regrets. Even if he had been the greatest mage of his time, he knew he had not been a great leader. He had made mistakes, lost people, and now everything was coming to an end. Still, he wondered what he would do if he were given one more chance, just one more opportunity. He thought that even if people called him a villain, he would choose to live selfishly, but only for the sake of his people. As memories of his happy days filled his mind, moments of laughter, friendship, and warmth, he realized one simple, quiet wish. He wanted to live that kind of life again. Edna looked at Oscar with calm eyes full of sorrow. Slowly, she reached out her hand and gently closed his eyes. With a soft and respectful voice, she spoke the final words to mark his passing. She said that on April 28th, at 3:47 p.m., she had confirmed the death of the White Tower's Mage Tower Master, Oscar Sage. That moment was recorded forever in history. The records showed the terrible cost of the war. The High Priest was listed as deceased. Along with him, 132 mages of level 6, 19 mages of level 7, and 2 powerful level 8 mages of the White Tower were all marked as killed in action. At the very end of the list was the strongest among them, Oscar Sage, the one and only level 9 mage, the Mage Tower Master, also marked as killed in action. The scene then shifted. It was a bright, shiny day at the White Tower. The wind blew softly, and leaves floated gently through the air. In one of the tower's quiet rooms, a younger version of Oscar, with neat black hair, was peacefully sleeping. His window was open, letting in the breeze. Beside his bed stood a boy with messy blue hair, named Frank. He had been quietly watching over Oscar while he rested. Suddenly, a leaf flew in through the open window and landed on Oscar's hand. The touch of the leaf made Oscar wake up quickly and swing his hand without thinking. But when he did that, he accidentally knocked over a water bowl that Frank had been holding. The bowl tipped over, and the water splashed out everywhere. Frank gasped, his eyes wide in shock. He looked down at his soaked clothes and shouted with frustration that he was all wet. He explained that he had just been about to switch out Oscar's towel. Oscar looked at him with sleepy confusion, not fully understanding what had just happened. Frank, still upset, placed the bowl back on the table and scolded him. He said that Oscar's sleeping habits were really terrible, and that he did not even show any gratitude even though Frank had been taking care of him the whole time. Oscar sat up in bed, still confused by everything happening around him. He murmured softly, repeating the word sleeping habits as if trying to understand what Frank had just said. But in his mind, a deeper confusion took over. He asked himself if he had really been sleeping, and worse, in such a defenseless state. That did not feel right. What troubled him more was the fact that he remembered clearly he was supposed to be dead. His mind returned to the moment when the High Priest had pierced his heart. That memory was sharp and certain. But then he noticed something even more shocking: his own heart, resting in his hand. He stared at it and thought with disbelief why he had his heart at all. He was sure it had been destroyed. Still dazed, he asked out loud what was going on. Before he could gather his thoughts, the door suddenly slammed open and a man with blonde stormed into the room, filled with fury. He shouted at Oscar, calling out that he was finally awake. Frank quickly rushed to the angry man and placed both of his hands on his shoulders, trying to calm him down. He called the man elder and begged him to settle down, saying that it had not even been 5 minutes since Oscar had opened his eyes. But the elder was not listening. His anger burned strong as he shouted for Frank to move aside. He said he had let things slide a few times already, but this time he was serious. He was going to turn this troublemaker into a proper human being no matter what. Frank protested again, insisting that Oscar was still a patient and needed time to recover. Meanwhile, Oscar, still sitting in the bed with confusion written all over his face, looked at both of them and asked the question that was tearing at his mind: how was he even alive? His voice was filled with genuine confusion. Both Frank and the elder froze in place when they heard that. For a moment, they just stared at him in silence. Then the elder gave a sarcastic and amused smile, replying that even Oscar found it strange he was alive. The way he said it made it clear he was not going to explain anything easily. Oscar looked at the elder more seriously now and pointed out that from the robes he was wearing, he seemed to be a mage of the White Tower. So, he demanded that the man explain the current situation in full detail. Inside, Oscar felt irritated by how casually the elder had been speaking to him. He noted silently that the man was being arrogant and far too informal for someone of his rank. Frank looked at Oscar with confusion in his eyes and asked what was wrong. But before Oscar could reply, the elder also repeated the word explain in confusion. Then, without warning, his expression changed again. Rage returned to his face, and with a shout, he raised his hand high into the air, ready to strike Oscar. He yelled that Oscar had really lost his mind and should be reflecting on his actions and begging for forgiveness instead of talking back. Oscar's thoughts quickly turned sharp and alert. He wondered if this man could be an assassin sent by the demons, maybe someone planted secretly to finish the job. He did not take any chances. Using his instincts, Oscar activated a magic spell called Wind Shield. It was a defensive spell designed to appear instantly like a tent of wind, strong enough to block attacks. If done correctly, the wind's pressure would make any attacking wrist bend like straw. Oscar remained calm as the elder's hand moved closer. He was sure this person was a weak, low-level fighter who did not even think before trying to attack. But suddenly, something strange happened. As his hand neared the shield, the wind barrier started to fade away. Oscar's confidence turned into confusion. He stared at his own hands, alarmed by how weak the magic had been. The shield had vanished before it could even stop the attack. He thought with worry that something was wrong with his magic. It was pathetic, far too weak for someone like him. But instead of slapping him, the man pulled his hand back and spoke in a much calmer voice. He said that the wind shield Oscar used was actually pretty good, and noted that maybe Oscar had not just been messing around all this time. The tension slowly dropped. The man then turned to Frank and said that he would delay the disciplinary punishment related to Frank's embezzlement of research fees and told him to focus on recovering for now. Frank, clearly annoyed and wanting the man gone, told him to be on his way. Once the man left the room, Frank turned back to Oscar, his expression full of worry and frustration. He asked Oscar if he had gone crazy, not understanding why he had acted like that. Oscar sat quietly, his thoughts spinning faster than he could process. He could not stop thinking about what had just happened with his magic. His wind shield spell had disappeared the moment he used it, and that was something completely unheard of for him. He clenched his fists tightly, shocked and confused. In his mind, he wondered how long he had really been asleep for. Frank, still standing beside him, spoke with concern. He said that Oscar was acting strange and reminded him that everyone knew Elder Maxim's personality. He told Oscar that he seemed a bit off. But Oscar did not even respond to that. Inside, he was filled with disbelief. He could feel it, his mana circuits were weak, his total mana was extremely low, and even the purity of his mana had dropped to an awful level. His heart sank as he asked himself if this really was his body. What had happened to him? Desperate to know the truth, Oscar looked at Frank and asked what day it was. Frank let out a deep breath, clearly stressed, and answered that it was September 21st. Then he added that Oscar had been unconscious. Oscar blinked. He asked if it had really been 5 whole months since the battle. But Frank frowned and looked out the window. He answered that it had only been 1 day at most. Oscar ordered Frank to call Lloyd. And if Lloyd was not available, then he wanted to speak to Gilly or Shasha instead. He said he needed to hear the full situation from someone. Frank was stunned by that request. He asked Oscar what he was saying. Then, in his mind, Frank wondered if Oscar was not acting, if he had really forgotten everything. Maybe these were the side effects of something bigger. Out loud, Frank told Oscar to forget about the traitors. He also scolded him for calling the Tower Master's name so casually, like they were equals. Oscar murmured the word traitors, clearly confused by that too. Frank sighed and explained with frustration that Oscar had even forgotten about that. He told him that Lloyd Schultz had betrayed the White Tower and left to become a disciple of the Red Tower Master. Even worse, Gilead Dominic had stolen a high-level magic book and ran away with it. As Frank finished talking, Oscar suddenly shouted in anger. His voice thundered through the room as he yelled, "How dare Frank speak such nonsense!" Frank flinched, shocked by the intensity in Oscar's voice. But then something strange hit him. He turned his head and looked at Oscar carefully. There was no shaking in the air around him. That meant one thing, that Oscar was not lying. He truly believed what he was saying. Oscar, still confused and trying to understand everything, asked another question. He wanted to know if Shasha had really become the Mage Tower Master. Frank nodded and said that Shasha was incredible. But Oscar stared at him with wide eyes and asked how a 5-year-old could possibly become the master of the entire tower. Frank placed his hand on his head in frustration and shouted back with disbelief, asking why Oscar left out the 20 years before that. Oscar blinked at him with total confusion. In his mind, he thought that some people had wild imaginations. Then he asked himself why he, Oscar Sage, was even getting so upset over a young kid like Sha Sha. But even so, the way Frank had explained everything, it did not sound like a made-up story. It felt far too natural. Then Oscar caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, and everything inside him stopped. His heart dropped. The face staring back at him was not the one he remembered. He looked at himself and thought in shock, "Who are you?" His face had changed. This was not the body he once knew. In the next scene, Oscar sat down heavily in a chair. He looked like he had just returned from the edge of reality. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself in disbelief. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, he could not believe it. But it was real. He said it aloud, slowly, as if accepting a nightmare. It had been 20 years since he died. And somehow, he was alive again inside a different body, in the future. Oscar sat by the window and looked down at the roads below. His eyes scanned the bright lights that glowed along the streets. He was amazed and thought to himself how much the world had changed. Everything looked so modern and full of life. He noticed the streetlights glowing softly and the cars moving quickly along the roads. He realized this must be the result of the magic engineering revolution. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought about how much his old friends and comrades would have loved to see this future. Back in his time, when the world was falling apart, there had only been despair in everyone's eyes. No one had hope left. But now, this world seemed full of possibilities. He turned his thoughts toward the body he now lived in. He wanted to understand everything about the owner of this body. The name of the person was Oscar Crushen. He had been accepted into the White Tower when he was 10 years old, and was now 20. He came from a noble family that had lost its power and title. His face looked nice, but as a mage, he had failed badly. At 20 years old, he was still only a level 1 mage, which was very low. Maybe because of this slow progress, the boy had felt desperate. Oscar learned that the boy had stolen research funds and used them to buy an illegal elixir, something dangerous and forbidden. The purpose of that elixir was to quickly increase the amount of mana in the body. If it worked, his mana would multiply. But if it failed, it could destroy him completely. Oscar closed his eyes and thought carefully. Frank had said he had only been unconscious for a day after taking it. But in reality, this kind of thing should have killed someone instantly through a mana outburst. Then Oscar opened his eyes and focused on his body. He activated his inner sense and looked at how energy was flowing inside him. Suddenly, his eyes widened with shock. He saw something unbelievable. The amount of mana inside this body was far too much for someone who should be just a level 1 mage. It did not make sense. Oscar continued to examine the strange power flowing inside his body. He noticed that most of the energy was pure mana that had not yet been refined. That surprised him. Normally, raw mana like that would need years of training to gather. He looked closely and thought it was unbelievable that all of it came from one cheap illegal elixir. The thought made him pause for a moment. He smiled and whispered to himself that modern society really had become something amazing if it could produce things like this. But then, something unexpected happened. A small scar suddenly appeared on his finger without warning. He stared at it with confusion, and then a drop of blood slowly fell from the wound. As the blood touched the floor, it caused a reaction. A thin smoke began rising from that exact spot. Oscar's eyes widened as he watched the smoke swirl up. He realized with concern that this was not normal. It was poison. There was poison inside this body. Oscar narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, now understanding more clearly. He had finally figured out what had really happened. He thought to himself that the illegal elixir was not fake at all. In fact, it was a real, high-quality elixir, one that people could not even buy with a high price. It had the power to boost someone's mana greatly. But there had been a hidden danger. Oscar Crushen, the young mage who originally owned the body, had no idea that the elixir was poisoned. Oscar continued to think deeply. He believed that based on the amount of poison still left in the body and how fast the boy had collapsed, the cause of death was clear. Oscar Crushen did not die because of a mana outburst like everyone assumed, but he died because of the poison. The poison had been powerful, far too powerful to be meant for someone as weak as a level 1 mage. It was so well hidden that even someone skilled would have a hard time noticing it. Oscar, with all his knowledge and experience, barely managed to detect it. That fact made him even more certain. Oscar stood up from the chair, clenching his fist tightly. He thought to himself, his mind filled with determination. He did not know who was messing with his soul or why they were doing it, but he knew one thing for sure. Somehow, he had been given a second chance at life, the very chance he had hoped for before his death. He looked at the little bottle of the illegal elixir that had caused all of this. As he held the bottle in his hand, he saw his reflection in the glass. He thought carefully about the opportunity he now had, realizing that this might be the perfect way to live selfishly for the people he cared about. With a small smile, he spoke to himself, feeling a sense of resolve. "Oscar Crushen," he whispered, "as payment for you lending me your body, I will avenge you." This new chance at life was something Oscar did not intend to waste. On a dark night in the outskirts of Surin, a quiet tension filled the air. Inside a dimly lit room, a man sat on a worn-out sofa holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Near him stood a boy, alert and respectful, as he delivered a report. The boy had spoken with urgency, saying that they had received news about the store. The man, already frustrated, interrupted him sharply and reminded him to call him boss instead. He sounded tired of repeating it. Boy immediately lowered his head and apologized, showing him respect. The boss then asked what the news was, wanting to know the details. Boy explained that the store had been completely destroyed from the inside. He said that a mage had done it. As soon as he heard this, the boss slammed the wine bottle on the table in anger and shouted, shocked by what he had just heard. He wanted to know who had dared to do something so bold. Boy answered carefully, saying that he was not completely sure, but the mage seemed to be looking for the person who had sold him an elixir. He guessed that maybe it was someone named Oscar Crushen. The boss looked confused and frustrated. He said it did not make sense because Oscar Crushen was supposed to be a theory mage. He also questioned how someone who had been on the verge of death supposedly because of the elixir could have defeated their guards and destroyed the place. Boy, still cautious, then brought up a new concern. He asked what would happen if the White Tower decided to investigate what had happened. The boss's expression darkened. He reminded Boy of something important, asking if he had forgotten who had ordered them to give that dangerous elixir to Oscar Crushen in the first place. Boy continued speaking and said that the mage who attacked the store had been wearing a White Tower ring. He explained that the person who originally requested the elixir was also a White Tower mage. He ended his sentence with uncertainty, saying that no one could be sure what was really going on. As the conversation went on, a mysterious voice suddenly filled the room. It mocked them, saying that only an idiot would make it so obvious where they came from. Boy became frightened and asked with a shaking voice who had spoken. His eyes widened when he saw a figure standing in the doorway. Oscar stepped forward, and Boy gasped, recognizing him in disbelief. It was Oscar Crushen. Oscar Crushen, with a calm expression, thought to himself that he had followed the faint scent left in the elixir bottle to find this place. He realized there were many more people involved than he had expected. He felt frustrated by how complicated things were becoming. The man sitting on the sofa clenched his fist in anger and demanded to know how Oscar had managed to destroy his store. Oscar calmly nodded and admitted that it had been him. He added that he was actually very interested in the conversation he had just overheard and suggested that they should continue it. The man began to breathe heavily, clearly trying to control his anger. He told Oscar that he had actually been thinking of letting him go if he had just pretended not to hear anything. But now, things had changed. With a cold tone, he gave an order to kill Oscar. The boy beside him responded without hesitation, drawing his sword as he leaped toward Oscar and shouted that he would follow the order. Oscar, standing firm, replied that if they were going to treat the situation like a fight, then he would not hold back either. Without wasting any time, Oscar Crushen used a powerful magic technique called Wind Cutter. As he activated it, a strong wind energy started to swirl around his body. In an instant, the boy who had attacked him was struck by the technique. Blood poured from his neck, and just moments later, his head was completely separated from his body. The ground quickly became soaked with blood. Oscar looked at the scene and thought to himself that he could not believe only the head had been cut off so cleanly. It reminded him of the time he had seen a high priest's head fall the same way. The man on the sofa was filled with rage. He shouted loudly, swearing at Oscar while pulling out a pistol and aiming it directly at him. He then fired several bullets in anger. But Oscar stayed calm. He even smiled as he watched the bullets coming toward him. Just before they reached his head, he activated another technique called Wind Shield. A magical barrier formed around his body, and the bullets stopped in mid-air, unable to pass through the shield. Oscar spoke to himself with curiosity. saying that he could not detect any mana in those bullets, and wondered what kind of principle could produce such destructive power without magic. The man was in shock. He shouted with a trembling voice, amazed that Oscar had managed to stop bullets with magic. Oscar smiled again and replied that so these things were called bullets. He said it was quite intriguing, but for now, he would return them to their owner. As soon as he said that, the bullets that had been stopped by the shield reversed direction and shot back toward the man. They hit him directly, piercing into his body. The man screamed in pain as blood gushed out from his wounds. The man fell hard to the ground, his body aching and covered in blood. As he looked up, he saw Oscar Crushen calmly sitting on the sofa, with his foot resting near the man's face. The man clenched his teeth and called Oscar a fool, his voice filled with hatred. But Oscar remained calm and took a deep breath before speaking. He told the man that none of his underlings would be showing up to help. All the sounds from the room were blocked, and no one outside could hear anything. The man sat up a little, his voice weak from pain, and said in disbelief that it was impossible a mere level 1 mage should not be able to cast silence, a powerful level 5 spell. Oscar corrected him, saying that it was not exactly silence. What he had used was a technique called sound bind. It did not completely silence the area, but it bound any sound to stay inside the room, so nothing could escape. Then Oscar leaned in and told the man that he wanted answers. He asked him directly who had requested them to harm him. The man refused. He angrily shouted that he was not going to say anything. But before he could finish, Oscar slammed his foot down onto the man's face. The man moaned in pain, his resistance starting to weaken. Oscar's expression turned darker. He said coldly that it seemed the man's pride was more important to him than his own life. He even admitted that it was not a bad trait but one that could be broken. Then Oscar used his magic again. He quietly channeled wind energy through his body and sent it into the man's body. As the magic spread inside him, Oscar thought to himself that the man must now be feeling as if thousands of sharp needles were stabbing him from the inside out. Oscar told him that he did not enjoy torturing people either. In his mind, he added that it usually got too noisy when he did. But now, he leaned in once again and demanded answers, telling the man to speak up at last. Oscar pressed his foot down on the man's head, showing no mercy. The man finally broke down. He began to cry and grabbed Oscar's foot with both hands, begging him to stop. He promised to tell everything. Oscar, hearing his desperate tone, agreed and told him to explain everything he knew about the person who had ordered the attack, his patron. The man slowly sat up, coughing and holding his injured neck. Then he began to speak, his voice weak and full of pain. He said that a stranger had come to them and handed over an elixir along with some cash. The man said they were told to sell it to Oscar at a very cheap price. Refusing the offer did not even seem like an option. It felt like they were forced into it from the beginning. Oscar asked for details about the stranger's appearance. The man said that the person had worn a hood that covered his face, so they could not see what he looked like. However, he clearly remembered that the man wore a white tower ring. Oscar thought to himself that this could have been a trick meant to deceive these underlings. It might not have meant the man was really from the White Tower at all. Then the injured man raised his chin as if remembering something else. He added that the stranger had a very unique scent, a refreshing and clear mint smell. That was all he could recall. Oscar made a mental note that the mint smell might be a clue worth remembering later. Then Oscar asked another important question. He wanted to know what their plan had been for covering things up after they killed him. The man explained that the White Tower was currently too busy to bother. They were dealing with a massive withdrawal from the 4 main magic towers, so he did not believe anyone would take the time to launch a serious investigation. Oscar looked at the man with confusion after hearing his words. He asked him what he meant by a withdrawal from the 4 main magic towers. It did not make any sense to him. But the man responded by saying that it should be something Oscar knew more about than he did. Oscar then admitted that he had forgotten many things after consuming the elixir, including information about that situation. He asked the man again if he planned to tell him or not. The man, realizing there was no point in hiding it anymore, agreed to share the information. He turned to a drawer and pulled out some documents. He handed them to Oscar and said that they contained the details related to the issue. He also mentioned that he would place the money the customer had paid for the setup on the table as well. Oscar accepted the documents and nodded. He looked through the files carefully. As he read them, his thoughts grew serious. The first page was about the White Tower. According to the document, April 28th had been named the Day of the White Knight because that was the day the High Priest had died. The Emperor had chosen to honor the sacrifice of Oscar Sage by granting huge benefits to the White Tower. These benefits included 30 years of complete tax exemption. But despite all that support, the document said the White Tower had performed the worst among all magic towers in the previous year. It explained that the White Tower had lost almost everything 20 years ago and still had not recovered. It had failed to rise again even after all that time. There was also a note that an important announcement from the imperial family would be made during this year's White Night Festival. Experts mentioned in the document believe that the biggest problem the tower was facing was the complete absence of advanced magic. Oscar read through the documents and started feeling more confused. He thought to himself that the White Tower did not have advanced magic. That could not be right. He clearly remembered giving important documents to Edna in the past to make sure something like this never happened. He decided he would have to look into that matter separately. As he kept reading, another line caught his eye. It said that the White Tower had the worst business performance. That made him raise his head and ask the man in front of him to tell him what kind of businesses the 4 main magic towers were currently running. The man nodded and began to explain. He said that the Yellow Tower of the East, which specialized in lightning, had opened a new age of magic engineering. They created amazing new items like street lamps and cars. Then he talked about the Blue Tower of the South. They focused on water, agriculture, and potions, helping with clean drinking water and farming needs. After that, he mentioned the Red Tower of the West, which came from the desert. They had joined the military and often assisted in dangerous missions like hunting down monsters. Each tower had developed its own powerful and useful industry. Then Oscar turned his gaze and asked about the White Tower. The man's answer made Oscar freeze. He said the White Tower was doing delivery. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. He slowly repeated the word to himself, delivery. He looked completely shocked and frustrated. He placed his hand over his forehead and covered his eyes, trying to process what he had just heard. Then he asked again, as if hoping he had heard it wrong. Did the man really mean item delivery, like some kind of magical post service? The man calmly explained that yes, that is exactly what they did. The White Tower ran its own post office and had wind riders who could fly, making them perfect for delivering items quickly and safely across long distances. That was their main contribution. Oscar opened his fingers slightly to look at the man, still full of disbelief. He asked him what he meant by riders. The man explained that the mages of the White Tower flew high in the sky and ruled the air. People saw it as a symbol of freedom and bravery, which is why these mages were often compared to dragons and eagles. Hearing this made Oscar even more frustrated. He clenched his teeth and asked who had come up with such a ridiculous business idea. The man replied that, as far as he knew, it was the current master of the White Tower. Oscar sighed deeply and thought to himself that his own students, the ones he had raised and taught, had done this. Then, trying to understand more, Oscar asked about the drinking water and agriculture industry. He was confused because potions had always been the biggest source of income for a magic tower. So why was the Blue Tower handling that business now? The man explained that the Blue Tower was different from the others. They had almost complete control over the potion market now. That shocked Oscar. He thought back to how, 20 years ago, the White Tower had been the leading power in potion making. But then he remembered with pain that all the methods and knowledge for creating potions had been burned down. If that hadn't happened, the White Tower might still be leading today. The man continued explaining. He said the drinking water and agriculture business was based on selling clean water at very high prices, especially to places that did not have access to it. They even had the magic to bring rain to dry lands suffering from drought. That made Oscar even more surprised. He asked, almost in disbelief, why anyone would buy clean water. To him, it seemed strange that something as simple as water could become such a powerful source of profit. The man told Oscar that selling clean water had become a new trend among rich people. It was something fancy and fashionable to them. Oscar found that ridiculous. He said they were acting like fools just to earn a bit more money. He added that people could just drink water from a well instead. Hearing this made the man laugh, but Oscar stayed serious. He thought to himself that the White Tower had clearly fallen behind in terms of business profits compared to the other 3 magic towers. Their industries had grown powerful and wide, while the White Tower had become weak and simple. He realized that this year's White Night Festival would be the White Tower's last chance to prove its value. But there were only 7 months left until the festival, and that worried him. While Oscar was lost in thought, the injured man suddenly bent forward, his voice shaking as he cried out in pain. He begged Oscar for help, saying his body couldn't take it anymore. Oscar looked at him and wondered if the man was dying from shock or from losing too much blood. He thought for a moment, should he save this man who gave him useful information? But then Oscar looked back at the document in his hand and his eyes went wide with shock. The paper listed horrible crimes: arson, attacking innocent people, giving illegal loans, stealing valuables through threats, and even accepting assassination requests. After reading that, Oscar glared at the man and said he was nothing more than walking garbage. The man weakly called out Oscar's name again and tried to get up, but his body was too broken and he could not move anymore. Oscar had finally moved out of the house, and his face looked very serious. In one hand, he held some important documents, and in the other, he carried a heavy sack. As he left, he had a strong thought in his mind: he wished to be a good person in his next life. The night had already fallen by then, and the sky was beautifully filled with stars above the place called Dawn, near the White Tower. It was peaceful and quiet. Later, Oscar arrived at a new place. He slowly opened the door and walked into the room. As soon as he stepped inside, he sighed deeply and said that he was tired. He dropped himself onto a chair heavily, clearly exhausted. He then spoke to himself with disbelief, saying that he could not believe he felt so worn out just from using a few simple spells. He wondered what was wrong with his body. After placing the sack and the documents on the table in front of him, he looked at his hand with concern. He questioned whether he would even be able to use the special magic again, the powerful magic that had once made him a legendary figure known as Oscar the Sage, the greatest mage in human history. He tried to use a technique called Wind Archive, but the magic did not work. It simply faded away before anything happened. He thought that it must have dispersed and accepted that he could not use it just yet. He believed that he needed to fully understand the current state of his body first. He planned to begin with a magic scan, hoping to find out more details. In the meantime, he started reading through the documents, still looking very serious. His memories were all jumbled, and although someone named Frank had given him some information, Oscar felt it was very important to learn everything there was to know about the person called Oscar Crushen. He knew that if he wanted to truly protect or save this body, he had to understand it completely. Oscar continued reading through the documents about Oscar Crushen. He learned that Oscar Crushen was the heir to the prestigious Count Crushen family, and the only one to survive a terrible fire that destroyed their mansion. His magical talent was recognized at an early age by people in the magic world, and their expectations for him were extremely high. Many powerful figures fought to recruit him into their circles. During the 6 years he spent at the Empire Academy's magic faculty, he had achieved nothing less than perfect scores. His genius was so undeniable that he even published an extraordinary thesis, which solidified his reputation as an exceptional mage. As Oscar read all of this, he became confused and questioned why someone with such potential was still at level 1. He continued reading and discovered that the reason for this was tragic. It seemed that Oscar Crushen had a condition called mana deficiency syndrome. If he did not have this condition, he would have been a powerful mage, capable of representing his entire generation. Oscar's thoughts were interrupted when he realized what he was reading. With widened eyes, he thought to himself that if this were true, it would explain why Oscar Crushen was still at level 1. Oscar had an unparalleled understanding of magic, but because of this condition, he was unable to use magic at all. Determined to learn more, Oscar decided to perform a magic scan on himself. He gathered energy in his hand, forming a ball of magic, and then activated the scan. When the scan was complete, a screen appeared above his hand. Oscar stared at it in confusion, murmuring to himself, "Wait, this is..." As he examined the screen more closely, his eyes widened even further. To his surprise, it revealed something completely different from what he had expected. The skin did not show that Oscar Crushen had mana deficiency syndrome. Instead, it revealed something much more shocking. It was not an illness at all. In fact, someone had sealed his magical circuits, preventing him from using magic. Oscar was stunned by this discovery, realizing that this was not a natural condition but rather something done intentionally to stop him from accessing his magic. Oscar continued to think about the information he had just read about mana deficiency syndrome. He recalled that, as the name suggested, it was an illness where a person could not circulate or accumulate magic. Normally, a mage could install up to 20 physical circuits on top of their mana circuit, and the number of these circuits determined their magical level. However, someone with mana deficiency syndrome could not establish the proper environment for magic. No matter how much they trained, they would never be able to get past level 3. As he stood up from his chair, Oscar's thoughts turned toward Oscar Crushen's situation. He realized that Oscar Crushen's case was different. His physical circuits were not naturally twisted or faulty, as one would expect in someone with mana deficiency syndrome. Instead, his circuits had been intentionally tied up, blocked by someone on purpose. This discovery made him pause, as he stood in front of a bookshelf filled with many books. He picked one from the shelf, but his mind was racing. Oscar thought about the possibility that if Oscar Crushen was truly a genius, he would have figured out that he did not actually have mana deficiency syndrome. He then wondered why Crushen never mentioned this or left any clues. He picked up a book and thought it might have been helpful if Oscar Crushen had written a diary, something to explain more about himself and his situation. According to someone named Frank, Oscar Crushen was an alcoholic, but Oscar considered whether this behavior had been an act. What if Crushen had created that persona on purpose? What if he had known that someone had blocked his magical circuits and was after his life, so he acted as a carefree playboy to throw off his enemies? The more Oscar thought, the more he realized that things were not as simple as they seemed, and there were deeper mysteries about Oscar Crushen that he needed to understand. Oscar picked up 5 books from the shelf and began to think about what he had just learned. If everything he suspected was true, it made sense why Oscar Crushen had given into the temptation of the illegal elixir. In a situation where he could not trust anyone, it seemed that Crushen would have felt desperate to undo the chains blocking his magic. He needed a way to break free from the control that had been forced upon him. As Oscar placed the books on the table, he compared his situation to Crushen's. In contrast, he only needed to untie a single knot, a challenge he was confident he could overcome. As he continued to explore the books, one title caught his attention: was the reinterpretation of basic magic. Curious, Oscar opened the book and found that there were many small pieces of paper attached to the pages. He looked at them with confusion, wondering what they meant. As he read the small notes, he saw that they contained strange and innovative thoughts on magic. One note mentioned that the trajectory of the wind cutter attack was too boring and that it could be improved. Another note suggested that wind shield, a type of defense magic, had an endless number of applications. It also mentioned that by advancing the wind shield magic, it could even be used as an attack. The notes continued with a fascinating idea about the weapon called a gun. They suggested that a gun could be reinterpreted using the magic of the White Tower. The key idea was to use the circulating bullets as a source of power for the magic. This thought made Oscar pause, realizing that the book contained ideas that were both unusual and brilliant. The connection between advanced magic and modern weapons, like the gun, opened up a new world of possibilities for him to explore. After reading the notes in the book, Oscar thought deeply about what he had discovered. The concept behind the advanced windshield technique described in the book was similar to how he had been using it himself. However, the way it was explained was completely different from the simple idea of it being a basic defensive skill. The book also discussed how to use the technique most effectively based on the situation, which added a new level of depth to the magic. As Oscar continued reading, he realized that the book contained many other basic magic techniques that Oscar Crushen had created himself. Even though Crushen could not use magic because of the blockage in his circuits, he had performed these magical experiments in his mind. Oscar understood why Crushen had been called a genius. The way they both interpreted magical theory was similar. From just this one book, Oscar could tell that Crushen had never given up on magic. Despite the obstacles he faced, Crushen worked harder than anyone else. His passion for magic was clear in every word of the book, and it was evident that he truly loved it. Oscar's thoughts grew more respectful as he imagined how Crushen's dedication had pushed him to continue striving even when everything seemed against him. Oscar hoped that the ideas written in the book would blow even the weakest winds toward the White Tower, a symbol of Crushen's desire to push forward despite all odds. Oscar stood up from his chair, calling out the name, Oscar Crushen. He admired the young mage who, despite the cruel fate he faced, had never broken. Crushen had quietly walked a lonely path, facing everything alone, determined to make a difference even in the most difficult circumstances. He walked slowly toward the sofa and sat down, closing his eyes and letting silence settle around him. In his mind, he made a strong promise, swearing on the name of Oscar Sage, the 17th master of the Magic Tower. He promised that he would undo the knot that could not be untied before. His hand clenched into a fist as he continued thinking with determination. He also vowed that he would make those who had cruelly broken the wings of someone dear to him pay for their actions. In another scene, on a shiny and peaceful day, Oscar was walking through the greenhouse. Sunlight filtered gently through the glass, and the warmth of the day surrounded him. As he wandered, lost in thought, he asked himself why he was walking around in the greenhouse. He remembered that he had fallen asleep earlier because he was exhausted from trying to find a way to undo the knot in the physical circuit. While he was thinking about this, an old memory came rushing back to him. He recalled a moment from his past life, a memory where he heard a child's voice calling out to him, calling him master, and announcing that they had arrived. Oscar Sage had then told the children to sit, and suggested that they have their lesson outside in the greenhouse that day. The children had nodded happily, ready for their lesson. As he took a deep breath, Oscar thought about what was really going on. He realized that these memories were coming back because of a cursed dream. It was caused by the Viscount of Nightmares from the demon world. This cursed dream returned every time he slept, forcing him to remember moments from his past life. He had hoped the curse would go away once he possessed this new body, but it seemed the curse was connected to his soul and not just the body he was in. Still, he wondered if he should be thankful in some way. The dreams, even if they were part of the curse, had not been twisted or ruined. They remained clear and untouched, showing his time with his students as it truly was. They were not painful memories but honest ones. Oscar Sage sat calmly on the chair in front of him, while 3 young children sat on small stools, facing him with eager eyes. He looked at them and asked what he had told them they would learn that day. One of the kids, Lloyd Schultz, who was 9 years old, answered with shining eyes and excitement in his voice. He said that Oscar had promised to teach them about the magic system, and that the magic used by mages and knights was usually divided into 4 main types, which were called the 4 types of magic. Oscar smiled warmly and raised his hand, showing 4 fingers to match his explanation. He told them they were right. Even though magic might appear the same on the surface, it was actually divided into 4 categories, which were enhancement, acceleration, balance, and special types. These categories helped mages understand and control their magic better. Lloyd, still curious, asked another question. He wanted to know if the White Tower, where they were studying, focused on the harmonization type of magic. Oscar nodded and explained that wind magic suited them best, which was a perfect example of balance or harmonization type magic. Their tower believed in keeping things stable and in harmony. Then, a young girl named Shasha Mace, only 5 years old, asked if each magic tower had a preferred type of magic. Oscar nodded again and smiled kindly as he answered. He told them that yes, every magic tower had its own preference because each type of magic had different strengths and uses. He explained that the Golden Tower valued speed above all, so they focused on acceleration type magic. The Red Tower believed that strong firepower was important, so they used enhancement type magic. The Azure Tower and the White Tower both preferred balance type magic, which focused on keeping everything stable and controlled. As he spoke, the children listened carefully, their young minds trying to understand the great world of magic. One of the kids, Gilead Dominic, who was 7 years old, suddenly stood up with excitement. He clenched his fist and raised it high while shouting that he wanted acceleration type magic because slow things were too frustrating for him. His energy filled the air as he dreamed of fast, powerful spells. Oscar Sage looked at him gently and told him the truth. He said that unfortunately, Gilly could not choose what kind of magic he wanted to use. A person was born with a certain magic type, and they could not change it by will. Hearing this, little Shasha, the 5-year-old girl, became curious and asked how someone could find out what magic type they were born with. Oscar smiled softly and bent down. He picked up a small tree stem and began drawing something simple on the ground. He told her that it was easier than she thought. Then he asked her to extend her index finger and try to use the magic he was about to show her. Shasha looked at the drawing with wide eyes and said it was her first time seeing that spell, so it might take her a little time to perform it. Oscar nodded calmly and told her there was no rush. With confidence and care, Shasha nodded back and said okay. She slowly extended her finger, focusing hard, and tried to activate the magic. After a moment, her eyes widened in confusion and surprise as she noticed something happening. Soft magical energy began forming at her fingertip. She told them that something was coming out, unsure of what it meant. Oscar watched the spell closely and then gave her a warm smile. He told her that the magic was not too fast and not dangerous. It was stable and smooth, which meant it was a balanced type. He explained to her that she was a harmony type mage, Hearing this, Shasha looked up at her master and asked if that meant she was the same as him. Oscar nodded and told her yes. Her cheeks turned red with happiness, and she smiled shyly as she said that she liked it. Gilead, still full of energy, got even more excited. He quickly extended his finger too and said that he wanted to try it as well. At the same time, Lloyd stretched out his finger, saying he wanted to try it too. Both boys were eager to discover their own magic types. The moment was filled with excitement and joy as the young students began to explore the magic inside them. Oscar looked at Gilead and smiled proudly. He told him that, just as he had wished, he was indeed an acceleration-type mage. The moment Gilead heard those words, he screamed with pure excitement and joy, his face lighting up with happiness. Then Oscar turned his eyes to Lloyd, who was quietly focused on his own magic. Suddenly, a small flower appeared floating gently above Lloyd's index finger, a beautiful and delicate sign of his magical ability. Shasha saw it and gasped in wonder, saying softly that it was so pretty. Oscar observed the magic carefully and told Lloyd that he was a special type mage. This kind of magic was rare and unique. Lloyd, however, looked a bit unsure and asked his master if he could change his magic type now that it had been discovered. Oscar replied that special types were very rare, making up only about 0.2% of all mages. He asked Lloyd why he wanted to change something so rare, though he also told him clearly that it was not possible to change a magic type. Lloyd looked down with a bit of sadness in his voice. He said he liked the balanced type more because it was the same as his master's. Hearing this, Oscar showed a thoughtful expression and pretended to think seriously. He said in a half-joking tone that he had planned to give Lloyd the highest number of private lessons, but now he wondered if he should research a way to change someone's magic type. Lloyd's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked with surprise if he would really get the most private lessons. Oscar smiled and assured him that of course he would. He explained that special type mages needed more help to improve because their magic was hard to train without a proper teacher. Hearing that, Lloyd began to feel better. He said that now that he thought about it, being a special type mage might not be that bad after all. But he made Oscar promise that he would still get the most number of lessons. Oscar laughed gently and agreed, saying that he understood and would keep his promise. Now Oscar stood quietly in the greenhouse, surrounded by green leaves and soft sunlight. While looking at the peaceful scenery, his mind drifted back. He thought about Lloyd and smiled to himself. He remembered how Lloyd used to be called the Promised Man because he always held on to every promise tightly. No matter how grown up he wanted to act, in the end, he was still just a child. That memory brought a mix of warmth and sadness to Oscar's heart. In another moment, Oscar was lying on a sofa, just waking up. His body felt heavy, and his mind was still foggy from sleep. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from a speaker. It was an announcement from the broadcasting room, calling his full name Oscar Crushen. Hearing his name made him sit up quickly. He blinked in confusion and wondered how long he had been asleep. Before he could gather his thoughts, the voice came again and asked him to go to Lab 4202. Oscar got up and started walking toward the lab. As he moved down the hallway and stepped inside, he began thinking about his progress. He told himself that he had 8 physical circuits left to unlock. So far, he had unlocked 12 out of 20, and while doing that, he had also gained 2 mana circuit lines. Because of this, he had officially become a level 2 mage. This was a big achievement. When he reached the lab door, he knocked gently. A voice from inside told him to come in. Oscar opened the door and stepped into the room. Inside, he saw a man with blonde hair sitting on a chair in front of him. As Oscar looked at him, he had another thought. He never imagined that there would be a day when he would feel happy about being just a level 2 mage. Inside the lab, the man looked at Oscar and asked how he was feeling. He said that according to Frank, Oscar's memories had started coming back. Oscar nodded and answered that yes, his memories were indeed returning. The man gave a small nod and said that he was glad to hear that. As Oscar looked at him, he began thinking to himself with a soft smile. He recognized the man as Elder Maxim Bisk of the White Tower. He was now 45 years old, but many years ago, he had been Oscar's junior in the Magic Tower. Oscar remembered how Maxim had joined the tower long after him, and how he used to follow him around, calling him senior. Later on, he even started calling Oscar the Magic Tower Master, which Oscar had always found cute and a little amusing. Now, many years had passed, and Maxim had grown older and more experienced. He had worked hard and earned the title of Elder. Oscar admired his honesty and dedication. His magic power had grown strong, which was a sign of his age and effort. While thinking about all this, a large smile appeared on Oscar's face. Maxim noticed the smile and asked him why he was laughing. Then, his expression turned serious. He told Oscar that he had received a report about the Gordon family. Both the boss and the acting head of that family had been killed. Maxim looked directly at Oscar and asked if he had anything to say about the report. Oscar's smile slowly faded. He replied calmly that he had nothing to say about it. But he added that he believed there must have been a good reason for their deaths. Then he explained simply that the Gordon family had tried to assassinate him, which was likely the cause of what happened to them. Oscar picked up some papers and a sack, then placed them on the table in front of Maxim. He told him that the elixir he had received was poisoned. He also said that the documents and the sack contained the commission fee and the ledger that showed the details of the attempt to assassinate him. Maxim listened carefully, then asked if the reason Oscar had been bedridden was because of that assassination attempt. Oscar nodded and explained that he had gone to speak with the people involved, but instead of talking, they tried to kill him. Then, Oscar opened the sack and showed the coins inside. They were shining brightly, proving that the money was real and the plan had been carried out seriously. Oscar added that the ledger contained everything, the full contents of the contract killing. It was proof that someone had hired people to take his life. Maxim looked at the evidence and said he understood. He told Oscar that he would close the case and mark it as self-defense on Oscar's part. Oscar thanked him and said he would be grateful for that. Then he asked if he could also request a personal favor. Maxim looked confused and asked what kind of favor Oscar needed. Oscar answered that he wanted to meet the Magic Tower Master. Maxim was surprised for a second but replied that it was not a difficult request. He reminded Oscar that he often had discussions about magic with the Master. Oscar became confused in his thoughts. He did not remember having deep talks with the Tower Master, and wondered if Oscar Crush in the body he now possessed had been close with her. He thought to himself, did Oscar Crushen really discuss magic with Shasha? Maxim then added something unexpected. He said that Oscar would only be able to meet the Magic Tower Master 6 months later, at the earliest. Oscar's eyes widened in surprise. He asked why the wait was so long. In his heart, he was shocked and thought that 6 months later would already be after the White Night Festival started, which made things more complicated for him. The situation was becoming more tangled, and Oscar realized that time was running short. Maxim informed Oscar that the Magic Tower Master was currently out on a business trip. She had gone to take care of an important commission. Oscar was surprised and asked why someone as important as the Tower Master would handle such a small task. Then, after thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He realized the reason. It was because the High Mage, someone even higher than the Tower Master, was currently absent. That explained why the Tower Master had to take responsibility for everything herself. Maxim admitted that the situation was a bit embarrassing. Oscar thought seriously about the situation. It seemed like the task was so important that even the Magic Tower Master had to handle it personally. Then, he politely asked what level the current Magic Tower Master was. Maxim replied that she was a level 7 High Mage. Oscar responded that he understood. However, inside his mind, he was a bit troubled. When he had been her age, he had already reached level 9. Knowing Shasha's talent, he believed she should have reached at least level 8 by now. Something felt off, and Oscar could not help but worry. As Maxim continued reading a report, he brought up something else. He said that the cross-section of the corpse in the assassination case had been very clean and smooth. He asked Oscar if he had been practicing attack magic again. Oscar simply replied that he trained whenever the thought crossed his mind. Maxim accepted the answer and said that if there was nothing more, Oscar could leave. Oscar nodded and agreed. Then he turned and walked out of the lab. As he stepped closer to the exit door, he noticed someone standing nearby. It was an old man, quietly waiting there. As Oscar left the lab, the old man who had been standing near the door stepped inside. Maxim looked up and asked with surprise why the Magic Tower's Vice Master had come. The old man, smiling warmly, said he came to tell Maxim not to be too strict with Oscar, but it seemed like he had arrived too late. The old man's name was Hamel Glimwitz, the Vice Master of the White Tower. Maxim laughed softly, and replied that he had to scold Oscar if he got into trouble. Hamel agreed but explained that since he was the one who brought Oscar to the tower, he felt responsible and worried about him. While they talked, Maxim began thinking about something he had noticed. He remembered the magic Oscar used earlier. Even though it was a basic technique, Oscar had performed it with surprising perfection. Maxim was sure that kind of skill could not be achieved with just a day or two of practice. It made him believe that Oscar had been studying very hard somewhere in secret. With a small smile, Maxim said out loud that Oscar might be working much harder than he had thought. Hamel seemed happy to hear that, and said he was glad. Then he asked Maxim if they should head to the elders' meeting because Elder Fidelina was already waiting for them. Maxim agreed, stood up from his chair, and the two of them left the lab together. Meanwhile, in a different place, Oscar was walking down a quiet hallway on the 10th floor of the tower. He looked around and thought to himself that he had seen his students again in his dreams, and that memory had drawn him back to this place. But now, the area felt much emptier and lonelier than before. It reminded him of how much had changed, and a soft feeling of nostalgia filled his heart as he continued walking through the silent corridor. While Oscar was deep in thought on the 10th floor, a man suddenly arrived and greeted him warmly, saying if it was not the young Sir Oscar. Oscar looked at him with surprise and asked who he was. The man introduced himself with a smile, placing his hand on his chest. He said his name was Wilter, and he was the one who managed the facilities of the magic tower. He also mentioned that it seemed the rumors about Oscar losing his memories were true, since they had conversations before, but Oscar did not remember any of them. Hearing that, Oscar grew frustrated and asked just how far those rumors about his memory loss had spread. Wilter laughed gently, but Oscar then asked what he meant by calling him young Sir Oscar. With a firm smile, Wilter explained that he had been working in the tower since the time of the previous magic tower master, who was also named Oscar, the great Sir Oscar. For a moment, Oscar looked confused, then smiled and said that was a good way to tell the difference between the two of them. He even said he would use that name from now on. Oscar also asked Wilter if he could continue to be his conversation buddy. Wilter laughed at the kind offer, but politely turned it down, explaining that it would be difficult because he would be leaving the tower soon. Surprised, Oscar asked where he was going. Wilter told him that it had been 40 years since he first started working at the tower. His words hinted that his retirement was coming, and it was time for him to move on. Oscar looked at Wilter and asked if there was an issue. Wilter explained that he had served under 3 different magic tower masters during his time there, and many of his co-workers had come and gone. He was the only one left in his department. Wilter said that the only reason he had stayed this long was because of something the previous master, Oscar Sage, had said during his appointment ceremony. He recalled the words of the former master that where everyone residing in this tower is needed, so live with pride that you're a part of the White Tower. Those words had stuck with Wilter all these years. Oscar cleared his throat, and Wilter continued, saying that although it might sound funny, from that moment on, he had worked believing that he was an important part of the White Tower. Oscar smiled and told him that it was not just amusing, it was truly meaningful. Wilter thanked him and then revealed that because of his strong belief in those words, he was now quitting his job. Oscar was confused and asked what he meant by that. Wilter explained that the White Tower was not doing well at all right now. The tower's facilities were in poor condition, and the finances were much worse than they had been in the past. Next month, he would have worked there for 40 years, but it seemed like his time had come to an end. Oscar asked if it was because of his long service award, but Wilter's response suggested that the decision was much deeper, tied to the challenges the tower was facing. All members of the White Tower, except for the mages, would receive a long service medal and a monetary reward after 20 and 40 years of service. For those who had worked for 40 years, like him, the reward would be 200,000 bells, which could buy a house in most large cities. However, he added that the current White Tower did not have the luxury of paying such a reward. To pay him that much, many people would need to risk their lives and take on new commissions. Wilter said that he could not accept it, knowing how hard it would be for the tower. No matter what anyone said, the White Tower had become his second home, and he could not bear to see it in such a state. Oscar, thinking about Wilter's words, realized just how bad things were. He had not known it was this dire. He had thought that the Azure Tower was the one making outrageous moves for money, but now, he saw that it was the White Tower's financial struggles that were much worse. In comparison, the Azure Tower had earned its wealth and was currently the best in history. Oscar clenched his fists, feeling the weight of the situation. Despite his titles, such as War Hero and Mankind's Savior, he realized they did not mean much. Those titles were honorable, but they could not help the tower or fund the rewards for people like Wilter, who had dedicated decades to the tower. This realization struck Oscar hard, as he thought about the gap between titles and the real challenges the tower faced. As Oscar was lost in thought, his hand was bleeding. Wilter quickly noticed and called out to him with concern. He asked why Oscar was clenching his fist so tightly, and seeing the blood, he took out a cloth from his pocket to bandage the wound. Oscar, still focused on his thoughts, asked Wilter when he planned to leave the tower. Wilter calmly replied that he would be leaving in 2 weeks and reminded Oscar to go to the infirmary to apply medicine to the wound. Oscar, in response, expressed a desire for Wilter to continue being his conversation buddy. Wilter started to respond but was interrupted by Oscar, who told him that he did not need to leave. Oscar was deep in thought, clenching his teeth and fists in frustration. In his mind, he realized that there must be a way to solve the tower's financial struggles and ensure that situations like Wilter's departure due to lack of funds would never happen again. Oscar made a firm decision that he would find a method to earn a large amount of money, to prevent the tower from facing such hardships in the future. This moment showed Oscar's determination to find a solution, not just for himself but also for the people around him who had devoted their lives to the tower. Oscar sat deep in thought with a serious look on his face. He remembered his strong words when he had confidently said that he was going to make sure of it. Now, while resting his elbow on the table and supporting his face with his fist, he questioned himself. He thought, that was what I said, but how am I supposed to do it? The only things he could think of were research, lectures, and commission work. However, he knew that if the payments took too long, it would be a problem. On top of that, he reminded himself that he was still only a level 2 mage. He needed to come up with a business idea that would earn a lot of money fast. After thinking for a moment, he figured that potion making was the only real option that could bring in big money. With this in mind, he picked up a newspaper and started reading. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted something interesting. He leaned forward with surprise. The scene then shifted inside the Vice Tower Master's room. In this room, a girl with long black hair sat across from a man named Maxim. They were having a serious conversation. The girl, whose name was Fidenlina, had an angry and determined expression on her face. She was the elder of the White Tower and the person in charge of managing the tower's finances. She told Maxim that she could not ignore the situation anymore. She explained firmly that this was a case of embezzlement. Maxim, who was calmly holding a cup of coffee, agreed that it was definitely wrong. But just as he began to speak more, Fidenlina interrupted him with frustration. She asked him what he could possibly mean by saying "but in a situation like this." Her voice was filled with anger. Maxim looked calm as he told Fidenlina that the culprit was already reflecting on their actions. But Fidenlina's eyes grew wide with anger as she questioned him. She could not believe that Maxim was willing to let it go so easily. She said that stealing was a habit that only got worse if ignored. Maxim sighed deeply and told her that she did not need to worry so much because there was not much left to steal from their tower anyway. Fidenlina looked even more shocked after hearing that. She leaned forward, moving her face very close to Maxim's, and shouted with anger, accusing him of always arguing against everything she said. She demanded that they throw the child into isolation as punishment. Maxim, now visibly frustrated, refused strongly. He asked what the point was in sending a level 1 child into isolation training, implying that it would be too harsh and pointless. Sitting beside them quietly was another elder named Hamel. He had been listening to their argument, while calmly drinking his coffee. He could not help but think to himself that it was unbelievable these two were respected elders who were nearly 100 years old. To him, they sounded more like bickering children. Hamel gently placed his cup down on the plate and spoke up. He supported Maxim by saying that isolation training would be too harsh and would feel more like torture to the child rather than discipline. Fidenlina tried to speak again, but Hamel cut in before she could finish. He suggested a different punishment. Instead of isolation, he said they should make the child pay 3 times the amount of the research fees they had used. Fidenlina quietly repeated the words, surprised at the lightness of the punishment just 3 times. But Hamel ignored it and suggested they move on to the next topic, hoping to bring an end to the heated argument. Fidenlina spoke again, this time with a worried tone. She said that the tower had very little money left and that they would soon have to make a difficult decision. Leaning back in her chair, she pointed out that there were many unused facilities in the tower. She suggested that if they sold the equipment from the potion production chamber, they could survive for 3 more months. Otherwise, they would be forced to shut the tower down completely. Hamel responded calmly but firmly. With a serious expression, he said he could not allow that to happen. Hearing his strong response, Fidenlina called him by his title, Vice Tower Master, trying to make him see how urgent the situation was. But Hamel continued speaking with calm determination. He reminded them that the magic tower was not just a building, it was a place where mages came together to study magic and share their knowledge. He said that no room with closed walls had fresh air, meaning they needed to keep their future open and alive. He insisted they must not sell their future just to satisfy the hunger of the present moment. Fidenlina, with a defeated and hopeless voice, asked if they even had a future at all. She reminded them that they had already waited 20 years, hoping for a change. Maxim, upset by her words, shouted her name in frustration, but Fidenlina did not stop. She continued, saying that the Vice Tower Master needed to accept reality. Even if a genius who could save their tower existed, she believed that person would never come to them. She had completely lost faith in the future of the tower. As Hamel looked into his coffee, he saw his own reflection in the dark liquid. He seemed lost in thought, and was just about to speak when suddenly, they all heard a knock at the door. This unexpected interruption broke the heavy silence in the room and hinted that someone was about to appear. Fidenlina turned her head with clear frustration and asked who it was, saying that they were in the middle of a meeting. However, Hamel remained calm and told the visitor to come in. The door opened, and Oscar stepped inside with confidence. He greeted them politely and introduced himself as Oscar Crushen. Hamel looked at him with curiosity and asked what the matter was. With a cheerful smile, Oscar said he had a suggestion and asked if he could start a business. Fidenlina was shocked by his request. She pointed at him and expressed her disbelief. She reminded everyone that this was the same young man who had been caught embezzling research funds just a few days earlier. She could not believe that he now wanted to talk about starting a business. Her voice rose in disbelief as she repeated the word business in an exaggerated way, showing just how ridiculous she thought the idea was. But Oscar did not lose his smile. Instead, he calmly placed a newspaper on the table. He explained that he had found something important while reading old newspapers. The article talked about a place called the Vince Estate, which had gone into lockdown because of a terrible flu outbreak. Hamel picked up the newspaper and began reading it himself. He recognized the article and said he had seen it too. He added that people believed it might be the Cadena flu, a dangerous disease. He explained that there was currently no cure for the Cadena flu. In the past, the White Tower had created a vaccine for it, so it had not been a problem back then. However, the recipe for the vaccine had been lost 20 years ago. Oscar pointed out that even the powerful Azure Tower, which was currently leading the potion market, had not been able to reproduce the vaccine. This, he said, was exactly what he wanted to focus on as the starting point for his business idea. Hamel, confused by what he had just heard, asked him what he meant. Oscar stood confidently and explained that he wanted to sell vaccines for the Cadena flu. He reminded them that the White Tower once had complete control over that vaccine in the past, and he said he planned to bring back that monopoly. Fidenlina became frustrated. She snapped back at Oscar and said it was not even worth listening to him. She pointed out that for the past 20 years, magic towers and big pharmaceutical companies had poured in huge amounts of money and labor trying to recreate the vaccine, but none had succeeded. Now here was a young man just 20 years old claiming that he could do what no one else had managed. She did not believe it for a second. But Oscar stayed calm and turned to face her. He admitted that everyone else had failed and also that he really was a 20-year-old kid. Then, with a confident and calm tone, he said that he was a genius. This shocked Fidenlina. Her eyes widened as she shouted at him in anger. Pointing a finger at him, she reminded everyone in the room that Oscar had taken 723,000 bells in research funds from the tower across 17 payments. She added that he had even taken an extra 25,000 bells to buy some kind of illegal miracle medicine. She shouted that an average farmer only made about 20,000 bells a year after taxes. And now this same person had the nerve to stand there and call himself a genius? Before she could say more, Hamel raised his voice and interrupted her. He addressed her formally as Elder Fidenlina and reminded her that Oscar was there to suggest an official investment opportunity as a mage of the White Tower. He acknowledged that she was in charge of finances but told her that she was being too rude. Fidenlina took a deep breath and said she apologized. Oscar looked at her with serious eyes and thought to himself that now he understood why she seemed to hate him so much. It was not personal, she was the treasurer, the one responsible for the tower's finances. It made sense that she would be so strict, especially since he had not done anything helpful in the past 2 years. Still, he put on a smile and turned to Hamel. With confidence, he asked him once more to consider his business idea, saying he was certain about it. Inside his heart, Oscar also thought quietly that he and the original owner of this body were not the same person. Hamill then asked him why he was so certain that the disease spreading was really the Cadena flu. Oscar did not hesitate. He nodded and told Hamill to look at page 2 of the newspaper. Hamill turned the page and read aloud the headline, which said that the Archbishop Baldwin from the El Terra Order had suddenly changed his pilgrimage plans. Instead of continuing his usual journey, he decided to stay in a place called Serin for an entire month to offer blessing prayers. Oscar pointed out how strange that was. Until now, the order had only stayed in big cities for that long, not in smaller places like Serin. Oscar explained further. He said that the El Terra Order worshipped the Mother of Earth, Terra, and that there were only 7 archbishops in the entire order. As leaders of such an important religious group, they were supposed to be pure, dignified, and incorruptible. But Oscar claimed the truth was very different. In reality, the archbishops were far from noble. He revealed that in order to rise to the position of cardinal, the second highest rank in the order, a person needed a massive amount of money to fund their campaign. In that memory, a man had told an old man that members of the El Terra Order were allowed to stay in a city during their pilgrimage for up to a month, but only if they were meeting with nobles or merchants to collect donations. Oscar brought that up to the others and pointed out that Serin, the city where the archbishop was staying, did not really fit that rule. It may have been a big city in the past, but it had become much smaller and less important over time. Maxim nodded and admitted that Oscar was right, but he also said that he had thought the archbishop's stay in Serin was just for offering prayers of blessing. Oscar responded that this made the situation even more strange. Why would the archbishop stay for a whole month just to offer prayers in a place that was now almost barren? Oscar reminded everyone that the pilgrimage route for the El Terra Order had already been set long ago, and it was usually followed exactly. As he spoke, Oscar spun a globe slowly, showing the path that the archbishop was supposed to take. He listed the cities Serin, Mosque, Melbourne, and Greenwale. After visiting those places, the next destination was Vince, the city currently suffering from the flu outbreak. Oscar then pointed to Vince on the globe and explained his thinking. The archbishop had already stayed in Knox for a month before arriving in Serin, and Oscar believed he would continue staying a full month in each of the following cities. He said it looked like the archbishop was purposely delaying his visit to Vince as much as possible. Everyone in the room looked at Oscar with wide eyes, clearly surprised by his deep analysis. Oscar continued speaking with confidence. He explained that if something bad happened during a pilgrimage, the El Terra Order would claim that it was because they had angered the goddess of earth. In their belief, this kind of mistake would be seen as a terrible sin. For an archbishop trying to become a cardinal, such a failure would be like receiving a death sentence. It would destroy his chances and reputation. Maxim listened carefully and then asked if Archbishop Baldwin already knew that the flu in Vince was actually the Cadena flu, and if that was the reason he was delaying his visit. Oscar nodded and said that was exactly how he understood the situation. Fidenlina responded with a calm tone. She admitted that Oscar had done a good job analyzing the situation and that it was impressive, especially coming from someone who focused on magical theory. Still, she reminded him that it was only a theory at the moment and had not been proven true yet. Hamill spoke next. He said he understood what Oscar was trying to say. Oscar, full of hope and energy, tried to speak again, but Hamill gently interrupted him. He said that even though Oscar had a good plan, the tower could not officially sponsor or support him. Oscar looked confused and asked why not. Hamill explained that if they spent their remaining funds on Oscar's project, they would not have enough money left to support the other mages in the tower. Oscar tried to speak again, but before he could finish, Hamill interrupted him once more. This time, Hamill gave a small smile and held up a packet in his hand. He said that while the tower could not officially support Oscar's idea, he personally could. He offered to invest his own money into Oscar's business. This surprised everyone. Fidenlina quickly spoke up, clearly worried, and said that this was not a good idea. But Hamill just laughed and said it was all right. He explained that it was only 30,000 bells and asked if that would be enough. Oscar mumbled the amount with a confused smile, but inside, he was shocked. 30,000 bells was far from enough. It would not even come close to covering the cost of what he needed. But he did not show his panic. Instead, he began thinking of his backup plan. The scene then changed to the potion production chamber. Oscar stood there, preparing ingredients and checking the equipment. He thought to himself that he would have to go with Plan B. The equipment in the lab was still in good condition, so he decided to use it to make a sample of the vaccine. His new goal was to create the sample with the money he had and then take it to the Archbishop to get more funds from him. He believed that if he could show results, he could convince the Archbishop to invest more. As Oscar worked, he noticed Frank nearby, who was also busy. Frank was one of the people most affected by the Cadena flu, and Oscar felt that Frank's desperation made him a good target for getting more support. Oscar put on his safety glasses and thought that it was always best to get money from someone who was desperate to find a solution. He smiled with excitement and said it was time to warm up and get started on the work. Frank looked over at him, clearly confused by Oscar's sudden energy and enthusiasm. He wondered what was wrong with Oscar. Oscar's eyes widened as he stared at the red-colored potion inside the flask. He wore protective glasses while working, but now he took them off and smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself that this was the perfect moment. Then he looked at the bottle in his hand. He felt proud and confident. He had only made this energy drink as a practice run, but it turned out better than expected. He thought that a true master always kept their skills sharp, and now he realized he had worried for nothing. Near him, Frank was struggling. He carried 3 heavy sacks of herbs and looked completely exhausted. He shouted that his back felt like it was going to break, breathing hard from all the effort. Oscar looked at him and appreciated the hard work, asking if he had managed to collect all the missing medicinal herbs. Frank dropped to his knees on the ground, tired and barely able to speak. He confirmed that he got everything and handed Oscar a list, asking if there was anything to drink because he felt like he was about to pass out. Oscar saw the list and told Frank that he did have a fatigue recovery potion. Frank was surprised and asked if it was not something expensive. When Oscar offered it to him anyway, Frank quickly said he wanted it. Oscar handed him the potion with one hand and took the receipt with the other. Frank smiled gratefully, thanked him, and drank the potion right away. After drinking it, he felt the warmth of the potion spread through his body and asked if Oscar had just brewed it because it tasted so fresh and warm. Oscar smiled and nodded, saying that he had just brewed the potion. He opened the sack of herbs and examined the ingredients, holding them in his hand. He praised the quality of the herbs, saying that they were in excellent condition. Frank proudly told him that he had picked out the best ones, but he mentioned that the seller had actually gotten mad at him for being so particular about the quality. Oscar, still sitting in front of Frank, responded with a teasing smile. He said that with Frank's sharp eye for quality, he should have been a merchant instead of a mage. Frank joked back, saying he was thinking about becoming a merchant if the tower ever went broke. As he spoke, Frank suddenly felt a strange sensation in his head, and he placed his hands on his head, trembling. He asked what had just happened, clearly shaken. Oscar apologized immediately, saying he could not help it because Frank had said something bad about the tower. Frank, still confused, asked what he needed to do now. He reminded Oscar that Elder Fidenlina had told him to help Oscar out, saying that it would be difficult for Oscar to do everything by himself. Oscar smiled to himself as he thought about how Frank had been so mean to him at first, but now he was working together with him. He then told Frank that they should start by moving the ingredients. Although he did not really need any help, he figured it was a good time to get started. As he picked up the sacks, he thought about how the White Tower was filled with talented yet troublesome children, who had their own quirks. He considered Frank one of those children. Despite his quirks, Frank was talented, and if he could get his act together, he could really help the tower grow stronger. Oscar continued to work with him. It was a perfect time to confirm if the evaluation he had heard about Frank was true. As Oscar walked toward the table with the sacks, Frank leaned toward him and suddenly realized something. He asked if the ingredients they had were poisonous, noticing that many of them seemed dangerous. Oscar nodded and confirmed that they were indeed poisonous plants. He listed them off were black lilies of the valley, red camellias, ghost mushrooms, and merva leaves. However, he explained that just because they were poisonous did not mean they could not be used for medicine. He asked Frank if he knew what to do with them before they were used, making sure he was prepared for handling these dangerous ingredients. Frank explained how to detoxify the poisonous herbs by putting them in water and boiling them for about 12 hours. This process, he said, would help remove the toxins. Oscar nodded and agreed but pointed out a problem with that method. He explained that while boiling the herbs, many of the nutrients would also be lost. Then Oscar asked Frank if he knew about a dish called dumplings from the Yen dynasty. Frank remembered it, and even mentioned that he had tried some before, wondering why Oscar brought it up. Oscar explained that to make dumplings, a special tool called a steamer was used. He said if they used that same tool to detoxify the herbs, they would be able to preserve most of the nutrients. He added that this method would allow them to extract 98% of the ingredients' effects. Frank was impressed and with surprise asked if monopolizing the potion market would now be possible. Oscar smiled and confirmed that it should be, just like the White Tower had done in the past. Frank, still curious, asked if that was the end of the detoxifying process. Oscar told him that this was just the first step. The steaming would soften the herbs, making them easier to detoxify. The actual detoxifying process would start after that. Oscar opened the steamer carefully and used a magic technique called air drain. He explained with confidence that the purpose of the technique was to extract the toxins from the steam. He told Frank to pay close attention as he continued. After finishing the process, Oscar explained that now the remaining steam should be free of any toxins, and all they needed to do was mix the ingredients in the correct ratio. He said they needed 23% red camellias and 47% myrrh leaves. Then, while holding up a bottle filled with the potion, he said proudly that this was the remedy for the Cadena flu and asked Frank what he thought about it. Oscar added that it was easy to make, right? Frank looked down at the bottom of the bottle with wide eyes, shocked by the result. Then Oscar turned to him and encouraged him to try it next. Frank murmured with confusion, questioning if he really had to try that. Deep inside, he panicked. He thought to himself that it was easier said than done. He had not even mastered the ability to use different magics at the same time. But he could not just admit to Oscar that he did not know how to dual cast. Frustrated and nervous, he asked if he should start with the air drain spell. When Frank began using the magic technique, Oscar silently observed his hands. He noticed that Frank's mana control was a little unstable, but still, it was not bad. In fact, he was doing better than Oscar had expected. However, Oscar also knew that Frank's current skill level could only take him so far. Still, Frank tried his best and managed to detoxify the ingredients. Then Oscar, with a gentle smile and turning his head toward Frank, asked if something was wrong, noticing the uncertain look on Frank's face. Frank looked at Oscar with a mix of frustration and embarrassment. He admitted that Oscar was teasing him because he still could not dual cast. He explained that only mages at level 4 or 5 usually understood how to use that kind of advanced technique, and he was still just level 3. Oscar did not laugh or mock him. Instead, he offered to teach him. Frank's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that. He could not believe that Oscar was actually going to teach him a secret technique that so many other mages kept to themselves. Oscar calmly told him that it was not as hard as it seemed, as long as someone understood the principles behind it. He explained it by telling Frank to imagine setting up partitions in his mind. On the left side of the partition, he should focus on using one type of magic, and on the right side, he should use a different one. Oscar encouraged him to try it without fear, saying he had nothing to lose. Frank, still confused, repeated the word partitions under his breath as he slowly lifted both of his hands toward the forming ball of toxins. He focused hard, trying to imagine the mental division as Oscar described. Oscar clapped his hands and smiled, proudly announcing that Frank had just learned how to dual cast. Frank stood in shock, asking in disbelief if it had really been that easy all along. He could not understand why such a useful technique had been hidden from others. He admitted that he had expected it to be extremely difficult. Oscar answered calmly, saying that it was because others were greedy. In his mind, Oscar thought about how the senior mages had spent so much time and effort learning dual casting and did not want to share their knowledge with their juniors for free. Feeling more confident now, Frank began to mix the ingredients with care, using 23% red camellias and 47% myrrh leaves, just as Oscar had taught him earlier. Oscar continued thinking to himself. He realized that the tradition of keeping techniques secret had become a deep-rooted habit among mages. But on a battlefield soaked in blood, such selfish traditions were nothing but a burden. In war, survival depended on sharing techniques and discussing ideas every single day. Oscar believed that the White Tower needed to change. It needed interactive teaching and open knowledge exchange, not secrecy and pride. Meanwhile, Frank successfully finished preparing a potion. He looked at the bottle in his hands with eyes full of joy and pride, the liquid glowing slightly in the glass. Oscar watched him and thought to himself that Frank had done a great job by getting that first step right so quickly. Then he smiled and praised him, saying he did well and had real talent. Oscar even admitted that he honestly did not expect Frank to get it right on his very first try. Frank blushed slightly and replied that it was only because Oscar had explained everything so clearly and simply. Oscar teased him with a grin, saying that Frank looked pretty angry at him earlier. Frank smiled back and sat down on the ground next to a sack full of leftover ingredients. He looked at the pile and said with determination that there were still a lot more ingredients to go through, so he had to get started on them quickly. Oscar turned his eyes and told Frank that he had a bigger steamer. He suggested they use it to extract everything at once, to save time and energy. Frank nodded and agreed with a cheerful voice. A few hours later, the table was filled with many bottles of the freshly made potion, all lined up neatly. Frank, completely exhausted, dropped to the floor and lay there tiredly. He groaned and said with a weak voice that he felt like he was going to die from all the hard work. Oscar stood near the table, counting the potions they had finished making. He announced that there were 514 bottles in total. Just then, the lab door swung open with a loud noise. Maxim rushed inside, looking panicked, and shouted that there was a problem. Oscar quickly asked what was wrong. Maxim held up a note and showed it to him. The note contained troubling news. It said that the Azure Towers pharmaceutical company, Newtech, had confirmed Serin's visit just 1 hour ago. The note also said that the purpose of the visit was likely a meeting with Archbishop Baldwin. Maxim looked serious as he said it seemed like they were already too late. Oscar stared at the note, his face tense with concern. In his mind, he realized that the Azure Tower had not just been stalling, they had a well-thought-out plan from the beginning. Maxim spoke again with a worried tone, saying that if Newtech had already gotten the contract first, their remedy might no longer be needed. But before he could finish, Frank interrupted him. With sadness in his voice that their remedy would be useless if the deal had already been made. He looked heartbroken. Seeing Frank's tearful expression, Maxim tried to cheer him up. He told him that sometimes, life just brings bad luck, and this might be one of those moments. But Oscar was not ready to give up. He turned his eyes with determination and said that it was not over yet. He explained that if he remembered correctly, the Cadena flu was classified as a B-rank disaster. That meant there was still one thing they could try. Maxim looked confused and asked if that was really true. Oscar nodded with confidence. Then he turned to the elder and asked if his flight speed was faster than most wagons. It was clear Oscar had a new plan in mind. On a bright and shiny day in the city of Serin, inside a certain lodging, the scene was calm and peaceful. In a quiet room, an old man sat comfortably on a sofa, his posture showing calm authority. Suddenly, a voice informed him that the guests he had been expecting had arrived. The old man, without standing, calmly gave the order to let them in. This man was Archbishop Baldwin, a high figure from the Altera Order, which was the state religion of the Empire. A moment later, 2 men walked into the room through the door. They greeted the Archbishop with a respectful bow and placed a hand over their chest. He spoke formally, saying they had arrived safely thanks to the Archbishop's care. These 2 men were important figures. One was Moira Main, a level 5 mage from the powerful Azure Tower. The other was Neil Bryan, the managing director of Newtech, a well-known pharmaceutical company. Archbishop Baldwin smiled and pointed to the sofa across from him, inviting them to sit down. Moira politely thanked him and took his seat. The Archbishop then asked with interest how the production of the Cadena flu remedy was progressing. Moira replied seriously, saying that things were going very well. The Archbishop laughed in satisfaction and praised both the Azure Tower and Newtech, saying their success was expected. He asked when the remedy would be ready. Moira explained that they only needed to finish the clinical trials. Neil, with sharp and focused eyes, added that once the results of the trials were successful, they would be able to get official approval from the Empire's Food and Drug Administration. Moira smiled politely and spoke again, but his words carried a deeper meaning. He reminded the Archbishop that, as he already knew, clinical trials were not something that could be completed in just a day or 2. They required time. The Archbishop, growing more curious and concerned, asked when they planned to officially launch the sales of the medicine. Moira answered with a promise, saying they would finish everything within half a year. The Archbishop's eyes widened in disbelief, and he suddenly shouted with frustration. He explained that he had to leave for Vince in 4 months, which meant that half a year was too late. Moira tried to continue speaking and explain their schedule, but before he could finish, there was a sudden knock on the door. The Archbishop, already annoyed by the delay, asked sharply what it was now. A voice from outside the door informed him that another mage had come to visit. The Archbishop gave permission to let the person in, but turned toward Moira and Neil with a puzzled look. He asked them why they had not told him that someone else would be joining them. Moira looked genuinely confused and replied that they had not brought anyone else with them. This made the Archbishop even more curious, and he looked toward the door, wondering who this unexpected guest could be. Then the door opened and Oscar entered the room. He carried himself with calm confidence. He greeted them using the proper phrase of the El Terra Order, LCIA, and showed respect by placing his hand over his chest and bowing politely. He introduced himself as Oscar Crushen, a level 2 mage from the White Tower. He said clearly that he had come to make a good offer. Moira turned to look at him, his sharp eyes filled with suspicion, watching Oscar closely. The moment continued in the Archbishop's room, where the atmosphere had suddenly become tense and curious. The Archbishop looked at Oscar with a confused expression and asked what business a mage from the White Tower had with him. Oscar stood calmly in front of everyone and answered that he had come regarding the sale of the Cadena flu cure. Moira, Neil, and the Archbishop all looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting someone from the White Tower to be involved in the same matter. The Archbishop commented on the strange timing and said that Moira and Neil were also there to discuss the same thing. Oscar smiled and took a deep breath before asking with a light tone if he had arrived too late. The Archbishop shook his head and said not at all, explaining that the other group had not fully prepared yet. Oscar seemed relieved and said that the White Tower was ready to start negotiations immediately if needed. But the peaceful moment broke when Moira suddenly pointed at Oscar and shouted angrily. He claimed that the White Tower had neither the money nor the technology to create a cure, accusing him of lying. The Archbishop calmly responded that Moira had made a valid point. Then he asked Oscar for his full name. Oscar smiled, seeming a bit playful, and at first began to say Sage but quickly corrected himself and said his name was Oscar Crushen. The Archbishop nodded and addressed him properly, asking once again if he truly had a real cure. In response, Oscar stepped forward and placed a box on the table. He asked who would dare to lie in front of an Archbishop of the El Terra Order. Then he opened the box, and inside was a bottle containing a potion. He explained that it was a sample of the cure. After seeing the potion sample, Archbishop Baldwin smiled and asked Oscar a serious question. He wanted to know how many bottles of the remedy the White Tower could produce, and by when, in case they moved forward with the negotiations. Just as he asked that, Moira became frustrated and called out the Archbishop's name sharply in anger. Archbishop Baldwin responded by shouting back at him, demanding to know why he was yelling at him. He reminded him that they were the ones who had come unprepared. Moira's voice trembled as he tried to explain their position. He began to say that they didn't yet have approval from the Empire's Food and Drug Administration. Then, turning toward Oscar with a sharp tone, he asked if he had received FDA approval for the White Tower's cure. Oscar looked confused and answered honestly, saying no. Moira smiled, feeling he had proven his point. He turned back to the Archbishop and explained that the White Tower's situation was no different from their own. He added that once they got approval, they could begin mass production using factories across the continent. Moira also reminded the Archbishop about the strength and reputation of the Azure Tower. He claimed that the cure they were developing, together with Newtech, the best pharmaceutical company, would be much better in quality. His words were full of confidence and pride. Oscar listened quietly, then responded by turning his eyes toward him. He calmly said that his point was fair. But then, with a slightly amused tone, he added that it was interesting to hear him talk about the Azure Tower's long history in front of a mage from the White Tower. His words suggested that the White Tower was not something to underestimate. Moira glared at Oscar and shouted in anger, demanding that he take back his comment about the White Tower and Azure Tower. But Oscar remained calm and careless. He asked if he had said something wrong, then questioned him with a small smile. According to history, which magic tower had been established first? Moira tried to brush it off and replied that it was just a 5-year difference. But Oscar did not let that slide. He repeated his words with sarcasm and called it interesting. He explained that the 5-year difference he was referring to was the very gap that all masters of the Azure Tower had been trying to close for years. He claimed that it was a gap that would never close, even in 1,000 or 10,000 years, because that was how history worked. Moira clenched his fists in frustration, while Oscar went on. He reminded him that just 20 years ago, the White Tower had a complete monopoly over the potion market. Moira responded in a careless tone, saying that it was all in the past and no one remembered it anymore. Oscar looked at him and repeated his words with disbelief. He asked if that was truly how he thought of the past. His calm voice held power, and suddenly, Moira felt something strange. He thought to himself with confusion, wondering what that strange sensation was. That aura Oscar had just released did not feel like something a level 2 mage should be able to give off. Oscar then said he would have to remind him of that past. Moira, now a bit unsure, asked what he meant. Just then, their conversation was interrupted when a young boy suddenly slammed the door open with a loud sound. He rushed in and shouted the Archbishop's name. Holding a telephone in his hand and looking worried, he said he was sorry to interrupt, but there was an urgent call. The Archbishop was surprised when the boy informed him that the Lord of Vince was calling. Everyone in the room was curious as the Archbishop took the phone. When he answered, the voice on the other end immediately greeted him respectfully, saying LCIA, and thanked him for his immeasurable kindness. This surprises the Archbishop, who murmured kindness, not sure why he was being thanked. The Lord of Vince continued to speak, explaining that the White Tower's elder had told him that the Archbishop had secretly worked with them to prepare the cure for the Cadena flu. He went on to say that the cure was a miracle, as all the patients who took the shot were cured in just a few hours. The Lord of Vince called this rapid healing a blessing from the goddess. The Archbishop, still surprised by the praise, laughed in relief and asked if there had been any side effects from the treatment. The Lord of Vince responded that there had been no side effects and described the cure as amazing. The Lord then asked when the second batch of the cure would be available. He explained that he had asked the White Tower's elder the same thing, but the elder told him that it was up to the Archbishop to decide. While asking, the Lord clarified that he was not trying to rush the Archbishop, but simply wanted to know when he could expect more of the cure to be produced. Continuing the conversation with the Lord of Vince, the Archbishop smiled, still confused by the call, and said that they would send the second batch of the cure as soon as it was ready. He assured the Lord that it would not take too long. The Lord of Vince expressed his gratitude with a loud LCIA before the Archbishop hung up the phone. Turning to Oscar with a smile, the Archbishop asked if this success was Oscar's doing. Oscar nodded and confirmed that it seemed the cure had made it to the Lord of Vince without any issues. Moira, clearly upset, slammed his hand on the table in frustration and shouted angrily at the Archbishop. He accused Oscar of breaking the FDA laws and demanded that Oscar be punished for it. Oscar calmly denied Moira's accusations, saying that Moira clearly did not understand the laws very well. He asked if Moira knew anything about laws related to wars. Moira yelled back, angrily telling Oscar not to change the topic. He demanded an explanation as to why Oscar was bringing up the subject of wars. Oscar, seeing that Moira had likely forgotten the harsh realities of the past, thought to himself that it must have been incredibly peaceful for the past 20 years. He then began to explain, recalling the war against the demons that took place 22 years ago. He explained that during that war, a pandemic was the most deadly weapon, taking many lives. Even though mages worked quickly to produce treatments, the FDA took too long to approve them, and many people died before they could receive the necessary treatment. Oscar then mentioned that His Majesty had added a statement to the laws in response to this issue. The statement was part of Article 42, Clause 8, which said that in cases of war, treatments for the wounded would be categorized as special treatments. These special treatments would not be subject to the regular FDA approval process. This change allowed for faster action in emergency situations, like wars or pandemics. Moira, still angry, clenched his fist and shouted that they were not at war right now. Oscar, staying calm, explained that there were 3 situations in which a situation could be considered a war. First, when there was war with another species or nation. Second, during a revolution. And lastly, when there was a disaster of above B-class severity. Moira was confused by this explanation, so Oscar continued to say that the Cadena flu was a B-class natural disaster, which meant that the treatment did not need to follow the FDA's laws. Neil, who had been silent until now, spoke up angrily, suggesting that if the White Tower could do it, so could the Azure Tower. He proposed that they send the treatment to the Vince estate immediately. However, the Archbishop interrupted him and said that Neil did not understand the situation. Neil asked in confusion what the Archbishop meant. The Archbishop explained that the race was over as soon as the White Tower's treatments reached Vince. He also pointed out that the Lord of Vince believed he was working with the White Tower, so he could not suddenly claim that it was the Azure Tower that was behind the treatment. Neil tried to convince the Archbishop by offering to lower the price of the treatment, but the Archbishop shouted in anger, slamming his fist onto the sofa handle. He was furious and asked Neil if he was trying to buy his image with money. Neil quickly corrected himself, insisting that he did not mean to offend the Archbishop, but the Archbishop shouted, telling him to stop and not say anything else. He ordered them to leave. Moira and Neil were both shocked by the Archbishop's harsh response. Moira stood up, clenching his fists, and walked towards the exit. He glared at Oscar with cold expressions and warned him that he would make him pay for this. Oscar, Watching Moira thought to himself, wondering if these people always had a book of villain dialogues ready. It reminded him of the same behavior from 20 years ago. With a smile, Oscar responded that he had already registered the patent for the treatment and vaccine with the palace. Moira, startled by this, turned and shouted in shock, asking what Oscar meant by that. Oscar, amused, explained that if they wanted to sell the treatment they made, they would have to pay fees to the White Tower. If they did not want to pay, they would have to throw the treatment away. Moira, furious, clenched his teeth and left, walking out the door while clenching his fists. Inside the room, Neil, bowing respectfully to the Archbishop, said that he would leave. Neil leaves after being dismissed by the Archbishop. As he walks past Oscar, Oscar notices a unique scent on Neil, one that smells like mint. This smell catches Oscar's attention, but he doesn't have time to think about it because the door closes behind Neil, and the focus shifts back to the conversation with the Archbishop. Once the door is closed, the Archbishop invites Oscar to sit down, signaling that they can now have a proper discussion. Oscar thanks him and takes a seat. The Archbishop then brings up the topic of the price for the treatment, mentioning that the Azure Tower and Newtek had previously asked for 2 million bells. This sets up the context for the negotiation about the cost of the treatment. However, Oscar responds with confidence that if they wanted 2 million bells, he would ask for 5 million bells instead. His response is playful, but also shows his confidence in the value of the treatment he's offering. The Archbishop, taken aback, laughs and asks if Oscar is serious about such a high price. A few hours later at the White Tower, Fidenlina was in shock when she saw the check in her hand. She shouted in surprise, staring at the amount, and said, "What is this? 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10 million? 10 million bells?" Oscar smiled proudly, clearly pleased with the amount. In her excitement, Fidenlina hugged him from behind and said, "Goodness, little brat." She knew Oscar could do it. Maxim, who was standing nearby, also expressed his happiness and said he believed in Oscar from the start. Hamel, who had been quietly observing, looked at the check with surprise and said, "This is surprising. What happened? Not even the Archbishop would give this much." Oscar explained, there were additional fees. Hamel, still confused, asked, "What kind of fees is that?" Oscar's smile grew wider as he replied, "That is advertisement fees." Oscar nodded with a smile on his face. He told the Archbishop that the official announcement from the White Tower should explain that just as Archbishop Baldwin had once received a revelation predicting the outbreak of the Cadena flu, they were able to prepare antidotes quickly because of another revelation. Oscar knew that for someone like Baldwin, who was aiming to become the next cardinal, receiving a revelation from Mother Earth would make the Archbishop title even more tempting. Oscar seemed very happy as he explained that Baldwin must have been very pleased, because he paid 1 million bells for the contract, which was much more than they had originally asked for. It was an impressive deal, especially for an archbishop who usually liked to be careful with resources. Oscar added that, in exchange, he had promised they would deliver vaccines and antidotes within a week. Hamel, sitting comfortably on his chair, smiled and said it was incredible. He mentioned that the disciplinary committee had only demanded 3 times the amount of money that had been embezzled, but Oscar had managed to bring in 400 times that amount. Hamel decided that they would end the disciplinary actions immediately, and asked if anyone had any objections. Fidenlina, filled with excitement, clenched her fist and said there were none at all. Hamel then turned back to Oscar and told him that if he needed any support, he should not hesitate to ask, because 1 week would be a very tight deadline. Oscar, standing firmly in front of him, replied that they would need to gather mages who were at level 4 or higher, and as many as possible, to complete the task in time. Hamel nodded, showing he agreed with the plan, and said that he would take responsibility for gathering the mages they needed. He told Oscar that he would leave the job of sorting and organizing the volunteers to him. Then Hamel looked at Elder Fidenlina and asked her kindly to put out an official announcement inside the magic tower. Fidenlina's eyes lit up with excitement and curiosity as she asked what exactly she should announce. Hamel explained clearly that she should tell everyone that the potion production lab was looking for mages who were level 4 or higher. He added that those who chose to participate would not only be paid for their work, but they would also be given a meat side dish with every meal, making the offer even more attractive. A few hours later, inside the potion production lab, many mages had already gathered. They came from different parts of the magic tower and had different levels of skill, but they were all interested because of the announcement. The lab became noisy and full of chatter. One curious mage asked aloud if they would really be given meat at every meal. Another mage, looking excited, quickly replied that there were even rumors it would be pork. Hearing this, the first mage almost started drooling and happily said that it sounded awesome, showing how motivated they were by the food reward. At that moment, Oscar and Frank entered the lab together. Frank looked around at the surprising number of people and commented that it was an amazing sight, saying he never imagined this area would become so popular. Oscar, wanting to begin the important meeting, clapped his hands loudly to get everyone's attention. He called out seriously to the seniors and asked them to listen carefully. However, the crowd was too noisy and excited, and nobody listened. They continued talking to each other, ignoring Oscar completely. Seeing that they would not quiet down, Oscar thought for a moment, and then decided to use a magic technique called sound binding. As soon as he cast the spell, a sharp sound filled the air. All the mages immediately covered their ears in frustration and shouted out, asking what that terrible noise was. After the noisy group finally quieted down, Oscar stood in front of them and spoke loudly, asking everyone to pay attention. He explained that the reason they were all gathered there was to make vaccines and antidotes for the Cadena flu. He told them clearly that he needed their help. Hearing this, one mage whispered in surprise, asking if it was really Oscar who had gathered them. Another mage replied, wondering why the genius Oscar was bowing down to regular mages like them. A third mage spoke with doubt, questioning how Oscar could possibly make medicine and if this was just another scam. Even after Oscar spoke so seriously, many of the mages still did not pay attention to him properly. Oscar looked at them with wide, confused eyes. Feeling frustrated, he turned to Frank and asked if the others simply did not like him. Frank nodded calmly. Oscar then asked why they disliked him so much. Frank, being honest, explained that Oscar had a bad reputation because of everything he had done in the past. He reminded Oscar that he had been annoying and arrogant, had wasted the Magic Tower's important resources without doing any real research, and had spent most of his time drinking alcohol instead of working. Hearing this, Oscar thought to himself with a nervous expression that maybe he really had been that terrible, but he still wanted to try his best now. While Oscar and Frank were talking, a girl with long blonde hair raised her hand. She looked serious and asked Oscar politely if she could ask a few questions. She wanted to know, since all of the White Tower's production methods had been lost, how they were planning to make the medicine. Oscar answered confidently that he had recovered the lost methods. Hearing this, one boy reacted with surprise, asking if that was really true. However, another boy, who looked at Oscar with sharp, distrustful eyes, quickly pointed out that they should not trust him so easily, reminding everyone about all the money Oscar had wasted in the past. The girl with long blonde hair looked at Oscar seriously and asked if the effects of the antidote had been proven. Oscar nodded and replied that they had been proven, and he also added that a formal contract had been made with the order. Hearing that, the girl spoke again, pointing out that if the antidote was really that valuable, its worth must be a fortune. She warned that if the production method was leaked outside, getting a meat side dish would seem like nothing compared to the real loss. She then questioned Oscar, asking why he trusted them so easily by sharing such important information. Oscar, holding a piece of paper in his hand, answered honestly. He admitted that he did not even know why all of them were still staying at the White Tower, instead of leaving for better opportunities elsewhere. The girl became angry at his words. She asked sharply if that was really the attitude of someone who was asking his seniors for a favor. She said coldly that she felt like she had wasted her time by coming there. Then she turned away and added that she did not know what hidden intentions the so-called great genius had behind saying such things, but she believed that not a single person there deserved to be spoken to like that. As she started walking away, Oscar looked at her back and said clearly that he knew exactly what all of them had given up for the White Tower. Hearing those unexpected words, the girl stopped and turned her head to look at him. Oscar smiled warmly and spoke to her directly. He called her by her full name, saying she was Lena White, a level 5 mage, only 25 years old. He reminded her that because of her great talent and good judgment, 7 different corporations, including the powerful Red Tower, had tried to scout her. But despite all those offers, she had rejected every single one of them and chosen to stay at the White Tower. Oscar's words showed that he truly understood their loyalty and sacrifice. Oscar continued speaking, now looking at a boy with green hair. He said that Herrick Dryan was a level 5 mage, 26 years old. Oscar revealed that the royal palace, impressed by Herrick's magic martial arts skills, had offered him the position of a royal mage, but Herrick had declined the offer. Herrick looked confused and asked how Oscar knew such personal information. However, Oscar did not stop. He moved his gaze to another boy with long black hair and spoke about him too. Oscar said that Descartes Rain, also a level 5 mage and 26 years old, had been offered an instructor position at the Imperial Academy not once, but 4 times, and yet he had refused every offer. Oscar then turned to a girl wearing glasses and having bangs. He spoke about her as well, saying she was Sophia Rose, a level 4 mage, 25 years old. Oscar praised her creative skills in alchemy, and explained that the Golden Tower had tried to recruit her because of her talent, but she had rejected them too. After naming these few people, Oscar said that everyone else present in the room had also received similar offers from other important places. He admitted honestly that if an offer like that had come to him, he was not sure if he would have been strong enough to refuse it. Yet all of them had stayed loyal and never abandoned the White Tower. Lena, the blonde-haired girl, looked at Oscar seriously and asked if the elders knew about all of these secret offers and meetings. Oscar nodded and answered that the elders had known. However, they had no choice but to pretend they did not know because they did not want to burden the young mages with guilt or pressure. Oscar finished by saying that the White Tower was currently going through the coldest and hardest time they had ever faced. Even though everyone there could have easily gone somewhere warmer, somewhere better, they had all chosen to stay and fight through the cold together. Oscar smiled warmly at everyone and spoke in a gentle voice. He said that if he could not trust people like them, then who could he trust at all? He then pretended to wipe his tears in a dramatic way and added that if they still did not like it, then there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing Oscar act so emotionally, Frank looked at him with a flat expression and muttered that Oscar's tears were nothing more than crocodile tears. Oscar, still keeping up his act, continued speaking and said that if nobody wanted to help, then just the two of them, meaning him and Frank, would struggle to make the medicine on their own. Hearing that, Frank gave him a sharp look and asked if Oscar really meant him as part of that statement. But Oscar simply ignored Frank's comment. Instead, he picked up his safety glasses and told Frank seriously to hurry up. Oscar said that if they were going to do all the work with just the two of them, they needed to start right away without wasting any time. Lena, still confused by what was happening, looked at Oscar, who was now wearing his safety glasses. She made a small fake cough to catch his attention. Then she walked over to him and asked if all they needed to do was wear the goggles. Before Oscar could answer, Herrick stepped forward with a big smile and said yes, and questioned why they would leave all the work to Oscar and Frank alone. Herrick asked cheerfully what he should start with, ready to help. Sophia, the girl with glasses and bangs, also joined in. She fixed her glasses with a bright smile and shouted toward the others at the back of the room, telling them not to just stand there and watch but to hurry up and get started too. The atmosphere quickly changed. Everyone was now motivated to help. Frank laughed quietly and said to Oscar that he could not believe Oscar had managed to convince people with just his words. Frank joked that he must be dreaming. Oscar, feeling happy, turned his head toward Frank and replied with an amused tone that a dream like this was not bad at all. Oscar turned toward all the mages and spoke with a bit of sadness in his voice. He said that he wanted to tell them in advance that the meat they would get with their meals was not pork. At first, someone shouted with disappointment, asking if it was chicken instead. Another mage joked in worry, wondering if it might even be rat meat. But then, they all cheered with excitement when they found out it was actually beef. Everyone's mood turned happy again. Thanks to all their hard work, the vaccines and antidotes were successfully created, and they even reached 140% of the original goal, which was far beyond what they had planned. Then the scene shifted to 1 week later. It was a bright and shiny day. Oscar walked into the greenhouse and noticed something strange on the ground. There was a heart shape made out of flower petals. Oscar looked at it and thought to himself, wondering if it was the work of old man Walter. He smiled to himself and sat down on a chair. While picking up a newspaper, Oscar guessed that Walter must have finally returned and that the Vice Tower Master probably found him and dragged him back to the White Tower. Oscar decided that he would say hello when he saw Walter later. As Oscar relaxed, he started reading the newspaper. The headlines were filled with good news. One article announced that the Vince territory had officially declared the end of the pandemic just 2 days after distributing the Cadena flu antidote. Another headline said that the revival of the White Tower might be starting, calling it a small stone that was causing big waves in the potion market. Oscar's own name was mentioned too. He had been nominated as a candidate for this year's Peace Award. Another article quoted the White Tower, humbly giving credit to the goddess for their success. Meanwhile, National support for Archbishop Baldwin was rising rapidly. Oscar feeling pleased, and thought to himself that everything was going according to plan. While he was deep in thought, Frank arrived, calling Oscar's name loudly. Frank's eyes were shining with excitement as he rushed over, holding a list tightly in his hand. He shouted that it was awesome and told Oscar that vaccine orders were pouring in from everywhere. With a big grin, Frank handed the list to Oscar and clenched his fists in excitement. He explained that the Northern Territories, the Order, and even the Imperial family had placed large orders for the vaccine. Frank cursed in amazement, saying that making a couple of million bells from this situation was nothing compared to the huge success they were seeing. Oscar calmly answered that if people cared about their lives, then of course they needed the vaccine. He said that the most urgent fires had been put out for now. Frank, still excited but thinking ahead, pointed out that this rush of vaccine orders would probably calm down after a while. Oscar teased him and said in a joking tone that Frank was smarter than he looked, and agreed that the demand would not last forever. Frank, a little annoyed but laughing, asked if Oscar thought he was an idiot. He said that once people finished getting vaccinated, there would be no more reason to buy vaccines, since the next flu outbreak would probably not happen for dozens of years. Oscar smiled warmly, and reassured him that he did not need to worry about money. Oscar said he had already prepared a new potion that would always be in demand. Hearing this, Frank clenched his fists again with even more excitement. He shouted that Oscar had not just recovered one potion recipe but had planned even further ahead. Frank asked with amazement if it was true that Oscar had recovered the Star Tears, a legendary potion he had only ever heard about in rumors. Oscar told Frank that, for now, they would be selling low and mid-rank potions, not the legendary Star Tears. He explained that it was not the right time for that high-level potion. Inside, Oscar reflected on the Star Tears, which was known as the most famous recovery potion of the White Tower. It was a miraculous potion, with the ability to heal nearly any injury, and it was even rumored to bring people back to life. Oscar knew that releasing this powerful potion would make a huge impact, but it would also attract a lot of unwanted attention. Greedy people would try to steal the recipe for the potion, which would create chaos. Oscar felt safe for now because he had used Archbishop Baldwin as a shield, but he knew that they needed to build up the White Tower's strength first before releasing something so valuable. Oscar then smiled at Frank and, seeing that Frank had mentioned it, he asked him to go gather the materials for the potion. Frank immediately regretted mentioning it, knowing how difficult it would be to gather those ingredients. Oscar then started listing the necessary ingredients: lantus leaves and pison stems. Frank interrupted him, worried about the difficulty of gathering even those two ingredients. He pointed out that those herbs had been rare for a long time and that it would be a real challenge to find them. Oscar, surprised by Frank's response, asked what he meant. Frank explained that these herbs had once been Serin's specialty products, but it had been a long time since that was true. The herb fields where those plants had once grown had disappeared, making it even harder to find the ingredients. The other scene was Oscar and Frank were on a long, tiring walk, clearly far from any place where transportation could help them. Frank, feeling the exhaustion and frustration building up, shouted at Oscar in disbelief. He could not understand why Oscar had insisted on walking all the way to this remote location, especially since it seemed unnecessary. He was upset, asking Oscar if it was really required to go to a place where even the carriage could not reach. Frank recalled the words of the man who had been driving the carriage, who had told them that the carriage could not go any deeper into the area. This made the journey even more difficult. Oscar turned around to face Frank and calmly reassured him, telling him to hold on a little longer. Oscar pointed out that they had already walked 10 miles, so they were almost at their destination. Frank, however, was surprised and confused when Oscar used the word miles. He asked Oscar why he was using a unit of measurement that had been out of use for nearly 18 years. Oscar, just as confused, turned to Frank with wide eyes, asking him if miles were no longer used. Frank, looking more confused at Oscar's confusion, explained that the unit miles had been replaced with meters after the war. Even measurements like weight had been changed from pounds to grams. Frank then joked, wondering if Oscar had been reading too many old texts while recovering the potion recipe, implying that Oscar was still thinking in outdated terms. Oscar is still processing a significant change in the world around him. He is in shock because familiar measurements like pounds and miles have been replaced by grams and kilometers. This change feels unsettling for him. He acknowledges that while pounds were harder to calculate, he had grown attached to them, and now he feels nostalgic for the old system. This sense of nostalgia suggests that Oscar is struggling with the loss of things that were once comfortable and familiar to him. The moment of reflection is interrupted by Frank, who draws Oscar's attention to a hut in the distance. They walk towards it, and Frank knocks on the door. The old man who answers seems surprised and somewhat suspicious that they walk all the way to his hut, suggesting that it's in a remote or isolated location. Frank explains that they had to walk, as the carriage could only take them to the entrance of the area. As the two are standing there, they hear the sound of multiple cars approaching. This shift in the scene creates a sense of anticipation. When car finally screeches to a halt in front of the hut, the noise and sudden arrival of a man indicate that something significant is about to happen. The man in the car casually asks the old man if he is considering selling his land today, which introduces a new conflict or challenge for the old man. The scene started with an old man opening his door wide and stepping outside into the open air. Right then, a man rushed toward him and shouted with frustration that it was time for him to stop being so stubborn. The man said he was willing to pay 10 times more money than he would offer for other pieces of land. Oscar and Frank were standing nearby, watching everything happen with puzzled faces. Frank turned to Oscar and quietly asked what was going on. Oscar, feeling just as lost, answered that he was not sure. The old man stood his ground, crossing his arms in front of his chest, and replied strongly that there was no way he would sell, not even if the man offered him the Grand Nisrilo castle itself. The man, trying to keep his cool, gave a sly smirk and said that playing hard to get might be interesting in the beginning, but if the old man continued to live like that and died alone, nobody would even remember him. It was then revealed that the pushy man was a businessman named Dever Paywall. The old man, clearly growing more annoyed, snapped back that it was none of Dever's business. His name was introduced as herbalist Ivan. Dever, still pretending to act friendly, explained that he was only saying all this for Ivan's benefit. He advised Ivan to sell the land quickly and use the money to live the rest of his life in comfort. Dever also warned that once factories started getting built all around Ivan's land, its value would drop to nothing. But Ivan was not scared at all. He gave a small, confident smile and said that as long as he was alive, he would never allow any factory to be built in the area. He made it very clear that he would protect his land no matter what. Dever stared at Ivan for a moment with a cold look in his eyes, then he turned his head toward his guards and ordered them to leave. He said, "Let's go, guys." One of the guards quickly nodded and answered, "Sir." The guard hurried to open the car door for Dever. Dever began stepping inside the car, but just as he was about to sit down, he turned back toward Ivan with a mocking smile. Dever said that he had trampled on some herbs on his way there. Without waiting for a reply, he threw a pack of money toward Ivan and said that the money could be the price for damaging the herbs. After tossing the money, Dever sat inside the car and waved a quick goodbye to them like he was dealing with trash. As they drove away, Dever spoke to the guard who was sitting in the front passenger seat. He asked if the clothes of the two men standing next to Ivan had been robes from the White Tower. Dever frowned and asked what those beggar fools from the White Tower were doing there. The guard guessed that they probably came for herbs and added that he had heard the White Tower made a lot of money recently because of a new vaccine. Dever, growing curious, threw his glasses onto the seat and asked sharply how much money they made. The guard, trying to stay calm, handed a newspaper to Dever and said it was quite a lot, suggesting he should read the article himself. Dever read the newspaper and, after a moment, exploded with rage. He slammed the newspaper against the guard's head and shouted angrily, calling him a fool and scolding him for not saying this important news earlier. Dever's mind was filled with worry. He thought to himself, what if that old man managed to get the White Tower's support? If that happened, Ivan would be able to resist for a few more years, refusing to sell his land. Dever knew he could not let that happen. His situation was already dangerous, and it was getting harder for him to pay the interest on his growing loans. Dever called out to the guard, who looked back at him in confusion and said, "Pardon?" Dever leaned forward from his seat and asked in a serious voice if the guards still had contact with the mercenaries they had used before. Dever ordered him to commission them tonight. The guard, not fully understanding, asked what kind of commission he meant. Dever gave a cold laugh and said what else could it be, making it very clear what he wanted. As the guard tried to protest and mentioned that Ivan was a recognized figure, Dever lost his patience. He slammed the newspaper against the guard's head again and shouted that they could simply kill Ivan and make it look like he had gone missing. Dever explained that once the land had no owner, it would be auctioned off, and they could buy it easily. Inside his mind, Dever thought that it would look a little suspicious, but he had strong supporters backing him up, so he was not too worried. The guard, holding his head in pain, asked nervously what would happen if the White Tower's mages stayed at the herb farm. Dever, completely ruthless now, said that if they got in the way, they would kill them too without hesitation. The guard, clearly scared now, warned that if the 4 main magic towers got involved, it would be difficult for them to handle the situation, and Ivan was not just any weak old man. But Dever simply smirked and replied confidently that nothing would happen. He said that the phrase 4 main magic towers was old and meaningless now. According to him, the White Tower had already collapsed and was no longer strong. Dever showed no fear at all, believing everything would go according to his plan. During the dark night, Frank was lying on the soft, grassy ground, gazing up at the bright moon above. He spoke in a thoughtful voice, saying that he thought the old herbalist man was a good person. Frank said the old man had let them stay and sleep because it was late, and had even fed them. Sitting beside him, Oscar smiled warmly and nodded in agreement. As Oscar sat quietly, he remembered their earlier conversation with Ivan. While they were walking toward the small hut, Ivan had asked them if their names were Oscar and Frank. Ivan, speaking kindly, said that since it was already late, they should sleep there because going down the mountain at night would be dangerous. Frank, feeling unsure, had asked if that was really okay. Ivan replied firmly that he had loyalty to the White Tower that he wanted to maintain. Oscar, hearing this, had felt a little confused in his heart and thought about the word loyalty, wondering what Ivan truly meant by it. Then, curious, Frank had asked about the man they had seen earlier. He said that they had walked to the area, but that man had arrived by car. Ivan, looking exhausted and worn out, answered them by saying it was a crazy fool named Dever Paywall. Ivan explained with anger in his voice that Dever would go as far as abducting, threatening, and even murdering people just to reach his goals. Ivan had clenched his fist tightly as he spoke, showing how much he hated Dever. Ivan told them that 3 years ago, Dever had started buying up all the land in the area and had managed to get everything except for Ivan's land. He added with sadness that many herbalists had either left Surin or had gone missing and never returned. Frank, shocked by the story, asked with wide eyes why Dever would go so far just for land. Ivan stayed with them and began telling them the truth. He explained that Dever wanted to turn this peaceful land into the largest factory area on the whole continent. Hearing that, Oscar became curious and asked Ivan how he had managed to survive and hold on to his land against someone so dangerous. Ivan turned toward them with a proud look on his face and said that Dever could not touch him. Ivan said clearly that Dever was actually the one at a disadvantage. Ivan hit his chest strongly with his fist and said proudly that he was the human cultural asset of herb cultivation. Frank's eyes grew wide with amazement, and he asked if that meant Ivan had protection from the imperial family. Ivan smiled and nodded, confirming that it was true. He said that was the reason he could continue standing his ground even after all these years. Oscar, still feeling a little confused, asked why Ivan did not just sell his land and become rich, since he could have gotten a huge amount of money. Ivan, with a soft and loving smile, answered that it was a very obvious reason. He said it was because he loved his land deeply. Ivan explained that this land had been his home from the moment he was born and would continue to be his home until the day he died. After this warm conversation, later that night, Oscar sat on the ground under a sky filled with countless bright stars. He smiled gently and said that Ivan was truly a good person. Frank chuckled softly beside him, remembering how Ivan had become shy and rushed inside earlier after speaking so proudly. Frank also looked up at the beautiful sky and said that the stars were very bright here, and he felt jealous of the peaceful life Ivan had. Oscar turned to Frank and asked with a light smile what exactly he was jealous of. Frank looked at Oscar and said that he often wondered what it would feel like to live a life that shines so brightly. Frank said while explaining that he was sure someone like Oscar, who was a genius, would not be able to understand that feeling. Oscar, feeling a little shy, turned his eyes away and softly told Frank that he was actually quite outstanding too. Frank smiled and thanked Oscar, but he joked that even if Oscar's words were just empty compliments, he still appreciated them. But Oscar, being serious, shook his head and said that his words were not empty. He explained honestly that he was not the kind of person who gave out empty praise easily. Inside his heart, Oscar thought quietly that he really did not understand why young Oscar from the past had called Frank a problematic child. Frank, feeling a little shy, blushed and pointed out how pretty the stars looked. Oscar lifted his head to the sky too and agreed, saying softly that before, they used to be able to see stars even in the middle of Surin City. Inside his mind, Oscar drifted into memories of his past life. He thought sadly that nowadays, because of all the streetlights, it was too bright at night to see stars anymore. He remembered that even though the old days were inconvenient, the darkness of night and the bright stars made life feel more romantic and full of dreams. Frank, hearing that, chuckled playfully and asked how long ago that was, since Oscar was born later than him. His voice was teasing but warm. Then he asked carefully if they could really revive the herb industry of Surin. Oscar said that he did not think reviving the Surin herb industry was impossible. He added that they would need to discuss all the details carefully with Elder Ivan the next day. But while Oscar was talking, he suddenly felt something strange around them. His body tensed, and his eyes widened sharply. He quickly turned his head, scanning the surroundings with alert, sharp eyes. Frank, seeing Oscar's serious expression, widened his eyes and asked with confusion why Oscar was acting so scary. Frank joked nervously, asking if Oscar had seen a ghost. But Oscar answered with a firm voice that it was not a ghost, it was people. He said there were 4 people approaching. Frank, still confused, sat up and said that he could not feel anything strange. Oscar thought quietly to himself that it was a very high-level stealth. Even Frank, who usually had a good sense for mana, could not detect them. Oscar became sure that whoever was coming was not there for a good reason. Standing up from the ground, Oscar ordered Frank to get up too, saying that they needed to prepare to greet their unexpected guests. At the same time, not far from them, another scene was happening. A boy and an old man were running through the darkness toward the hut. The boy smirked and spoke mockingly. He said he found it funny because Dever Paywall had definitely refused their offer before when they had offered to kill Ivan. The boy laughed, saying that Dever had been too much of a coward, afraid that the aftermath would be too hard to handle. The old man, running beside him, answered carelessly. He said that it did not matter. If someone who paid them gave an order, they would simply follow it without asking questions. The boy, still grinning, said that he and the old man were still famous in the north and even had bounties on their heads. He teased the old man, saying that he was being too passive about the job. As they were talking among themselves, someone behind them spoke with strong authority, and shouted that there was enough chatter, and warned them not to let their guards down. It was Gunman Jack Gang who had given the command. He continued speaking, warning them that there might be a mage nearby. The old man answered with a calm expression and said that if the mage was from the White Tower, it was actually a relief because it would have been much harder if the mage came from one of the other magic towers. Hearing this, the boy gave a confident smirk and said he hoped a mage would show up because he wanted to try fighting one. Then he turned backward, spinning a key around his fingers, and asked their leader if he should go in. As he thought to himself while embedding the key into the lock, he noticed how quiet everything was and wondered if the old man inside was already asleep. He quietly stepped into the hut and looked around. When he saw the bed, he got ready by holding his knife and muttered to himself that it was boringly easy, feeling disappointed that there seemed to be no mage at all. However, as he moved closer, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Frustrated, he quickly turned around. At that moment, Oscar on the bed, who had swirling energy gathering around his fist. Oscar said with a cold voice that the boy was uselessly quick-witted. Without giving him any chance, Oscar used a magic technique called Wind Bullet. The powerful wind bullet shot through the boy's head with such force that blood poured out violently, ending him in an instant. Meanwhile, Part, who had been hiding under the blanket and was now sitting up on the bed, pulled the blanket off his head and commented that Wind Bullet was quite a useful spell. Wind Bullet was a spell that young Oscar had created as part of his reinterpretation of basic magic. It was an attack spell that copied the principles of a gun, using the White Tower's wind magic. After using it inside the hut, Oscar opened the door and looked around sharply, thinking that the killing power of Wind Bullet was greater than he had expected. He wondered if there were only 3 enemies left. However, when he stepped outside, he saw only 2 people standing there and felt confused, thinking why there were only 2. The leader of the gang clenched his fist and asked Oscar angrily what he had done to Max. Oscar replied in a teasing tone that Max was sleeping inside and they could go and take him. But he added with a playful grin that Max would probably sleep for a long time, maybe even forever. Hearing this, the old man grew furious and shouted that Max was a pathetic fool and that he had warned him not to let his guard down. The leader then tried to stay calm and told Oscar that if he just gave them the location of the herbalist, they would not hold any bad feelings about Max's death. Oscar, thinking carefully, realized that the enemies were not falling for his provocations and were trying to avoid unnecessary fights, acting like true professionals. Still, he replied boldly that they should just go ahead and have those bad feelings. The leader, getting serious, said that if Oscar really wanted to see blood, then they would show it, and immediately ordered the old man to kill him. The old man charged at Oscar with great speed, but Oscar quickly used a magic technique called windshield, which created a shield of strong wind around his body. The old man's attack struck the shield so hard that it broke apart, forcing Oscar to jump to avoid the blow. The old man turned his head toward Oscar and let out a mocking laugh, clearly looking down on him. Oscar, undeterred, turned his own head and smiled back, saying that it was impressive. The old man raised his weapon and aimed it at Oscar, who was calmly gathering energy into his finger, shaping it like a small ball of magic. Oscar looked at the old man with a confused expression. The old man then shouted proudly that Oscar did not realize he was using a unique weapon, calling it unfortunate for him. A unique weapon was something rare, not commonly seen, and very difficult to use properly. Holding two parts of the special weapon in his hands, the old man confidently said that everything was over now. However, Oscar remained calm. He simply nodded and said that the fight was more boring than he had thought. Without any fear, Oscar threw the magic balls he had created toward the old man. The old man, expecting Oscar to panic, instead stared at him in shock. He thought to himself that it was unbelievable. Even though Oscar had been caught off guard, he showed no fear at all and attacked in a smooth and skilled way. The magic balls hit the old man's weapon directly, breaking it into many tiny pieces. Oscar smiled, and while another magic ball floated calmly in his hand, he said that a unique weapon like that was nothing impressive and not even something new to him. Furious and humiliated, the old man shouted back that retreating after winning was just mocking him. Right after, Oscar quickly created a magic shield around himself. But then, bullets rained down heavily on him. The shield took the damage for a while, but the continuous attacks started to crack it badly. One bullet even managed to cut Oscar across the cheek, leaving a sharp, painful line on his skin. Jack suddenly shot the old man straight in the head, causing him to fall to the ground as blood poured out from the wound. Holding his gun with a smile, Jack said it was a shame because if the old man had let his guard down just a little more, he could have killed him for sure. Oscar, watching the scene with serious eyes, asked Jack if the old man had not been his colleague. Jack casually replied that, more precisely, the old man had been just a subordinate, someone he could easily replace. Oscar, with a serious expression while blood dripped from the cut on his cheek, thought to himself that this was exactly why criminals were so terrible. Then he asked Jack, while glancing at the gun, what kind of tool it was. Jack, while calmly reloading bullets into his gun, answered that it would actually be insulting to call it just a tool and said it was something very expensive. Oscar, looking carefully, muttered the words acceleration, enhancement, and penetration. Hearing those words, Jack looked confused for a moment. Oscar continued speaking and explained that those were the 3 spells imbued into the gun. Jack, surprised, asked how Oscar had figured it out. Oscar wiped the blood from his cheek and said that it was because he could not block the attack, which meant it was magic enhanced. Jack gave a firm nod and said that Oscar might be arrogant, but he clearly had the talent to back up his words. Then Jack made an offer, asking Oscar if he wanted to work with him, promising that the pay would be good. Oscar sat down quietly on the ground near the old man's dead body and firmly refused Jack's offer. Jack, still curious, asked him why he was refusing. Oscar replied calmly that he thought the back of his head would start to feel itchy, meaning he could never trust someone like Jack. Jack, finding his answer amusing, said with a laugh that it was true and that there was no need for any further conversation between them. After some time passed, Oscar lay down on the grassy ground, hiding behind a rough wooden shield. As he rested there, he thought bitterly about his situation. He wondered what kind of pathetic state it was for someone who had once been the master of a magic tower, running away from gunfire, and now hiding like this. He thought carefully that since his own wind bullets were slower than the bullets from Jack's gun, going into a full battle would only put him at a disadvantage. He checked his mana and realized he had about half left, but he knew he could not keep running away forever. With sharp focus, Oscar identified Jack's only weakness. The only opening Jack had was the short moment when he reloaded his gun. After shooting 2 bullets, Jack would stop attacking while reloading, and it took about 1.4 seconds before he could fire again. While Oscar was thinking, Jack's mocking voice echoed through the field, as he loudly asked where the rat had gone. Oscar, sitting up behind the shield and watching Jack's back carefully, thought that Jack had only 1 bullet left now. He made a quick plan in his mind, thinking that if he could finish everything within 1.24 seconds he would win. Without wasting another second, Oscar activated his magic technique called Accelerate and dashed forward with incredible speed toward Jack, creating a shield around his body for protection. Jack turned his head and smiled when he spotted Oscar. With a confident grin, he pointed his gun toward Oscar and said while aiming carefully that Oscar was fast, but a human could never beat his Trinity technique. Jack then fired a bullet that sped through the air even faster than before and struck Oscar's shield with great force. Jack smirked proudly and declared that it was over. However, Oscar stood firm with a calm expression, showing no fear. The bullet had only slipped off his shield without breaking it. Without hesitating, Oscar dashed toward Jack again, and while running, he started forming another magic ball at the tip of his finger. Jack, seeing this, clenched his teeth tightly and hurried to reload his gun. In his mind, Jack thought in shock, wondering how Oscar had survived. He realized that Oscar could not have dodged the bullet with only an acceleration spell. Then Jack figured out the truth. It was the shield that had saved Oscar. Standing right in front of Jack, Oscar pointed his finger at Jack's forehead. The magic ball that floated from his fingertips slowly began to push into Jack's forehead. Jack, full of shock and fear, asked how a low-rank mage could possibly do something like this. But before he could even finish speaking, Oscar calmly pushed the magic ball straight into Jack's forehead. Blood burst out immediately from the wound. Standing tall, Oscar looked down at Jack and said coldly that Jack would not have understood even if he had been told how it happened. Oscar leaned down toward Jack's body and picked up the gun from the ground. While holding it in his hand, he said that Jack had used a really annoying weapon earlier. As Oscar examined the gun carefully, he thought deeply about it. The gun was called Trinity because it contained 3 magical abilities: acceleration, enhancement, and penetration. Oscar admitted to himself that Jack's weapon was truly amazing, and it had been quite difficult for him to deal with during the fight. He remembered how he had used 2 special spells on his shield: friction reduction and internal durability enhancement. Because of these spells, the outside of his shield had stayed flexible and smooth, while the inside remained strong and sturdy. That was why the bullet could not pierce through and had instead slipped off harmlessly. Oscar understood clearly that if his magic shield had not worked properly, he would have been the one lying dead on the ground. Thinking about this close call, Oscar decided that once he returned to the White Tower, he would seriously study how to use magic against modern weapons like guns. He also realized that his current body was incomplete, and that he had already pushed himself hard by using magic so many times in this battle. His energy was reaching its limits. However, before anything else, Oscar knew he first had to rescue Frank and Ivan safely. He remembered that at the beginning, he had sensed 4 enemies in total. Now, after defeating 3 of them, only 1 enemy remained. Oscar silently hoped that Frank would not get caught, and told himself to hold on a bit longer so he could reach him in time. The scene shifted, showing Frank and Ivan standing side by side. In front of them stood a man, calling out to them in a threatening way. Frank quickly turned his head toward Ivan and told him to go ahead. Ivan, looking worried, asked what would happen to Frank. But Frank smiled and said that he would be fine. He explained that he was quite strong and that he could not fight properly with Ivan still there. He promised that he would catch up soon. Ivan placed his hand on Frank's shoulder and, trusting him, told him to be careful before leaving. As soon as Ivan left, the man smirked and mocked Frank, saying that his emotional goodbyes were very touching. He then asked if Frank had enjoyed his farewell. Frank stayed calm and asked the man why he was not chasing after Ivan. He questioned if the man had come here only for him. The man laughed coldly while holding his sword and asked Frank if he thought he could survive by sending the old man away. He hinted that his real goal was Ivan, but he had become curious. The man said he always wondered what was so special about the mages from the 4 main magic towers that made everyone fear them so much. With a wild shout, the man swung his sword and jumped forward to attack Frank, saying that he wanted to kill Frank first to satisfy his curiosity. As the man charged at him, Frank quickly prepared himself and used a magic technique called Wind Cutter, ready to face the enemy with sharp focus and determination. The man swung his sword again at Frank and spoke in a mocking tone, saying that the fight was too easy for him. Then he stabbed his sword deep into Frank's chest and laughed cruelly, telling Frank to do something more exciting. Frank looked down at the sword stuck inside him with wide eyes, shocked by the attack. The man burst into loud laughter and mocked Frank even more, saying that this was all the strength the 4 main magic towers had to offer. However, suddenly, the man's expression changed from amusement to confusion and then to anger. As he clenched his teeth, he started thinking that something was wrong, The feeling of his sword piercing Frank's heart had felt too light, not like it should have. He sensed something strange but realized it too late. While the man was still trying to figure it out, Frank moved quickly. He grabbed the sword embedded in his own body with one hand, and with the other hand, he swung his sharp knife across the man's throat. Blood gushed out from the man's neck and mouth as he collapsed onto the ground, screaming in pain. Frank stood over him with a serious expression. Even though there was a clear hole in his chest from the sword, Frank spoke calmly and explained that he was sorry, but he had a bit of a unique body constitution that made him different from normal people. The scene started with a man collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest while blood poured from his mouth. In front of him stood Frank, whose face was serious and calm despite the chaos. A magical hole had been blasted through the man's chest, and Frank spoke coldly, explaining that he was sorry but had a unique kind of constitution. The man's head rolled to Frank's feet, making Frank step back quickly. He murmured to himself that he had almost stepped on the man's head, showing that even in serious situations, he still had moments of light reaction. Just then, Oscar suddenly emerged from behind the thick trunk of a tree, holding a gun in his hand. He looked at Frank with deep thought and realization. In his mind, he reflected on what he had just witnessed. He thought that Frank was not just a special mage but also someone who had received the power of the god of wind. He was shocked by Frank's rare ability, which allowed him to turn parts of his body into wind. This skill made normal physical attacks useless against him, and Oscar realized how powerful this magic truly was. He even thought that such a skill could only be countered with high-level magic or sword chi. Oscar admitted that in all his years as the Magic Tower Master, he had only read about this kind of power in ancient books. Those old records had mentioned that the 7th Magic Tower Master was a special mage with the same kind of magic, believed to be his innate ability. Oscar had never expected Frank to be someone who inherited or developed that same divine power. After the intense fight, Oscar stepped toward Frank and called out his name. When Frank heard his voice, he turned around quickly, his eyes wide with panic. He placed a hand on his chest and took deep breaths, clearly startled. He told Oscar that he had scared him and asked when he had arrived. Oscar calmly replied that he had just arrived and said he had been worried. He praised Frank for doing a good job. Hearing this, Frank blushed and smiled with joy, asking Oscar to say more and to say it quickly, clearly enjoying the praise. However, Oscar did not continue the praise. Instead, he looked slightly annoyed and asked where Frank had left Ivan, hinting that Frank was already acting victorious without making sure Ivan was safe. At that moment, Frank remembered Ivan and called him the old man, then shouted Ivan's name loudly and asked him to come back. He seemed guilty for forgetting about his companion. Oscar watched all this and thought to himself that Frank had the potential to become incredibly powerful, maybe even as strong as dozens of high-level mages if trained properly. Then he pointed in one direction and told Frank that he could sense Ivan's energy over there. Frank silently nodded and followed him without saying anything, showing he was now serious and focused. The scene shifted to a peaceful and bright morning at a hut surrounded by open fields. Inside the hut, Ivan hugged Frank tightly and thanked him with deep emotion. He told Frank that if it had not been for his help, he would not have lived to see the morning sun. Frank smiled nervously and blushed while pointing at Oscar, saying that it was not his doing and that everything was thanks to Oscar. But Oscar quickly denied it. He admitted that he had missed one of the swordsmen during the fight and that without Frank's help, there would have been serious trouble. He repeated that twice, clearly showing how important Frank's action had been. His words were honest and full of respect, although one strange sentence slipped in that made little sense, almost like a magical phrase or a mental distraction. Frank looked shocked when Ivan gently placed both hands on his shoulders. The moment became too emotional for Frank, so he tried to change the topic by acting shy and saying that everything was over now, right? But Ivan replied seriously, saying that it was not really over. He explained that their enemy was not the kind of person who would give up so easily. If assassination failed, he would definitely try some other method. They all sat down on stools around the table to discuss the situation calmly. Frank, still confused, asked about a man named Paywall, or Tall, and wanted to know why he was so obsessed with this land. Ivan began to explain in a calm but heavy voice. He said that the land they were on was the best piece of land in all of Surin. It was the biggest, and it was in the most perfect location for farming and other uses. However, over the past 8 years, the fertility of Surin's land had dropped a lot. This happened because of the factories in the western region, where magical engineering items were being made. These factories were sending their wastewater and pollution into the Balf River every single day, and that poison was slowly reaching more and more areas. Ivan explained that if Tal started building factories even closer to where they were now, there would come a day when resisting or living there would become meaningless. If the land could no longer grow anything, then even growing herbs, something Ivan relied on, would become impossible. Oscar suddenly looked thoughtful. After a moment of silence, he turned to Ivan and said he had something important to ask. Ivan gave him his full attention, and Oscar asked if the loyalty that Ivan had mentioned the day before, the one about staying loyal to the White Tower, was connected to a promise made with the fourth Magic Tower Master, Reinald Ayus. Ivan looked surprised and asked how Oscar knew about that. Even Frank seemed confused and asked what the two of them were talking about. Oscar began to tell an old and touching story from the past. He explained that herbalists were once seen very differently by the world. Long ago, people did not trust herbalists. Some even called them witches. Most herbalists gathered plants without really knowing their full effects, boiled them into mixtures, and sold them to others. Because of this, herbalists were looked down on and avoided by society. They were often forced to live as nomads, constantly moving from one place to another, never truly welcomed anywhere. But then, something changed. A man appeared who saw the value in them. This man was Reinald Ayus, the fourth master of the White Tower. He was famous for his wisdom and insight. He gave the herbalists hope and offered them a place to belong. Oscar repeated the powerful words that Reinald once said he had told them to come to Surin, saying that the land would become their eternal home, where their children and future generations could live without being judged or looked down on by anyone. Oscar finished telling the story with a serious expression, showing deep respect for the history and the promise that had been made. As Ivan listened to Oscar's words, he smiled and said it was surprising that Reinald Ayus had said something so touching. Deep inside, Ivan admitted to himself that it was the first time he had ever heard the exact words spoken by the fourth Tower Master. Oscar then told Ivan that he had read those words in a storybook, but in truth, he thought to himself that he had actually read them in an old and secret book only meant for Tower Masters. Ivan continued the story from the past with a gentle smile, explaining how all the herbalists from across the continent had started to gather in Surin after Reinald's invitation. For the first time in their lives, those who had always wandered from place to place now had a warm and cozy home. They were no longer treated like outsiders. Frank tried to speak and asked about the White Tower, but before he could finish, Ivan interrupted him with deep emotion. He explained that the White Tower had given his ancestors both a home and a sense of pride. Because of that, there was no way he could ever abandon the White Tower. His voice was full of loyalty and gratitude. Then Oscar stood up from his stool. He bowed respectfully to Ivan and said thank you for all the hard work he had done over the years. He promised that from now on, the White Tower would support and protect him. Ivan looked surprised and confused by Oscar's sudden and serious response. He stared at Oscar with wide eyes and wondered if there was already a plan in place. He asked if there was some method they could use. Frank also joined in and said that if the imperial family found out someone had attacked a person considered a human cultural treasure, they would act quickly to punish the attackers. Hearing this, Oscar was a little annoyed on the inside. He thought to himself, asking for his feelings of being emotionally touched to be returned. Ivan spoke with concern that he was unsure whether the imperial family would be able to help them in time. He explained that while the imperial family was known for being precise and careful in their work, that same carefulness made them slow to act. He added that he could not leave the land to ask for help, and if Dever launched a full attack during the delay, it could be dangerous for everyone. Before Ivan could finish, Oscar interrupted him with a confident smile. He told Ivan not to worry and said the imperial family would move faster than light. Ivan was surprised and asked how that could be possible. Oscar then revealed something important. He told them that on that very day, he was going to sign a contract with the imperial family for the Cadena flu treatment. Because of this important deal, he was certain they would respond quickly and take action if needed. The scene then shifted suddenly to Dever Paywall's office. Inside, Dever was furious. He yelled at one of his guards in anger, blaming him for ruining everything. He shouted that the mistake could lead to his bankruptcy and that once they escaped, the guard would be finished. But as Dever continued shouting, he heard footsteps coming closer. Both he and the guard turned their heads in shock. Standing in front of them were many security officers, all aiming their pistols directly at them. One of the officers, with a sharp and serious look, shouted for them not to move. Dever stared in confusion and disbelief. He had no idea how things had turned so quickly. The leader of the security team stepped forward and introduced himself. He said he was Senior Superintendent Walker from the Imperial Ministry of Home Affairs, specifically from the Bureau of National Security. His voice was strong and full of authority. Dever, who was now sitting on the ground in shock, asked why someone so high-ranking had come there personally. He looked confused and scared, clearly not expecting such a serious response. But Superintendent Walker ignored Dever's question and got straight to the point. He confirmed Dever's name, and then showed him an official arrest warrant. In a firm voice, he announced that Dever was being arrested for multiple serious crimes, including attempted murder, blackmail, illegal property acquisition, and damaging a human cultural property. These were heavy accusations, and they explained why such a powerful officer had been sent. Dever's voice trembled as he responded, shocked and trying to deny everything. He shouted that they had the wrong person and claimed he was just a decent businessman. But Walker did not listen to his excuses. He cut him off sharply, saying that they would be the ones to judge that, and told him to keep quiet. Then he gave a clear order to the other officers to arrest Dever. One of the security men immediately responded with a loud yes, sir, and moved to follow the command. Dever clenched his teeth and thought to himself that this situation was too serious for him to handle alone. He believed that if he could just contact a certain person, someone powerful who could help, he might still be able to escape. His mind was clearly racing for a backup plan. Then, his expression changed suddenly. Trying to act calm and confident, he smirked and pulled out a cigar. With a sly smile, he asked if they would at least give him time to smoke a cigar before they took him away. Dever tried to act confident, but the Walker was not impressed. He looked at Dever for a moment, then turned to his team and gave a clear order to put Dever in handcuffs and drag him away. Dever began to shout desperately, claiming they were making a mistake. He warned them that someone powerful was behind him and asked if they even knew who that person was. With clenched teeth, Dever made a shocking claim. He said that the one backing him was none other than the Emperor himself, and then he asked if the Walker thought someone else was more important than His Majesty. Despite his bold words, the security team stayed calm. One of the security men stepped forward, took the cigar from Dever's hand, and quickly locked the handcuffs around his wrists. Walker then held out his hand and asked for the cigar. When the security man gave it to him, the Walker took a puff and made a cold remark. He said the criminal fool at least had good taste. It showed that he had no fear of Dever's threats, and was not the least bit impressed by his words. Both Dever and his guard were arrested. The guard tried to defend himself by begging and saying he had not done anything wrong, but it did not help. As they led the two men away, one of the security men turned to the Walker and asked a question. He looked confused and asked who Dever really was, wondering why their team had moved so fast, all in just one day. He said it was the first time they had responded so quickly to a case like this. Walker answered with a serious expression. He simply said it was an order from above. Security man murmured to himself, repeating the words from above in surprise. Walker nodded and started walking away. Then he explained why. He said their emperor really loved the White Tower. As they were leaving, the security men, confused by what the Walker had just said, asked politely what he meant. Walker replied calmly that it was a situation between adults, something not easily explained. But inside his mind, he had a more honest thought. He admitted to himself that he did not truly understand why the emperor loved the White Tower so much. He reflected on their past, thinking that while the White Tower had achieved great things long ago, that was already 20 years in the past. He used a sad image in his thoughts, thinking that even if you released a bird with broken wings from a higher place, it would still fall. The only difference would be how fast it hit the ground. To him, the White Tower no longer had the strength or right to be treated so specially. However, he did not say all of this aloud. Instead, he turned to the young guard and asked his name, Dolan, how old he was. Dolan answered that he was 23. Walker then said that 20 years ago, Dolan had only been 3 years old, while he himself had been 12. As he remembered that time, his thoughts became deeper. He recalled the moment in history when humanity gained real freedom after winning the war against the demons. Back then, the White Tower had been a powerful and respected force. They were heroes, and the people in power still remembered those times. While rubbing out his cigar in the ashtray, Walker thought that the higher-ups still held on to their old memories and hopes for the White Tower, even if the tower had lost its former strength. Their loyalty and expectations were rooted in the past. He did not fully agree, but he understood the emotion behind it. Then, snapping back to the present, Walker turned to the team and gave a final command. He told them it was time to go, adding that they had one more place to stop by. As the team started to wrap things up, Dolan looked surprised and raised his voice, saying he thought they were done for the day. Walker replied with a calm but firm voice that unfortunately, they were not finished yet. While walking behind the walker, Dolan asked what their next destination was. Walker gave instructions to the rest of the security team, telling them to handle the aftermath and then go home. The others nodded and gave him a salute before leaving. Then the leader answered Dolan's question. He said they were heading west, to give a direct order to the factories near the Gulf River. These factories had been illegally dumping pollutants, and now they would be stopped. While walking toward the exit, the leader had his own thoughts. He reminded himself that this part was not officially on the schedule. It was something he added himself. He did not know much about the White Tower, but he felt that Oscar Crushen and Frank Sirius deserved some kind of repayment for taking down the dangerous gunman Jack gang. So, this was his way of helping. Dolan, still tired and a little hungry, asked if they could stop to buy some food on the way. But Walker said no, they would eat after finishing their work. Dolan tried to resist and probably hoped to convince him, but he knew there was no use. Walker had already made up his mind. Then the scene shifted away from the streets and moved to the peaceful White Tower. There, Frank and Oscar were standing in the garden, enjoying the quiet. Frank raised his hands and cheerfully said it was finally over. Oscar looked at him with a smile and told him he had done a good job. Feeling happy and relaxed, Frank asked Oscar what he wanted to do next and suggested that they go out for some drinks. Oscar told Frank that he was on his way to report everything to the Vice Tower Master and asked if Frank wanted to come with him. Frank looked shocked and surprised. His eyes widened, and before he could answer, someone called their names from behind. It was an old man named Hamill, who had spotted them. He called out, asking if it was really Oscar and Frank he had seen. But Frank quickly responded, saying that he had something already planned. Without waiting, he rushed off toward the entrance of the White Tower, leaving Oscar standing there confused and unsure why Frank left so suddenly. Hamill reached Oscar and asked if he had just seen Frank. He wondered if his eyes had played a trick on him. Oscar replied honestly that he was right, it really was Frank, but he had suddenly run off like he had something urgent to take care of. Hamill laughed at that and jokingly said that it must have been something really urgent, though inside he knew he was only making a light joke. He continued talking, telling Oscar that once again, he had solved something big. He reminded Oscar that he had only sent him out to get some fresh air, not to handle something so serious. Finally, Hamill pointed in a certain direction and told Oscar that he would listen to the full report in his office. Oscar nodded and told Hamill that he was already heading to his office. Hamill said they should go together, so both of them walked into the room. But once inside, Hamill did not say anything for a while. Oscar noticed the silence and looked at Hamill's back, feeling concerned. He wondered silently if something was wrong, because Hamill seemed strangely sad. Finally, Hamill turned his eyes slightly and asked if Oscar had heard anything from Frank. Oscar answered that he had not heard anything important or unusual. Then he asked with a worried tone if something was going on. Hamill nodded slowly and said he had received a message from the Sirius family. The message said that they were planning to take Frank back with them. Oscar reacted sharply. His expression turned serious, and he clenched his fist. He asked with disbelief if Frank was really leaving the White Tower and whether Frank had agreed to this. Hamill answered that he was not sure about the full situation. The Sirius family claimed that they had finished talking with Frank about it, but Hamill did not know the exact details. Oscar looked at him silently for a while, like he was trying to find the right words to say. The news hit hard, and a quiet tension filled the room. Frank was in his room, quietly folding his clothes and packing his things. While he worked, someone knocked on the door. Thinking it was Grank, he called out and told them to come in. But instead of Grank, Oscar rushed in and opened the door with a serious expression. He immediately asked Frank who Grank was, and questioned if Frank was really the youngest son of the greatest trading company in the Empire, Frank Sirius. Frank realized Oscar had heard everything and admitted it. He called Oscar a fool for listening in, but also seemed a bit embarrassed. Oscar then asked directly if Frank was really leaving the White Tower. Frank answered honestly. He said he could not tell Oscar earlier because it was hard to say something like that while sober. That was actually why he had suggested they go out for drinks. He explained that he had to return to his position in the family business, help with the company work, and even get married. Oscar was surprised by the news of marriage and asked when Frank had started dating someone. Frank calmly explained while packing his folded clothes into a bag that the woman he was supposed to marry was apparently a good person. She came from a respected family, and that would be helpful for his own family. Oscar thought to himself that this sounded more like a strategic or arranged marriage than anything romantic. Still, he asked if Frank was really okay with it. Frank replied casually while placing his books into the bag. He said the woman was pretty, nice, and came from a good family, so why would he be okay with it? But behind his calm words there was a feeling that Frank was trying to convince himself as much as he was trying to convince Oscar. Oscar did not let the conversation end at marriage. He asked the real question: was Frank really giving up on magic? Frank replied in a defeated tone. He said there was not much he could do because his talent only reached a certain level. He admitted that, in the beginning, he thought he was special. He believed that if he joined the weakest of all the magic towers, maybe he could at least be the best there, the head of the snake, as he put it. But he quickly learned that wasn't the case. Inside, he even felt a little guilty for saying this in front of Oscar, who truly loved the White Tower. Oscar looked at him with confused and somewhat hurt eyes as Frank went on. Frank said he had misunderstood reality. He couldn't even earn a proper place in the tower, and from his family's point of view, it made sense that they wanted him back to help with the company. His tone was full of disappointment, as if he was slowly accepting that he did not belong in the world of magic after all. Oscar, clearly upset, called Frank's full name in disbelief. Frank tried to brush it off with a joking smile, asking why Oscar was calling him so seriously. Was it because he said the White Tower was weak? But Oscar ignored the joke. He looked him straight in the eye and told him, with full sincerity, that Frank was talented. Frank froze in shock. He did not expect to hear that from someone like Oscar. His eyes widened, and then he turned his face away, blushing from the sudden compliment. He muttered a shy thanks, almost embarrassed, saying it was a nice thing to hear from a genius now that he was about to leave. Oscar crossed his arms and said again that he meant it. Then he made an offer asking Frank if he wanted to try being the head of the snake. As Oscar and Frank were still talking in the room, someone suddenly entered through the door. It was a boy with a serious expression who called Frank's name. Frank quickly recognized him and called out, saying it was his brother. The brother, whose name was Grank, looked at Oscar and asked if he was one of Frank's colleagues. Without waiting for a reply, Grank told Frank that he would give him 5 minutes to finish up and come downstairs. He checked his watch and said he would be waiting, then turned and told Frank to finish his goodbyes. As Grank was about to leave, Oscar suddenly asked him a bold question: how much it would take for Frank to stay. Grank stopped and, with a stern look, asked who Oscar thought he was to ask something like that. Oscar, gripping the door handle tightly, answered firmly. He introduced himself as Oscar Crushen and said he was Frank's friend. Grank paused, then asked with a deep breath if he was the mage who created the medicine. When Oscar nodded, Grank introduced himself as well. He revealed that he was Grank Sirius, the oldest son of the Sirius family and the vice leader of their trading company. His tone was very serious and formal. Oscar then said directly that he wanted to make a deal with Grank to let Frank stay. But Frank, who was watching this unfold, panicked and called Oscar's name in fear, clenching his fists. He was clearly afraid of what might happen next. Grank responded coldly and called Oscar impudent. He said he had heard Oscar was a genius and asked if that was the reason he dared to speak so boldly. He could not believe that a child would try to make a deal with the powerful Sirius family, and his words carried a strong tone of superiority and rejection. Oscar smiled calmly and told Grank that the deal he was offering wouldn't be a loss for either side. He promised that within 2 years, he would make Frank into a top mage of the White Tower. Frank turned to him in shock, pointed at himself, and asked with disbelief if Oscar really meant him. Oscar stayed serious and told Grank that this would be a long-term benefit for the Sirius family as well. Grank looked at Oscar with interest and asked about the penalty if Oscar failed to keep his promise. Oscar answered boldly that if he did not succeed, he would hand over all the profits from selling the Cadena flu vaccine and medicine for the next several years to the Sirius Trading Company. Frank immediately shouted in shock and asked if Oscar had gone crazy for making such a huge offer. Grank crossed his arms and asked whether Oscar even had the authority to make such a big decision. Frank, standing beside them, was panicking inside and wished Oscar would stop making decisions without him. But Oscar remained calm and explained that he would have the Vice Tower Master serve as a notary to make the deal official. Still suspicious, Grank asked if Oscar was going this far because Frank was truly worth it, or if he was doing it just out of friendship. Oscar replied without hesitation and said it was obviously because Frank was worthy. Those words hit Frank deeply, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Oscar continued to speak with determination. He told Frank that he planned to restore the White Tower's reputation to its former glory within 5 years at the latest. He explained that the medicine and vaccine he had developed were only the beginning, a loud announcement to the world that a new era for the White Tower was starting. Then Oscar grabbed Frank by the collar and declared that he needed Frank serious for this goal. He said Frank was someone essential for the vision he had for the new White Tower. Frank looked at him with confused and overwhelmed eyes, unsure how to respond. Frank, staying calm and serious, replied to Oscar that although he was young, a smart merchant would not miss a chance to use someone's youthful boldness to their advantage. He said he would accept Oscar's offer but wanted to add a condition. Oscar protested and said his offer was already good enough. Frank agreed that it was indeed generous, but he pointed out something important: especially humans value trust more than just money. He explained that he never made deals with just anyone and wanted Oscar to prove himself. He challenged Oscar to fight one of his guards, a level 5 knight, the next day at noon. If Oscar could prove his strength in that battle, Frank would accept the deal. Oscar was frustrated and pointed out that he was only a level 2 mage, so it was an unfair match. Frank realized that and added a restriction: his knight would not be allowed to use sword chi during the fight. This way, the match would be more balanced, and Oscar would have a chance to prove his worth. Oscar thought to himself that Frank was clearly trying to say he had no intention of giving Frank up. He guessed that the family involved in the arranged marriage must have been very powerful and important. As Frank turned to leave, he told Oscar they would meet again at noon. If Oscar did not show up, Frank would assume he had given up on the deal. Oscar understood that this was a serious test and thought about how difficult it would be to fight a level 5 knight, even for someone skilled like him. While Oscar was still lost in thought, Frank suddenly shouted with wide eyes, asking what Oscar planned to do. Frank warned him that there was still time to speak and possibly cancel the deal. He even offered to go with him, showing his concern. At that moment, Oscar looked at Frank and had a realization there was something about Frank that made him worth fighting for. Frank kept talking, explaining that Frank only challenged Oscar because he was angry and wanted to see him lose. Frank was willing to stand by Oscar's side and support him, even if he did not completely agree with the plan. But Oscar calmly said he thought it was possible to win. Frank was shocked and shouted back in disbelief. He reminded Oscar that he was only a level 2 mage and the opponent was a level 5 knight, which made the fight extremely unbalanced. However, Oscar then looked directly at Frank and said something bold. He mentioned that a level 4 mage would be able to win. Frank looked even more confused and asked if Oscar was planning to become a level 4 mage in just one day, clearly thinking it was impossible. Oscar admitted that even for him, reaching level 4 in just one day was impossible. But then his face lit up with a determined smile as he placed his hand on Frank's shoulder. He said it was possible to help a mage who had plateaued just below level 4 to break through. Frank looked at him with confused eyes, not sure what Oscar meant. Oscar explained further, saying that Frank's brother never actually said Oscar had to win the fight himself, just that he had to prove his abilities. And Oscar knew exactly how to do that. He told Frank with strong confidence that he would make him a level 4 mage and asked him to fight in his place. The scene shifted to the training room on the 40th floor. Frank and Oscar stood in front of each other. Frank looked nervous and admitted that he was not sure they could do it in one day. He explained that he had tried for years without success. But Oscar responded with confidence and told him to believe in him completely. Frank said of course he trusted him. Then Oscar began guiding the training. He told Frank to stand with a natural posture, close his eyes, and circulate mana throughout his entire body. Frank followed his instructions carefully, and soon his body began to glow faintly with mana, showing that something was starting to change inside him. Oscar began training Frank by explaining the importance of natural body posture, which meant standing still with a relaxed body and all 4 limbs stretched out. This posture was not as fast at moving mana as the lotus position, but it helped show the body's usual habits and how it handled energy normally. Oscar looked at Frank's form and told him it was good, which made Frank feel a little more confident. Then Oscar moved closer and pointed at different spots on Frank's body. He explained that these were the places where mana was being lost when Frank tried to circulate it. Because of these energy leaks, the strength and completion of his magic were getting weaker. Frank, still learning, asked in surprise if all geniuses could see these weak spots. Oscar calmly replied that no, only he could see them. Frank got a little annoyed and frustrated, feeling like it was unfair. He asked if fixing those weak spots would help him level up. Oscar gave a realistic answer. He told Frank that fixing those areas was not directly related to his magic level. In fact, 99.9% of mages did not even care about these details. But Oscar continued, the top 0.1%, those known as archmages, did care about it. They understood how even small details could make a big difference in the long run. Then Oscar told Frank to start practicing what he was teaching him every morning from now on. He was preparing Frank not just for one fight, but to become one of the best. Oscar spoke quickly while carefully examining Frank's body. He pointed out different mana circuits and explained that some of them had long curves, which caused mana to enter too fast. Because of this high speed, the mana often crashed into the curves and scattered, leading to a large amount being lost. Oscar told Frank to control the speed when mana entered and to be more mindful. Then he showed another area where the mana was moving too slowly and said it needed to be pushed faster. He also pointed out one circuit with 6 entry points and explained that the mana should be divided into 6 separate streams. If done properly, the mana loss could be reduced and the magic strength could be increased. Frank, already overwhelmed, became frustrated and asked if he really had to think about all of this every single time he used magic. It felt like too much to remember. Oscar encouraged him by saying that the more he practiced, the more natural it would become. Eventually it would feel automatic, like second nature. Frank looked at his own hand and asked if that was really all he had to do. But Oscar shook his head and said no. He told Frank to show him the magic he had used during the fight at the herb field. Frank's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He asked if Oscar had really seen that. When Oscar nodded, Frank looked uncomfortable and said he could not do it. But Oscar reminded him firmly that he had said he trusted him. Oscar was trying to get Frank to believe in himself and take the next step forward. Frank refused Oscar's request, but he made it clear that it was not because he did not trust him. He explained that he was simply afraid. Oscar was confused and asked him why he would be scared. To answer that, Frank shared a painful memory from his past. When Frank was younger, he had started learning magic seriously. As he became an adult, he felt more and more pressure to succeed. His family did not believe in him, and he knew they would laugh at him or look down on him if he failed as a mage. Because of that, he became desperate to find a kind of magic that would set him apart, something no other mage could copy. One day, while studying a powerful spell from a magic book, he discovered something strange. A glowing circle of mana appeared on his hands. He got excited and had an idea. What if he could turn his entire body into wind, not just part of it? He thought that would make him incredibly strong, maybe even unstoppable. As he focused on that thought, his body began to glow with mana. He looked at his hands in shock and amazement. At first, it seemed like the magic was working. But very quickly, things went wrong. His entire body began to disappear, turning into wind. He panicked and shouted that he could not stop the transformation. He had no control over it. His mana went wild and became uncontrollable. Half of his body had already changed into wind form, and he felt like he was fading away completely. He screamed for help, begging if anyone could save him. Now, Frank told Oscar that the idea he had back then was reckless. Even though he had believed it would work, it nearly killed him. That's why he was so afraid to use that magic again. Frank continued his story with a heavy heart and a disappointed voice. He said that if the Tower Master had not passed by at that exact moment, he would have died. Or more accurately, he said he would have completely ceased to exist. Back then, he had no control over what was happening, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. He described the terrible feeling he had during that moment, the feeling that his soul was being broken into hundreds of thousands of tiny pieces and slowly fading away. As he spoke, his hands began to tremble from the memory, and he gripped his arm tightly, trying to calm himself. Then, with a quiet but firm voice, he said that he never wanted to feel that kind of fear or pain ever again. Oscar, watching him shake, reminded Frank that he had actually used that magic well on the hill earlier. But Frank, still filled with sadness, explained that in dangerous situations, the magic activated on its own. He did not do it on purpose. He called it pathetic, showing how ashamed he felt about not being able to control his own magic. Oscar immediately disagreed. He told Frank not to think of himself as pathetic. He explained that many mages face similar problems, and Frank wasn't alone. This comforted Frank a little, and he looked at Oscar curiously, asking if that was really true. Oscar replied confidently that it was. He said that the problem wasn't with Frank's magic itself, but with his ability to control his mana. According to Oscar, the solution was actually quite simple. Frank just needed to improve that one area and learn to manage his mana better. Frank listened to Oscar's advice, but in his mind, he felt unsure. He thought to himself that it was easy for Oscar to say those things. Then, with confusion on his face, he asked how he was supposed to fix his mana control problem, since mana control was usually based on natural talent. If it was something you were born with, how could he possibly improve it? Oscar stayed calm and began drawing something on the ground. He replied that normally, Frank would be right, mana control does depend a lot on talent. But, he added, there was actually a way to forcefully improve it. Frank became curious and asked what Oscar was doing. Oscar told him that he was drawing a summoning circle. As Frank watched Oscar sit on the ground and continue drawing, his confusion turned into disbelief. He asked what Oscar was planning to summon and then quickly added, half joking but also worried, if Oscar was going to make a contract with a demon. Oscar laughed and said that he must be crazy to think that demons would not come even if someone tried to summon them. Frank, still unsure, asked again what exactly Oscar was summoning then. Oscar looked up with a sharp smile and, while standing inside the completed magic circle and beginning the summoning process, gave his answer. He said he was summoning a wind spirit. His plan was to summon the wind spirit and transplant it into Frank's body. The scene began with Frank standing in the center of a glowing magic circle, his eyes tightly shut. One of his hands was raised above his head while the other was clenched into a fist. Energy shimmered around his body as he tried to call forth a spirit. He loudly invoked the wind spirit, calling it the incarnate of purity that banished evil and darkness from the world. He introduced himself as Frank Sirius, a human who sought truth, and asked the spirit to appear before him in accordance with the ancient pacts made at the beginning of time. After finishing the chant, Frank opened his eyes and stood silently, waiting for something to happen. As moments passed with no result, he looked confused and muttered that it was not working. Oscar, standing nearby, bluntly commented that Frank's affinity with spirits was terrible. Frank insisted that he had felt a bit of wind just a moment ago. Oscar casually replied that the wind he felt had only been his sigh. Disappointed, Frank clenched his fists and looked down. Oscar, seeing this, tried to comfort him, telling him not to feel too bad because only a very small number of humans had a natural affinity with spirits. Frank then asked if that meant he was doomed from the beginning. He wondered how he could possibly control his mana if he could not even summon a spirit. Oscar, keeping a calm expression, told him it was fine and that there was another way. In his mind, Oscar recalled a special spirit summoning ceremony that he had learned during a visit to the kingdom of the elves in a past life. This hinted that Oscar had hidden knowledge and possibly a mysterious past that might help Frank in a different way. Oscar remembering something from his past. He recalled the moment when he had once told a man that he was not planning to make a contract with the spirit. The man had simply smiled and replied that it was fine. Now, in the present, Oscar thought about how the elves had once encouraged him to try spirit summoning. He had tried it just for fun back then, and surprisingly it had worked. He felt confident that something which worked once could work again. After all, the elves had even told him that he was the first human summoner in 118 years, which made the memory feel even more special and meaningful to him. Frank, still unsure and frustrated, asked what he should do next. He wondered if he should repeat the summoning chant again. But Oscar moved calmly toward the magic circle drawn on the ground and told Frank to step aside. He said he would try it himself. As he stood in the center of the circle, he silently thought that the Spirit King would surely remember him. He closed his eyes and began to focus his energy. In his mind, he pictured the place where he had first succeeded in summoning a spirit. It had not been this lonely and cold training room, but the front of a magnificent and ancient world tree. That place had been full of life and magic. Now, standing in the circle, Oscar called out to the spirit again. As he did, a white energy began to glow around his body. He firmly called for the spirit of wind to come to him. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind exploded through the room. Frank had to cover his face with his arms as he struggled to stand against the pressure. Shocked, he shouted, asking if Oscar had actually succeeded on the first try. The wind roared around them, a clear sign that Oscar had indeed summoned a spirit. Suddenly, a giant spirit appeared in front of Oscar. The spirit looked like an old man with a strong and wise presence. He crossed his arms and looked down at Oscar with serious eyes. He asked if it was really a human who had called him. Then he said it was the first time in 27 years that someone had summoned him. Oscar, confused by the number, realized that he had also been the one who called the spirit 27 years ago, likely during his past life. Still surprised, he replied that he wanted to make a contract with the spirit and asked if anything was needed, like a written agreement. The spirit, however, sat down on the ground and leaned closer to Oscar. He spoke with a warm and noble tone. He said that something as formal as a written contract was not necessary. Instead, he asked Oscar if he would be willing to form a connection of friendship with him. He introduced himself as Celestine, the highest-ranking spirit. Oscar stared at him, unsure for a moment. Then he gave a completely unexpected answer. He said no. Both the Celestine and Frank looked at Oscar with shock and confusion. But Oscar quickly explained. He said that he should have started with this point from the beginning. Then he smiled gently and pointed toward Frank, who was standing behind him. Oscar told the spirit that he did not need a spirit himself. He had summoned Celestine because Frank needed one. Frank's eyes widened with shock. He had never expected Oscar to go this far for him. The scene then shifted to the next day. The setting was bright and lively as the sun shone over the dueling hall. There, Grank and his knight stood in front of Hamel and Oscar. Grank looked at Hamel with a confident smile and asked if he had slept well, calling him the Vice Tower Master. Hamel stood with his hands behind his back, replied that it was the same as always, showing his usual calm attitude. Grank then asked if Hamel's presence meant he had agreed to the deal they had discussed. Hamel nodded and confirmed it. He said that he had many concerns at first, but in the end, he had decided to agree. He explained that the inventor of the cure was too stubborn, suggesting that Oscar's determination had influenced his decision. As Hamel spoke, Oscar stood silently with a confident and firm smile. Grank seemed satisfied and said he would gladly accept the deal. Then he introduced the knight who would be fighting on his behalf. The knight stepped forward and greeted Oscar politely by shaking hands. He introduced himself as Leslie Morgan, a level 5 knight. Oscar returned the gesture and introduced himself as Oscar Crushen, a level 2 mage. After the introductions, Grank held up 2 necklaces and explained the rules of the duel. He said it was a simple match where the first person to take the opponent's necklace would be the winner. If 5 minutes passed without either side winning, then they would accept it as a loss for their team. Oscar took the necklace that Grank handed to him and smiled. He said that the rules sounded good and that they should begin the match. Grank then added one last note. He said that if anyone wanted to suspend the duel during the fight, they could raise their hand to stop it. Then he looked at Oscar's outfit and asked if he would be okay fighting in it, saying it looked very uncomfortable. Oscar wearing an outfit with long flapping sleeves and a loose hood that moved with the breeze. When Grank questioned, Oscar smiled and replied that it was fine because he was not going to be the one fighting. His answer caused some surprise, and before anyone could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed across the hall. Everyone turned to look. Frank appeared at the entrance, walking toward them with a serious expression. He wore a comfortable and proper outfit for combat, and his fists were clenched with determination. Grank stared at him in shock and said Frank's name out loud, clearly not expecting him to show up. Then, turning to Oscar, he demanded an explanation and asked what was going on. Oscar, still smiling, explained the situation. He said that Grank had asked him to prove his ability, but never said that he had to fight personally. He told everyone that he had trained Frank the previous day and taught him many things. Frank stood quietly beside him, showing that he was ready for the challenge. Grank sighed and admitted it was his mistake for not adding a rule that Oscar had to fight himself. However, he quickly warned them that they would not go easy just because Frank was the one stepping into the match. Before Grank could finish speaking, Oscar calmly interrupted him. He handed the necklace to Frank and explained that this decision was not about avoiding the fight. He simply believed that a level 4 mage had a better chance of winning than a level 2 one. This statement left Grank stunned. He clenched his fist and asked how it was possible that Frank had reached level 4, since he had only been level 3 the day before. Oscar placed his arm around Frank's shoulder in a friendly way and smiled teasingly. He said that if he wanted to turn Frank into a top mage in 2 years, then he had to show this level of ability. It was clear that Oscar was proud of Frank and had full confidence in him. Grank, now taking things seriously, turned to his knight and gave a strict order. He told Leslie not to go easy on Frank. Leslie replied respectfully that he understood. Oscar then gave Frank a strong pat on the back to encourage him. He told him not to be scared and reminded him that if he simply followed the instructions from their training the day before, he would definitely win. Frank nodded silently, then turned his head slightly, full of determination. As he walked toward Leslie, he said that he would be back soon. Leslie greeted Frank politely with a respectful bow and said it had been a while since they last met. Frank nodded and addressed him respectfully as Sir Leslie. Grank, acting as the referee, raised his voice and gave the signal for the duel to begin. As the duel started, Frank and Leslie stood facing each other. Frank carefully watched Leslie and quickly measured the distance between them. He calculated that there were exactly 20 meters separating them, which was perfect for his plan. Leslie then drew his sword and held it tightly, ready for combat. Frank's eyes widened as he felt the pressure coming from Leslie. He was shocked. Even though Leslie had not used sword chi yet and was still at a distance, his presence alone was incredibly heavy and powerful. Frank realized just how strong a level 5 knight truly was. Leslie pointed his sword directly at Frank and stated that this was the class of a level 5. Frank started to feel overwhelmed. His voice trembled in his thoughts as he asked himself if he should give up now. He even began to raise his hand, ready to surrender. But then his eyes met Oscar's. Oscar was looking straight at him, calm but full of quiet support. That one look made Frank stop. Slowly, he lowered his hand again. In that moment, he remembered Oscar's words from the day before. Oscar had said he needed Frank. He wanted him to be part of the new White Tower he dreamed of creating. He had told Frank that without him, the team would be incomplete. Frank remembered how it felt to hear someone say that they needed him. It was the first time in his life he felt truly important. Filled with new energy and determination, Frank clenched his fists and began to gather his magic. He shouted the name of his spell, Wind Blade. A magical sword formed out of air, glowing with energy, and pointed directly at Leslie. Frank's heart was full of hope. He told himself that he could not disappoint Oscar now. For the first time ever, someone had believed in him, and he did not want to let that person down. The magical sword shot toward Leslie and struck him again and again. The air sliced with force, but Leslie remained calm. He did not even step back. The attacks landed, but he stood steady and strong. Inside, Leslie was surprised. He thought to himself that Frank had improved a lot. Not only was Frank dual casting using 2 layers of magic at once, but he had also managed to break Leslie's momentum with his attacks. Leslie realized that Frank's sword was not just simple magic. It reminded him of a powerful and rare swordsmanship technique from the Eastern nation. It was a technique used by only the most skilled swordsmen, a style where a person could fight using a sword without even touching it, controlling it with energy alone. Frank, somehow, had reached a level where he could imitate this legendary style using magic. Leslie suddenly struck the floating magical sword that Frank had created with Wind Blade. A sharp spark produced through the air, and the sword shattered into pieces. Leslie had seen enough. He thought to himself that the time for observation was over. With that, he rushed forward at high speed, aiming to attack Frank directly with his hand. Frank's eyes widened in shock as he realized just how fast Leslie was. He panicked for a moment, thinking there was no way he could block such a quick attack. But instead of giving up, he quickly used Wind Blade again. This time, he did not create a sword. He raised his hand, and a large magical hand made of wind appeared in front of him, blocking Leslie's strike just in time. Meanwhile, up on the upper floor, Grank and 2 others were watching the fight closely. Grank was full of confusion as he stared down at Frank's powerful display. He asked Oscar how Frank had improved so much in only half a day. He even questioned whether Oscar had used some kind of forbidden technique to force the growth unnaturally. Oscar, however, didn't seem bothered. He responded with a calm and careless attitude, saying that he used a safe and proper method. Grank narrowed his eyes and replied coldly that he was not actually worried about Frank's safety, he was just suspicious. Back on the ground, Leslie swung his sword with great force and sliced through the large wind-made hand that Frank had summoned. The pressure from Leslie's sword was strong, and it cut through the magic barrier with ease. Still, Leslie could not deny what he saw. He thought to himself that Frank had truly grown a lot. His skills were far better than expected. But even with all that improvement, Leslie believed that Frank had reached his limit. As the large hand disappeared into the air, Leslie jumped toward Frank. He pointed his sword directly at him and closed the distance with full force. Frank, feeling the pressure of the wind and the strength of Leslie's attack, raised his arms to cover his face. He tried his best to stay standing. As Laszlo reached his hand out toward Frank during the duel, he had serious thoughts. He believed that Frank was not suited to be a battle mage. Laszlo thought Frank was weaker than others, and if he kept going through combat, it would eventually bring him pain. He worried that one day, getting injured might even feel like a relief to Frank, rather than a punishment. In Laszlo's mind, Frank was better off staying in the safety of the Mage Corporation, where he would not be hurt, would not make his family worry, and would not lose control of his own magic again. Watching the duel, Oscar calmly said that it was over. Grank turned to look at him, surprised. He did not understand why Oscar was so calm. Then he noticed Oscar was smiling. That shocked Grank even more. He wondered why Oscar could smile at such a moment when Frank seemed to be losing. The scene then flashed back to the night before, showing what had really happened behind the scenes. That night, Oscar and Frank had been alone in the hall. Oscar stood confidently with his hands on his hips and told Frank that the spirit transplant had been successful. He admitted that it was a bit disappointing that the spirit was a low-level one, but it was still a good step forward. He asked Frank about the God of Wind spirit and how it was working now that they had trained more. Frank, lying on the floor tired and exhausted, replied with a small smile. He said that after someone had beaten him up, the spirit had started to come out more naturally. He was clearly referring to Oscar's intense training. Oscar agreed but reminded Frank that he still was not at the level where he could turn his whole body into wind freely. That kind of ability would require complete control and inner strength. Oscar said that Frank still had trauma to overcome. Frank had been feeling unsure and nervous. He asked Oscar if there was no way for him to win the match the next day. But Oscar confidently denied that idea. He told Frank that it was possible to win if he used the power of the God of Wind spirit to its full potential, at 100%. Frank lifted his head slightly and asked with confusion what Oscar meant by 100%. He thought turning his body into wind was all the spirit could do. But Oscar explained that there was something even more powerful and exciting. While drawing on the board with chalk, he told Frank about the true hidden ability of the God of Wind, something called unitization. This ability allowed the user to turn anything that touched their body, whether it was clothes, weapons, or objects, into wind. Oscar called this the most broken and overpowered part of the spirit. He also reminded Frank that in battle, it was smart to hide your best tricks until the last moment. Winning by surprising your opponent was even more satisfying. Now, back in the present, during the fight, Laszlo's hand finally reached Frank. But just as it seemed like Frank had lost, he quickly moved his head aside and dodged Laszlo's hand with sharp focus in his eyes. Laszlo stared at his own hand in shock and disbelief. The necklace that he was supposed to grab from Frank was not there. Instead, the necklace that belonged to Laszlo had somehow appeared in Frank's hand. Laszlo was completely stunned. He thought to himself in disbelief, no way this could have happened. Frank Sirius stared at the necklace in his hand, unable to believe. Slowly, disbelief turned into joy as he lifted both fists into the air and shouted with excitement that he had finally gotten it. From the upper floor, Grank watched him with wide eyes, completely shocked. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing and muttered to himself that it was impossible for Frank to be using the power of the God of Wind, especially since even the magic healer had said Frank would never be able to use it again. Meanwhile, Hamel spoke with a joyful tone, declaring that the match had come to a conclusion and asked if everyone agreed with the result. But Grank couldn't stop thinking about what he had just seen. He looked at Oscar and remembered that Oscar had claimed to only train Frank for a single day, which made everything even more unbelievable. After the match, Laszlo Morgan and Frank Sirius shook hands in a friendly way, showing mutual respect. Grank stood nearby, watching them quietly before murmuring to himself that he acknowledged his loss. They all gathered at the training ground, and Hamel spoke kindly to Grank, saying that it was unfortunate he had to leave so soon after coming all that way. Grank responded respectfully by placing a hand on his chest and said that they should take good care of his younger brother from now on. Then, he turned toward Frank Sirius with a serious look on his face and told him that he had grown a bit. However, Frank asked politely for him to repeat it. Grank turned away and told them to forget it, ending the conversation without further explanation. Laszlo Morgan also bowed politely before leaving. As Grank and the others walked away, Oscar and Frank Sirius stood watching them. Oscar smiled to himself, thinking that Grank was a funny guy who was clearly pretending not to have heard Frank's question. After their departure, Frank Sirius became visibly excited and his face turned red with happiness, feeling proud of everything that had happened. The next day arrived, and Frank Sirius followed Oscar to a new location. When they reached it, Frank stared at the place with wide eyes and asked in surprise if this was really the entrance to the training room. Oscar simply nodded. But Frank could not believe what he was seeing. He pointed at the old, eerie-looking door and shouted in shock, saying that it looked more like the entrance to a basement prison than a training room. Oscar explained calmly that it had been used as a prison hundreds of years ago, so Frank wasn't completely wrong to think that. Still, Frank Sirius felt confused and upset. With his eyes wide, he shouted again, asking why he was being sent into isolated training when he hadn't done anything wrong. Oscar explained that it wasn't punishment. In fact, the Vice Tower Master had given the order personally, which meant he had very high hopes for Frank and saw great potential in him. But this only made Frank more frustrated. He grabbed his head with both hands and shouted that if they had such high expectations, why were they locking him away in isolation? He also complained that he had only rested for 1 day after the last battle. Oscar, staying calm, pushed Frank gently toward the door and told him to think positively. He reminded him that he still needed time to adjust to the spirit inside him and to organize everything he had learned while advancing through level 4. Frank Sirius took a few deep breaths and admitted that what Oscar said made sense, but he still felt nervous. Before he could finish speaking, Oscar interrupted him and told him not to act like a baby, adding that he was not going to die. Frank looked at Oscar with tearful eyes, wanting some reassurance, and asked softly if that was really true. Oscar nodded and replied that it was, and then casually mentioned that he would be closing the door now. As he shut the door, Oscar thought to himself with a small, guilty smile that he was actually the one who had requested Frank's isolated training in the first place. The scene then went back to the night after the duel, when Oscar and Hamill were sitting in a room facing each other on the sofa. Hamill looked surprised as he asked Oscar if he really planned to put Frank into 50 days of isolated training even though he had just won the duel. He thought it was a bit too soon. Oscar nodded seriously and explained that Frank needed it. Hamill smiled and joked that they would have to treat Frank very kindly after 1 month. Oscar thanked him for understanding. Then Hamill remembered something and shared some good news. He said that the Sirius Trading Company had offered to let them use their entire distribution network for free from now on. Oscar was shocked and asked if they were really providing it for free. As he thought about it, Oscar realized the trading company must have already done their calculations. He knew that if the White Tower returned to power and Frank became a top-level mage, the profits for the Sirius Trading Company would be huge. Their real intentions were clear, but Oscar did not feel upset about it. In fact, he thought it was still good news. Hamill mentioned that he had one more thing to ask. He asked Oscar if he would be willing to give a lecture. Oscar seemed a little confused and repeated the word lecture to himself, unsure at first. Then he answered that it was not like he could not do it, but he was curious why Hamill was asking him now. As he picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip, he thought silently that Hamill should be asking him to focus on the potions department at this point, not on teaching others. After placing the cup back on the table, Oscar asked if there was a specific reason the White Tower mages suddenly needed to grow stronger in a short amount of time. Hamill smiled and praised Oscar for understanding quickly. Then he asked if Oscar had heard of something called Mage Night. Oscar nodded and said that he had. Mage Night was a special day where all the mages from different magic towers gathered in one place. It was originally created to show off their magical growth and encourage harmony between the towers. The Emperor had wanted it to be a day for creating bonds and peaceful connections among all magic towers. But instead of creating unity, it had turned into a day full of competition, where the towers ended up fighting each other instead. Because of that, Mage Night was expected to be cancelled after a few years. While thinking about this, Oscar wondered why Hamill was bringing it up now after so long. Then he asked with a respectful tone if His Majesty, the Emperor, was planning to bring back Mage Night. Hamill nodded and confirmed that Oscar was right. He explained that the return of Mage Night had not been made public yet, but the Imperial family planned to announce the details once the new year arrived. Hamill admitted that he hoped it was just his own bad feeling, but he was especially cautious about the Black Tower. Oscar's eyes widened when he heard the name. The Black Tower had always been known for its ambition and secrecy. Hamill continued explaining that as long as the Black Tower kept aiming to become one of the 4 main magic towers, there was a real chance that the White Tower could be attacked or pushed aside. Even though everyone in the White Tower was doing well at the moment, Hamill confessed he still felt uneasy about the future. Hearing this, Oscar's face became sharp with determination. he clenched his fist and declared that he would do it, agreeing to Hamel's request without hesitation. Hamel looked at Oscar with surprise and asked why it felt like Oscar's entire face and attitude had changed so suddenly. This showed how serious and protective Oscar had become about the White Tower. The scene then shifted to the 36th floor of the Magic Tower campus. Oscar walked through the hallway, deep in thought. He couldn't stop thinking about the threat from the Black Tower. He believed they were being arrogant for trying to rise up and compete with the main towers. In his mind, he promised that the White Tower would never be pushed aside, not while he was alive. As he walked, he felt a bit of relief knowing that he had at least managed to pull Frank Sirius up to level 4. He also thought that performing the low-level spirit ceremony had been a brilliant move. Then he quietly felt grateful, remembering the demigod who had once acknowledged him. He could not believe that such a powerful being had remembered a simple human like him, especially one who had not even kept his promise in the past. The scene shifted to a moment from the other day during the spirit summoning ceremony. A powerful spirit had been called, but it was clearly angry. The spirit shouted with rage, demanding to know who would dare summon a spirit just to make a contract on behalf of someone else. It was furious, unable to believe what had happened. Oscar tried to calm the spirit down, but it did not help. The spirit kept shouting, pointing at Oscar and asking how it was supposed to calm down in such a situation. Then Oscar spoke firmly, and called out a name, Salafrian of Silence. He told the spirit to inform her that the white mage had returned. Hearing that name made the spirit even more shocked. It shouted with sharp eyes, demanding to know who Oscar really was. It could not believe that a mere human would dare speak the name of the Spirit King, or get the Spirit King to give an order. The spirit questioned how someone like Oscar could hold that kind of authority. Oscar replied calmly, saying that telling the truth would ruin the fun. Then he asked again if the spirit could do what he asked or not. After a moment, the large and powerful spirit sat down on the ground, finally calming a bit. It said that permission had been given, but the situation would not involve a full contract, it would just be a simple transplant. Oscar smiled and said that was enough, and thanked the spirit for helping. Before leaving, the spirit gave Oscar a message. It said that she, the one Oscar referred to earlier, had told him not to forget his old promise. As Oscar stood later in front of a large door, he thought to himself with a serious expression. He promised not to worry and said he would definitely keep his promise this time. In his thoughts, he explained that he had died suddenly in his past life and could not keep that promise then. But he remembered how many White Tower families had been saved thanks to her help. Because of that, he now felt deeply in debt, and promised to repay her, not just with kindness but with interest. The scene began with Oscar holding a paper in his hand. The paper had an announcement written on it that read, "Special Lecture Announcement." It said the lecture was only for White Tower mages. The topic would be a reinterpretation of basic magic. It was scheduled to happen every Monday and Thursday from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. The location was the 36th floor of the main building, in lecture room number 4. As Oscar read it, he smiled to himself and thought that before starting this new responsibility, he needed to take care of his family a little more. The scene then shifted to the lecture room. A group of young mages had already gathered, and the mood was light and curious. One younger mage, speaking in a teasing tone, joked with Oscar that he recognized many of the faces there, and thought they had all disappeared or even died, since he had not seen them in a long time. He also looked around and noted that it seemed like the class was only for mages up to level 3. He did not see any high-level mages attending. A girl mage sitting at her desk, with both hands placed in front of her, responded calmly. She guessed that maybe it was because the lecture was only about basic lessons, and that the intermediate-level mages were probably too busy to come. Another girl with red hair joined in. She seemed more excited and spoke while clenching her fists. She said it must be true that the White Tower now had more money. She had heard that this lecture was given by someone personally invited by the Vice Tower Master. On top of that, it was being held in the main building, the same place where the important Imperial Observation Seminar once took place. A girl mage with yellow hair, who was sitting near the front, turned her head and said she believed the lecturer must be someone impressive, and that she couldn't wait to see who it was. She sounded excited and hopeful. But a boy with yellow hair, sitting behind her, responded in a frustrated tone. He said they were making too big of a deal out of using a lecture hall that normally no one even cared about. This boy was introduced as Damien Proud, the only son of Papoose County, and he seemed to carry some pride and arrogance with him. The girl with red hair looked confused and asked Damien if he was being too negative. She pointed out that the White Tower had finally started investing in something new. But Damien remained unimpressed. He replied with a careless attitude, saying that if it really was a proper investment, they would have prepared a high-level lecture like the ones offered in the other 4 magic towers. Instead, this was only a reinterpretation of basic magic, which did not sound exciting to him at all. He also mentioned that among the 32 low-level mages in the tower, only 1 had not shown up. That fact, according to him, proved how unimportant the lesson was. He added that if this lesson was truly amazing, then even the noble level 2 genius would have come to attend. While they were all still talking and sharing their thoughts, a sudden voice cut through the room and shouted, telling them to stop the chatter. At the same time, a magic technique was used. Sound binding the entire hall became silent. Everyone froze in shock, unable to speak or even hear properly. It was a powerful silence spell that caught them all off guard. Damien, especially surprised, clutched his throat and thought to himself in panic that he could not hear anything. He started to believe that the entire room had gone silent using magic. In his thoughts, he questioned if this was some kind of silence spell, because he had never experienced something like this before. Just as the silence spell filled the room, the door opened and someone stepped inside. It was Oscar. He walked in calmly and said it was nice to meet everyone. He introduced himself as the lecturer who would be teaching the reinterpretation of basic magic course, and said his full name, Oscar Crushen. The students were all shocked. Their eyes widened, and many of them had the same thought: how could a level 2 mage be their lecturer? To them, it did not make sense. They had expected someone much more experienced or powerful. Oscar noticed their reaction and continued speaking. He calmly said that he was sure many of them felt disappointed that he was the one giving the lecture. The students silently agreed with him in their minds. Some of them thought he must at least be self-aware. But others felt frustrated. They believed it was wrong for a lower-level mage to be given the role of a teacher, even if Oscar was technically their senior. A few students also assumed that Oscar had used the silence spell earlier because he felt guilty or nervous and did not want to hear them criticize him. Some even wondered to themselves what kind of spell he had used to silence the entire hall. But then Oscar surprised them again. He continued his talk and told them clearly that if anyone had complaints about him being the lecturer, they were free to leave. He explained that they were no longer academy students who needed to follow their teacher's orders. However, he added a condition. If anyone wanted to leave, they had to prove their skill first. They had 10 minutes to show that they did not need to learn anything more from his class. Only then could they walk out. Oscar ended his statement with a confident and clever smile, asking them if it sounded simple enough. Inside the hall, Oscar stood at the front and spoke to all the young mages sitting in their chairs. He gave them a challenge. He said they had 10 minutes. If they did not want to attend his class, they could say so, but only within that time limit. His condition was clear. They had to speak the words, "I don't want to take the class," within 10 minutes. Oscar ended with a calm smile and said it sounded simple, did not it? But the mages sitting before him did not think it was simple at all. They were frustrated and angry. In their minds, they shouted things like, "Simple? Is he crazy?" They could not speak because of the silence spell Oscar had used earlier, so they felt like this was not a test, it was a trap. They thought Oscar was basically forcing them to stay in the lecture by making it impossible to reject it. Some of the mages tried to calm themselves and think. They believed that since Oscar was only a level 2 mage, the spell he used could not be real silence. It had to be something weaker. They thought that if they tried hard enough, they could break through it and speak. Their pride was hurt. They did not want to be looked down on by a lower-level mage. Damien, the noble boy with yellow hair, clenched his teeth and thought seriously. He realized something important: Oscar was challenging them directly. The test was not just about magic knowledge. Oscar was saying, if you are not strong enough to lift my spell and speak, then you are not good enough to refuse my teaching. That made Damien even more determined to prove himself. At the front of the hall, Oscar watched them quietly. He smiled to himself, and thought that he had left a few weak spots in the spell on purpose. He wanted to see who could notice and break through them. But it was not easy, and he knew it. The minutes kept passing, and still, no one had spoken. He waited, calm and silent, to see what they would do. Then, just as the time was almost over, Damien suddenly stood up from his chair. With a proud and smug expression, he slammed both his hands down on the desk in front of him. His voice finally broke through the silence, and he shouted with confidence that he had done it. Oscar looked at Damien and recognized him immediately. He remembered that Damien Proud was listed among the beginner-level mages. Even though he was still a beginner, Oscar knew he had a brilliant mind. But he also knew Damien was incredibly stubborn, like a mule. Oscar then looked at him and simply said congratulations. Damien responded with pride. He said that the spell had actually been easier than he expected, and the only reason he struggled was because he tried to solve it slowly, not because it was difficult. As the timer hit 0, murmurs and whispers started filling the hall. Some students were excited because they could hear sounds again. One said they were almost done, and others looked disappointed. Oscar stood up and raised his voice to calm the room. He told everyone to be quiet and announced that the time was up. He confirmed that only one person had passed the test, and that was Damien Proud. Damien stood proudly and asked with excitement if that meant he did not have to take the class. Oscar replied calmly and said yes, he did not need to attend if he did not want to. That was the rule. Damien stared at Oscar, feeling a bit unsure. Even though he had passed and could skip the class, he felt curious. He thought that if the class started like this, then maybe there was something interesting to learn. But his pride made it hard to admit that he actually wanted to stay. Oscar, still watching him closely, smiled a little in his mind. He could clearly read everything on Damien's face. He thought that maybe because Damien was still a kid, his thoughts were easy to understand just by looking at him. Then Oscar said he would give an award to the only one who passed the test. As a reward, he would teach Damien one spell. He invited him to come up to the stage. As Damien stepped forward, Oscar asked him a question. He wanted to know what was Damien's favorite basic spell. Damien told Oscar that his favorite basic spell was Wind Cutter. Oscar nodded and asked him to try it out in front of everyone. Damien sighed and mumbled that it was bothersome, but still began to gather magical energy around his hand. As the energy formed and floated around his body, he looked at Oscar and asked if that was enough. Oscar watched him carefully and said with a thoughtful expression that it looked nice, and he would teach him Wind Cutter that day. Damien seemed confused and asked why Oscar did not recognize the magic already floating around him. But Oscar explained calmly while reaching his hand toward Damien. He said that by his standards, what Damien created was not truly Wind Cutter. It was just a half-finished version of the spell. Oscar said there were two big problems with it. Then Oscar created a sword out of magic energy and demonstrated something with it. Damien was shocked and asked loudly what Oscar was doing. Oscar replied by pointing out the first issue. He said that what Damien had made was not even made of proper wind. Then he asked Damien what he thought wind really was. Damien answered, a bit uncertainly, that wind was moving air. Oscar nodded and began to explain more deeply. He said that water is still water even when it sits still in one place. Fire is still fire, no matter what shape it takes. But wind is different, it only becomes wind when air is constantly moving and flowing. So what Damien created was not Wind Cutter at all. It was more like Air Cutter, a spell using still air. Oscar compared it to water that does not move, which becomes dirty or starts to rot. Similarly, magic made from air that does not flow will lose its form quickly and become weak. Oscar reminded Damien and the class that the White Tower specialized in wind magic. That meant their magic needed to flow continuously. If not, as Oscar showed in his earlier demonstration, it would always be broken and destroyed easily. Damien looked at Oscar and asked what the second problem with his spell was. Oscar explained that Damien was using too much mana when casting Wind Cutter. He said a lot of magical energy was being wasted, and if Damien could reduce the amount he used, it would help him a lot in the long run. Damien seemed surprised and asked how Oscar could figure that out just by watching the spell once. Oscar thought quietly to himself that once a mage reached a certain level of mastery, they could understand a lot just by watching someone else cast a spell. They could even guess things like the person's habits, personality, and maybe even parts of their past. Then Oscar asked Damien if he could speak a bit more personally. He said since Damien came from the Proud family, which had many powerful mages in the White Tower, it was likely that he grew up watching his family use magic. Naturally, Oscar guessed Damien must have wanted to imitate them from a young age. Wind Cutter was probably one of the spells Damien tried to copy when he was still too young to fully understand magic. Oscar said that because Wind Cutter was one of the harder basic spells, Damien must have used too much mana to force it to work when he was still learning. Even though he had gotten better over time, that old habit of pouring in too much magic energy had stayed with him. Oscar ended by saying that while using a lot of mannequin work as one method, it is not always the best way, and learning control is important. Damien looked shocked and asked how Oscar had known all of that about him. But Oscar did not answer the question and simply continued explaining. He said that now that they had figured out the cause of the problem, Damien would be able to create a perfect wind cutter spell by fixing those issues. Then Oscar added with a little teasing that it was a shame, since this very talented student said he was not going to take the class. Damien suddenly turned around while walking away and said that he never said he would not take it. Oscar looked at Damien's back with a small smile, happy that his plan had worked just as he wanted. The scene changed to 3 weeks later. A group of mages were sitting around a table in a hall, drinking tea. One girl looked excited and asked if the others had heard the rumors. Another mage asked what she meant. The girl explained that Oscar Crushen had become a star instructor in the magic tower. One mage asked with doubt if his teaching would even help anyone above beginner level. But the girl said no one could say for sure, since even some level 4 and S level mages were joining his class. Another mage looked confused and asked if that meant they should attend the class too. The girl suddenly slammed her hand on the table and said she had been waiting for someone to ask that. She told them they should go right now. Then someone reminded her that it was only 7 in the morning and the class did not start until 9. At that moment, another mage reminded everyone that they had to stand in line early because if they came late, they might not even get a seat in the class. Hearing this, all the mages sitting at other tables also stood up and rushed to get ready. The popularity of Oscar's class had clearly grown. The scene shifted inside the classroom. A girl mage with red hair looked around with confusion and asked why there were so many people that day. She noticed that even high-level mages, those at level 4 and 5, were in the room. A boy mage next to her agreed and pointed out that this was still supposed to be a basic magic lesson. Then he suddenly saw someone unexpected and asked with disbelief if that was Elder Maxim sitting in the back. It felt more like a Magic Academy seminar than a simple beginner's class. Just then, Oscar walked into the room and opened the door with confidence. He greeted everyone with a cheerful good morning and told them that the spell they would be learning that day was very important. He praised them for showing up. The mages felt excited again and clenched their fists, ready to learn something great. Then Oscar said something unexpected. He told them that the most important spell for any mage to know and understand was wind. The students' excitement quickly faded. Many looked disappointed and confused. A girl mage thought to herself with frustration that wind was the most basic of all spells. She wondered why they had come for this. To her, it felt like a complete waste of time. She thought that even mages who did not belong to the White Tower could learn and use wind magic easily. Elder Maxim raised his hand and spoke up. He said that he originally came just to observe the lesson, but he had become so curious that he had to ask something. He asked Oscar if he was seriously planning to only teach the wind spell after calling together so many mages. Oscar gave an immediate response with a calm nod and confirmed it. Then he politely asked Elder Maxim if he could demonstrate the wind spell for the class. Elder Maxim agreed and stood up. He cast the wind spell with great power, and as soon as he did, the entire hall shook from the strength of the wind he created. The gust was intense and fast, making it hard to believe it was just a basic spell. One of the students, surprised and frustrated, asked if that was really wind magic and not a stronger spell like gust or wind press. Oscar praised Elder Maxim's performance and said it was exactly what he expected from someone of his level. When Elder Maxim asked if that was enough, Oscar nodded and thanked him. Next, Oscar called out another student, Amy Raven. She answered with confusion and surprise, not expecting to be chosen. She felt nervous and thought there were many people better than her, but Oscar had called her name. She stepped forward, shouted the name of the spell, and cast her version of wind magic. As Amy performed the spell, a gentle and warm breeze spread through the classroom. One of the other girls commented in amazement that it felt soft and warm, completely different from Elder Maxim's strong and violent wind. Oscar then asked the class if anyone could tell what the difference between the two wind spells was. One of the students replied that the main differences were the force, the range, and the temperature of the wind. One of the students replied that even the vibe of the wind spells felt different. Then a girl with brown hair added that it was because of the temperament of the mana. Oscar turned to her and said she was correct, calling her by name, Veronica Fricks. She was shocked and looked at him with wide eyes, surprised that he knew her name. Oscar continued his explanation with a gentle smile, saying that, just as Veronica had pointed out, The big difference between Elder Maxim's and Amy Raven's spells came from the temperament of the mana they used. Oscar explained that even though both spells followed the same process from forming the spell to casting it, the results were completely different. One felt like the hot wind of a desert, while the other felt like the soft breeze of spring. He pointed out how fascinating it was that two spells with the same structure could have such a wide gap in feeling and effect. The difference was so strong that it almost felt like they were not even the same spell. Then Oscar turned to the board and asked the class another question. He wanted to know who understood what the temperament of mana really meant. One student raised a hand and answered by mentioning the 4 types of mana: enhancement, acceleration, balance, and special. Oscar responded while writing on the board, explaining that those were actually the 4 systems of mana, not temperament. He clarified further by saying that temperament and system were different concepts. To understand the temperament of mana, one needed to look into the roots of the White Tower. In other words, they had to understand balance. Then Oscar asked another question to guide them deeper, wanting to know why the White Tower and the Blue Tower were considered the symbols of balance. Oscar stood confidently in front of the class, holding his hand up as a small ball of water floated just above his palm. He wanted to explain something about magic and how elements behaved. He told the students that there was water in his hand and explained that the conditions for water to boil were very simple. At normal air pressure, all it needed was a temperature of 100 degrees and a little time. He said it was not difficult. Then he continued, saying that creating hot wind was even easier than boiling water. According to him, hot wind blended more quickly with the environment around it. It changed its nature very fast, just like a chameleon that changes colors. As Oscar began casting the spell to show how the hot wind worked, a girl sitting at the back of the classroom opened her eyes wide in surprise and shouted that it was hot. But something strange happened. The students sitting in the front rows suddenly felt very cold instead. They started shivering and said that it was cold around them. The whole class became confused because the effect of the spell seemed different for each part of the room. Oscar explained something very important about wind magic. He said that wind was the freest of all elements. It could be as powerful as the flames of the Red Tower, as fast as the lightning from the Gold Tower, or as flexible and shapeless as the water from the Blue Tower. But unlike water, which could not mix with oil, wind had no such limits. Wind could match and mix with anything in the world. Oscar explained that wind was the only element that could take on any kind of temperament, depending on the imagination of the mage. Because of this, he told everyone in the class that, as mages of the White Tower, they must always think carefully about how they viewed wind. He said the way they imagined wind as a force, a feeling, or an idea was the most important part of using wind magic. That was the key lesson for the day. Just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. One of the girl students looked over at Elder Maxim and noticed that something seemed wrong with him. She quietly called out to him, asking if he was okay. Elder Maxim looked dazed and tried to speak. He said the word, wind, in a quiet voice. Oscar noticed this right away and turned sharply, eyes wide with concern. Elder Maxim then muttered something again, trying to say the word wind and a phrase that sounded like to me. The girl grew more worried and asked again if he was all right. But before anyone could get close to him or help, Oscar suddenly shouted at them not to touch him. His voice was loud and serious. Oscar quickly walked toward Elder Maxim and told everyone in the room to move away. He warned them not to interrupt what was happening to the elder because it was something important. One of the girl's students looked confused and asked why the elder was acting strange all of a sudden. Before she could finish her sentence, Oscar nodded and explained that Elder Maxim was going through an awakening. As he spoke, powerful mana began to flow and swirl around Elder Maxim's body. It looked intense and magical, showing that something big was happening inside him. Everyone watched in silence as the mana kept rising. After a little while, the energy around the elder started to calm down, and he slowly returned to normal. Oscar approached him carefully and asked how he was feeling. Elder Maxim looked disappointed at first, and said that he still could not reach level 8, even after everything. But then his face lit up with excitement and gratitude. He suddenly hugged Oscar tightly and thanked him, saying that since Oscar was now the teacher, he should show his respect properly. Oscar chuckled at the elder's words and said he was happy to hear that. But deep inside, Oscar was thinking about what had really happened and how it would benefit him. Because of Elder Maxim's attempt to awaken, it became clear that Oscar was strong and respected. Now, students who were ranked lower than Elder Maxim would not dare challenge or question him. That would make teaching easier for Oscar. Then Oscar looked toward a girl in the class, Veronica Fricks, and felt especially pleased. He thought to himself that the biggest benefit of this moment was gaining her interest. Veronica was known as one of the problematic or difficult students written about in little Oscar's journal. Now that he had impressed her, it was a big step in earning her trust and attention, which could help him manage the class even better in the future. The next day, Oscar walked through the castle toward a large door while thinking about something Veronica had said to him after class. She had mentioned there was something interesting inside the training room, which made him curious. He remembered their conversation clearly. Veronica had asked him if he trained too, and Oscar had confidently replied that of course he did. But then she asked why he didn't use the fit room, adding that he wasn't even listed in the rankings. When Oscar asked what the fit room was, she looked surprised and told him it stood for Future Innovation Training Room. Now, as Oscar walked, he thought about how Veronica had seemed friendly after class. He figured she must have liked his lesson. But the moment she found out he didn't know what the fit room was, her attitude changed. She started looking at him with disappointment, almost like she felt sorry for him. Oscar could not ignore that change. He really wanted to know what made this training room so special and why not knowing about it had made her react that way. Eventually, he stopped in front of a large, unusual-looking door and wondered if this was the place. He had heard that out of 300 training rooms, only 3 were like this one. Even the door's color was different, which made it stand out. Oscar placed his hand on the door and thought about how strange it was. He wondered if it was really that special. He also found it a bit silly that such important rooms did not have magic doors that opened on their own. To him, it felt outdated to need to touch the door just to open it. Oscar opened the large door and stepped inside the strange training room, looking around curiously. He mumbled to himself, wondering what was so different about this place. He did not feel anything special yet, maybe just a strange vibe. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room from a hidden speaker. It introduced itself as Argo, the next generation training support system. Oscar gave a small smirk and thought to himself that this training room was powered by magic engineering. That made sense to him. He guessed that the Golden Tower, known for being rich and high-tech, must have poured a lot of money into this system. He figured those Golden Tower mages were probably behind this whole setup, using their wealth to build impressive things. Then the system continued speaking, explaining that it could create a personalized training course after registering the user's information. It asked if Oscar would like to register, but Oscar quickly refused. Right after that, the system announced that since he did not register, he would now train as an unregistered user. It told him to decide on the level of training he wanted. Oscar mumbled the word level with a bit of confusion, not sure what kind of levels the system meant. The system then explained that there were 100 levels in the training program, and he could pick any level that matched his abilities. Oscar simply said to start from level 1. The system accepted and gave him instructions for the first level. He had to pop 3 balls using either physical or magic attacks. But it warned him that if he used a wide area spell, the training would be cancelled. Oscar stared at the 3 fast-moving balls flying toward him, feeling a little confused at first. But he quickly focused and used his magic to pop all 3 with sharp accuracy. Right after, the system's voice echoed again, congratulating him for passing level 1. Oscar gave a firm smile and said to himself that it was not bad at all. He especially liked how the system prevented the use of wide-area spells. That meant it encouraged control and precision, not just raw power. Feeling excited, Oscar decided to challenge himself further. The system asked what level he wanted next, and Oscar confidently replied with level 100. But before starting, the system issued a serious warning. It said that starting from level 80, the size of the balls would shrink a lot. They would move much faster, and they would even become hostile toward the user. The system also advised that pregnant people, elders, or children should avoid this level due to unknown dangers. Oscar simply said it was fine and told the system to continue. While scratching the back of his neck, he thought it was probably just over-exaggerating. He did not expect it to be that dangerous. But before he could even finish that thought, one of the balls shot past his head at an incredible speed, so fast that it appeared only as a blur. Oscar's eyes snapped open in shock. The system then gave Oscar the full instructions for level 100. It told him to use either physical or magic attacks to pop 1,000 balls. But there were 2 strict rules: if he used a wide area spell, the training would be cancelled, and if he got hit more than 10 times, it would also be cancelled. Oscar prepared himself and began the challenge by using his wind magic technique, Wind Cutter, to destroy the fast-moving balls. At first, he focused on just popping the balls quickly, thinking that was all he needed to do. But as the energy beams from his magic bounced off the walls, he realized something important. At this rate, he would use up all of his mana. He needed to be smarter and use less power to last through the full challenge. So, he changed his strategy. He started using a sharper and smaller version of his magic to save energy while still hitting the targets. That worked well. The balls began shrinking, and he could cut them more effectively. But soon, the speed of the balls increased even more. They came flying at him from all directions, and it was no longer just about popping them. Now, he had to dodge, constantly jumping backward, sliding to the side, or ducking quickly. Oscar realized that this training was far more intense than anything designed for beginners or even regular students. Still, he kept going. Finally, after managing to pop all 1,000 balls without being hit too many times, Oscar dropped to the ground. He landed on his knees, breathing heavily. His whole body was covered in sweat, and he looked completely exhausted from the extreme effort. Just then, the system's voice echoed again and congratulated him for successfully passing level 100. After finishing the intense training, Oscar lay down on the ground, completely tired. He breathed heavily and muttered to himself that the training was a good warm-up. He realized that if young mages were doing this kind of training regularly, then the standard for this generation's mages was probably much higher than before. As he sat up again, full of new determination, he told himself that he needed to work even harder and also eat properly to build more muscle. He knew his body had to be strong if he wanted to improve his mana and magic skills. When Oscar opened the door to leave the training room, he was surprised to see Veronica standing outside, waiting. She seemed just as surprised and said she had not expected him to actually show up. Oscar, still a bit confused, asked if she had been training there since the morning. Veronica, with a teasing voice, replied that she was not there to eat and that she thought Oscar would ignore her advice. She asked what made him decide to come. Oscar gave her a calm smile and answered that he only came to visit. He told her it was his personal belief that healthy mana came from a healthy body. Veronica raised her fist in frustration and pointed out that it was not actually his original idea. But before she could finish her sentence, Oscar simply wished her good luck with her training and walked away. Veronica stared at his back, confused and annoyed. She wondered if he had eaten something strange that morning. Then she became even more frustrated when she realized he had quoted a famous line from the legendary Oscar sage and acted like it was his own saying. Veronica stepped into the training hall with a serious look on her face. As she walked forward, her thoughts were full of frustration. She wondered why Oscar, who used to act proud and look down on her just because he came from a noble family even though they were both orphans, had suddenly changed. She remembered that she had only asked him about the training room to test him, not expecting him to take it seriously. Then, speaking to the system, she commanded Argo to begin a warm-up at level 50. The system responded that it understood. Veronica then asked if the rankings had changed, wondering if Killian was still in the top spot. The system answered that there had been a change. This shocked Veronica, and she asked to see the current rankings. Suddenly, a large glowing green screen appeared right in front of her, catching her by surprise. The screen showed a list of rankings, clearly displaying the results of challenge. At the very top of the list was the person in first place, named AAA, who had reached level 100 and completed the task in only 9 minutes and 57 seconds. In second place was Killian Rockwood, who was also at level 100 and finished in 14 minutes and 2 seconds. The third place went to Veronica Fricks, another level 100 participant, who completed it in 14 minutes and 55 seconds. Veronica stared at the screen in disbelief. She read the first place result out loud, shocked that someone had beaten level 100 in under 10 minutes. She asked the system who AAA was, but the system replied that, due to personal information security, it could not share that information. Veronica was confused and wondered aloud if it was an elder, but quickly remembered that only mages below level 5 could be included in the ranking. She could not believe someone had beaten what was known as the Devil's 10 minutes record. She asked again, more urgently, who that first place person was. The system simply confirmed that it was the first time anyone on the continent had completed the training that quickly. When she asked the system again who AAA was, the system repeated the same answer. Due to personal information security, it could not tell her. She then guessed out loud if it was Oscar Crushen, hoping to confirm her suspicion, but the system repeated its answer again. This made Veronica even more annoyed. She told the system to buzz off, but the system calmly replied that swearing was bad. The scene then shifted to the hallway where Oscar was walking while stretching his body. He wondered to himself if he would feel sore the next day from the intense training. As he walked, Elder Maxim suddenly called out his name. Oscar greeted him with a smile and asked if he had eaten yet. Elder Maxim said he had just finished eating and that Oscar had come at the perfect time because there was something important to discuss. Oscar listened carefully as Elder Maxim explained that Fidelina had told him the merchants in the market were not buying their potions. Oscar was shocked and asked why, already guessing something was wrong. Before he could finish his thought, Elder Maxim confirmed it. He believed the merchants were being careful because of the Azure Tower's influence. Elder Maxim reminded Oscar that he was the one leading potion production, so it was important that he knew about this issue. He added that they would begin looking into how to solve the problem. Oscar felt annoyed and frustrated as he walked toward the cafe, thinking to himself how pathetic the merchants were and wondering how he could get back at them. Then his attention shifted as he noticed the cafe line was unusually long that day. While waiting, he overheard two mages talking in front of him. One asked the other where he was going today, and the other replied that he was heading to the mail route between 1st and 5th Bell Road. The first mage responded, saying he was lucky to be going to the post office. The second mage smiled and mentioned that starting today, their wages were going to be increased. Oscar looked at them with curiosity and thought that these two must be Wind Riders, the ones responsible for delivering mail and messages between areas. Then the first mage said things had been getting better lately and wondered why they did not just stop delivery services and focus more on potion production. The other mage replied that the Magic Tower Master took deliveries very seriously. The first mage admitted that he did not understand why the Tower Master cared so much about something that seemed so small. Oscar thought to himself that the delivery business really wasn't that important in terms of money or political power. It required a lot of workers, did not make much profit, and did not increase a tower's influence. But he also remembered one important fact: it had the highest citizen approval rating out of all the businesses the Magic Towers were involved in. The two mages encouraged each other by saying they should keep working hard because there were many good moments in their job. One of them laughed and added that sometimes when they helped elderly people by delivering heavy items, those elders would give them food to thank them. Hearing this, Oscar's eyes opened wide with sudden realization. He quickly stepped forward and asked the two mages a question. He wanted to know if they often bumped into people while making deliveries. They replied yes, because they always needed to get the recipient's signature as proof of successful delivery. That answer gave Oscar a brilliant idea. He shook hands with one of the mages excitedly and thanked them, then rushed off urgently. The scene then shifted to Hamel's office. Oscar stood in front of Hamel and explained his idea. Hamel repeated what he had understood. Oscar wanted to use the Wind Riders, who usually worked in delivery, to now do door-to-door sales of potions. Oscar confirmed with a confident smile that this was exactly his plan. Hamel pointed out that the reason Oscar wanted this was because the merchants had stopped cooperating, so he now wanted to sell directly to the public. But Hamel had doubts. He asked if that was even possible, since most potions were not used in normal daily life. Oscar simply smiled and said that he would just create new kinds of potions, ones that people could actually use every day. Hamel was surprised by this and asked if Oscar planned to innovate. Oscar nodded and then asked to borrow a pen and paper. Hamel allowed him to go ahead. Oscar had an idea that he believed was very useful and creative, but he said they did not even need to call it innovation. While he was explaining, he started drawing on a piece of paper to show his thoughts more clearly. He told the other person that there was already a mid-level recovery potion used in the White Tower, and it worked very well. He believed they could take that potion and make small changes to it so that it could be separated into 4 different types, depending on a person's age and gender. Each type would focus on specific health needs. For example, some would help children grow faster, others would make bones stronger, improve the body's immune system, give more energy, help grow muscles, or make skin more elastic. Some could even help make the skin brighter and tighten the pores. Oscar suggested that these benefits could be the main goals of their new versions of the potion. He also said it would be a good idea to make the product safe to use again and again, meaning people could drink different types together, like one for better skin and one for stronger muscles without harming themselves. They would just need to make sure the ingredients were balanced and not too strong. Then, he thought about the name. He said they might need to change the word potion because it might sound strange or magical, and normal people might feel uncomfortable with it. Instead, he said they could use a word that made it sound more like something healthy that gives nutrients to the body. Then, a few days later, it was a beautiful and sunny day, and an old man was sitting on a chair, relaxing. He said that now that he had become older, he didn't feel as energetic as he used to be when he was younger. While he was saying this, someone called Wind Rider saw him and got excited. He ran toward him happily and called out, "Old Man Graham," with energy and joy. Graham smiled and said, "You are here," showing he was happy to see him. Wind Rider cheerfully replied that it was nice to see him again, even though they had just met the day before. He joked that Graham seemed to be very popular, then handed him a letter. As Graham took the letter with a small chuckle, he said that it looked like his friend was still alive, suggesting that the letter was from someone he had not heard from in a while. Wind Rider laughed and said that people were now calling it the generation of the 100-year-olds, meaning people were living much longer these days, so Graham's friend was probably doing just fine. Graham found that amusing but responded with a little seriousness, saying that even though people were living longer, he himself, being 80 years old, could already feel that his body and mind were getting heavier and more tired. Wind Rider became a bit concerned and asked if Graham was hurt or feeling unwell. But Graham told him it was not anything specific, he just did not have much energy anymore. Hearing that, Wind Rider pulled out a potion bottle and, with a smile, asked Graham if he wanted to try it. Old Man Graham noticed a strange name written on a bottle of magic potion. It was called Zero. Curious about the name, he looked at it and asked what it meant. The Wind Rider, who was standing nearby, smiled kindly and started explaining. He told Graham that Zero was a very special potion, especially for older people like him. He said the potion was ranked O in importance, which meant it was extremely valuable when it came to the health and well-being of senior citizens. Wind Rider explained that this potion could make the immune system stronger and also give more energy to the person who drank it. Old Man Graham was still unsure, so he asked what real changes a person his age could expect after drinking it. Wind Rider responded with great excitement. He said many good changes could happen, and that he truly hoped Graham would live for another 50 years. To make Graham believe him, Wind Rider shared a real example. He said that old man Millera, who lived on 2nd Street, had taken this same potion just last week. Millera had serious knee problems and could barely walk before, but now he was feeling so much better that he was planning to go on a hiking trip the very next day. Graham was very surprised. He asked, in disbelief, if that was true even though Millera had such weak knees. Wind Rider leaned closer and whispered in his ear that yes, it was absolutely true. Then he told Graham something even more amazing, because the potion was created by Oscar Crushen, who was known as the extraordinary genius of the White Tower. When Graham heard the name Oscar, it sounded familiar to him, and he said that he thought he had heard that name before. Wind Rider reminded him that Oscar was the same mage who had created the cure for the deadly Cadena flu, which made Graham even more impressed. Finally, Graham cleared his throat and asked the most important question: how much did it cost? He guessed that since such a talented genius had made it, the price would probably be very high. Wind Rider told Graham that a person needed 1 bottle per week, and each bottle cost 30 bells. When Graham heard this, he became upset and refused to believe it would work. He shouted that this was not the first time he had been tricked by tonics. He had already tried products like Nutec Strong Tonic and Blue Tower Nutrition Bomb, and those had no effect at all. Because of that, he said he no longer trusted pharmacists or magic health products. Wind Rider quickly tried to calm him down and explained that the White Tower was not like those other places. He said he would not bring something so expensive without a good reason. Then he added that he had an offer to share. Graham, now curious, asked what kind of offer it was. Wind Rider explained that since Graham's address was registered in Surin, he qualified for a special event for Surin residents. He said the White Tower was trustworthy, and that the potion had passed hazardous substances testing. Then Wind Rider explained the full deal. There was a 1-year subscription offer available only for people living in Surin. The full price was 799 bells, but Surinians would get 50% off. If Graham agreed to the yearly subscription, he would receive 1 bottle every week, just like he needed. Wind Rider also said Graham could choose a monthly installment plan with no interest, making it easier to pay. Graham thought for a moment, and realized he could probably afford the subscription if he drank and smoked a little less. Wind Rider added one more detail to make the offer better. He said that the first bottle would be completely free. That finally convinced Graham. He snatched the bottle out of Wind Rider's hand and shouted that he should have started by saying it was free. Later that night, Graham was lying on his bed when he suddenly noticed something surprising. His body felt lighter than usual, and he began wondering if it was because of the tonic he had drunk the day before. He was shocked that just one bottle could make such a difference. The next day, he even rode his bicycle, which he normally did not do, and felt clear improvements in his strength and energy. Feeling good, he went out and found his old friends sitting on chairs beside a fountain. When they saw him, one of them called out and greeted him happily. Another friend joked that he had thought Graham had passed away, since they had not seen him in a long time. Graham smiled and explained that he had simply been resting for a few days because his body had been aching. He added jokingly that he would not die before them. His friends invited him to join them, and they all sat together. Then they began to play chess, and to everyone's surprise, Graham won the game and shouted checkmate with excitement. One of his friends was shocked and asked if Graham had been practicing chess secretly, because he seemed so sharp and focused. Graham laughed and told them that he felt more focused than usual, almost like he was 10 years younger. Another friend teased him, saying that Graham must have eaten something really good while he was resting. He guessed that maybe Graham's children had given him a special elixir, and asked him to share the secret. Graham smiled and replied that it was not an elixir, but a tonic made by the White Tower. His friend looked doubtful and said that tonics were usually fake or useless, just empty promises. But Graham shook his head and said he truly believed this one was real and effective. Then he told them to listen carefully, ready to share more about the amazing tonic that had changed how he felt. The scene shifted to a quiet room where Oscar was sitting calmly on a chair, reading some important documents placed on the table in front of him. Suddenly, someone rushed in and shouted that there was trouble. Oscar remained calm and asked if the problem was that their potions had gone bad or rotten. The person who had entered was Rena White, and she looked very upset. Instead of answering, she showed him a newspaper and shouted that at this rate, the potions really were going to rot, not because they had gone bad, but because no one would buy them. Rena pointed to the headline of the newspaper, which Oscar then read aloud. It said, "Azure Dragon Warm Winter Sale Begins." According to the news, Moira Main from the Azure Tower had announced a special 50% discount on all their potions. The sale was meant to help poor people stay healthy during the bitter cold of winter. Oscar looked at the news with a calm expression and simply said that the Azure Tower was doing something cute. Rena, however, was furious. She covered her face with both hands and shouted in frustration. She did not think it was cute at all. She believed it was a clear strategy to push the White Tower out of the potion market. She pointed out that Azure Tower would not make any profit by selling potions at half price, so they must have a bigger plan behind this move. Oscar still did not seem worried. He replied that the Azure Tower's sale probably would not last more than 2 to 3 weeks, but Rena was still deeply concerned. She said that even if it lasted just a month, that was a long time in business, and by then, the White Tower might lose all their space in the potion market. She suggested that they should act fast by selling their Cadena flu cure together with recovery potions to stay competitive. Oscar firmly rejected Rena's idea of selling their potions by using the fear of the Cadena flu. He explained that doing so was exactly what the Azure Tower wanted. If the White Tower tried to increase their sales by using a serious illness as a reason, people would become very angry. Then the Azure Tower would have the perfect excuse to attack the White Tower, accusing them of taking advantage of people's lives during a difficult time. Oscar understood that the public would see it as the White Tower using sickness to make money, which would damage their reputation even more. Rena, frustrated, asked if Oscar really wanted them to just sit back and let the Azure Tower defeat them. But Oscar remained calm and asked her a question instead. Did not they have a lot of potions in storage? Rena nodded and replied that they had so many that even if someone stole 100 bottles, they probably would not notice. Oscar smiled at that and said it was actually a good thing. Then he pointed to the document lying on the table and told her it contained the recipe for the Zero Tonic series. He suggested that they could reprocess all the mid-level potions sitting and used in their storage and turn them into Zero Series tonics, which were more likely to sell. Rena was surprised and asked if he really meant to reprocess all of that stock. Oscar held up a stamp made of wood, smiling with confidence, and said there was no point in keeping potions that no one was buying. Instead, they would turn them into something useful. He also shared a smart idea to increase sales. They would offer extra benefits to customers. For example, if a family bought more than 2 products from the Zero series, they would get an additional discount. This way, families with children or elderly parents would be able to afford the potions more easily, and the barrier to purchasing would be much lower. Rena looked at Oscar and said that from now on, she would not trust any discount offers. She admitted that Oscar's business mind was a little scary. Oscar, still deep in thought, suggested another plan. He asked if they could pay the Information Guild to spread a rumor. Rena was confused and asked what kind of rumor he meant. Oscar gave her a mysterious hint. He said they could spread a rumor that M0, one of the tonics, helped with virility. Rena still did not understand and asked if that would really help with selling more products. Oscar confidently told her to just wait and see, promising that they would soon witness a huge increase in sales. The scene then shifted to the Azure Tower, exactly 3 weeks later. Inside the tower, a young man stood in front of a board that displayed a sales graph. The graph clearly showed their products performing well, and the young man proudly crossed his arms and smiled. He believed their plan had worked perfectly, and that they had completely defeated the White Tower. He was certain the potion department head would be very pleased with the results. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and he allowed them to come in. An older man rushed in quickly and called out the young man's name, Moira Main. The older man was then introduced as the department head of Azure Tower's potion department. He asked Moira if he had seen the latest news headlines, but Moira replied with a smile that he had not looked yet. This made the department head furious. He shouted at Moira and told him to pick up the newspaper and read it immediately, clearly upset about something unexpected that had happened. Moira Main quickly picked up the newspaper from the table and began to read. As he looked at the article, his eyes widened in shock. The news was far worse than he expected. The department head shouted again, angrily asking if this was really the best Moira could do. He demanded to know why Moira had sacrificed all their profits just to get results like these. The headline on the newspaper read, "White Tower hits jackpot with their tonic business. Selling 10 million bottles in 1 month." The article explained that the White Tower's Zero Series tonics had become incredibly popular, especially as filial products items bought for parents or elderly family members as a sign of care. It also reported that M0, a product for men, was especially in demand because of its unexpected benefit in increasing virility. This caused a shortage of supply. The article called it the most effective tonic of all, and praised the White Tower for continuously succeeding in the market. Moira was shocked. He thought to himself that these were not even potions, but tonics, and he had not seen them being sold anywhere in the market. He found it strange that he had not noticed their release. But then he saw another part of the newspaper article, which explained everything. It said that the White Tower had used a door-to-door sales system and a home subscription plan, allowing customers to order tonics from their homes easily. That's why the sales did not show up in normal market statistics. Moira became even more frustrated and angry. He realized that if the White Tower had used a direct sales system, then of course their sales would not appear in the usual market volume reports. The department head then asked him one more time if he had seen what the White Tower had said in public. According to the article, the White Tower had announced that they would keep their discounts going forever, and they even said they were deeply touched by the Azure Tower's discount campaign, turning it into a public thank you instead of a rivalry. Moira flipped the newspaper page and saw an official statement from Oscar Crushen himself. The statement read that after seeing the Azure Tower's generous sale, Oscar had felt deeply touched, so the White Tower promised to always keep their potions on sale through the Kokage discount program. Moira couldn't hold back his anger and shouted with rage. He said that this was clearly a scam, and that the White Tower had planned this low price from the beginning. He was furious that Oscar had twisted the story to make the White Tower look kind-hearted when in reality, they had just hidden their true pricing strategy. The department head responded coldly and asked how the public would know that the White Tower had planned the prices all along. He pointed out that the bottle Moira was talking about had never been sold before, so there was no proof. He accused Moira of sitting back, looking at positive sales graphs, and thinking that Azure Tower had already won. But in reality, he said, the public had now fallen in love with the White Tower's tonics, and even if Azure Tower tried to fight back, the market wouldn't ignore the White Tower anymore. While saying this, the department head drew a new line on the board, showing the White Tower's sales rising sharply upward. He explained that, based on the current trend, their sales would only keep going higher, and Moira would now be very busy trying to keep up. Confused and worried, Moira asked what that meant. The department head gave him a harsh warning. He said that because of the huge losses the Azure Tower had suffered from this marketing failure, even if Moira worked without pay for the rest of his life, it would still not be enough to make up for the damage. Moira's eyes widened in shock, realizing just how badly he had miscalculated everything and how serious the situation had become. The scene changed to the eastern part of the continent, in a land ruled by the Yen dynasty. A dangerous monster was attacking a village. One of the warriors, holding his sword tightly, shouted to his comrades to block the creature and not let it reach the village. He told them to quickly set up the 9 Dragons Cloud Wind Formation, a special defense technique. But before the formation could be completed, the monster suddenly attacked him, sending him flying through the air. Another man, who caught the falling warrior while gritting his teeth in frustration, asked what they were supposed to do in such a desperate situation. At that tense moment, they suddenly heard a calm but firm voice speaking to the monster. The voice told the creature that it had been found, and that it should return to its territory peacefully. All the warriors looked up in confusion, unsure who was speaking. They saw a young girl flying through the sky, wearing a cloak and ropes around her body. She landed gently on the ground using her magic power. Speaking directly to the monster, she warned it that if it refused to return peacefully, she would have to forcefully return it to the dirt. Then she used a powerful magic spell called Innate Magic, Restless Wind, which instantly sent the monster away. After defeating the creature, the girl quietly muttered to herself that strange things like this had been happening far too often lately. One of the men who had been fighting asked her if she was from the White Magic Tower. Ignoring that for the moment, she asked if he was Zhang Chun. The man respectfully apologized for not greeting her earlier and confirmed that he was indeed Zhang Chun, a warrior from the 9 Dragon sect. The girl then took off her robe hood, revealing her face, and introduced herself properly as Sha Sha Mace, the Tower Master of the White Tower. She had a serious expression as she asked Zhang Chun if he had brought what she had requested from the 9 Dragon sect leader. Zhang Chun handed it to her and said it was the Empire's newsletter. He confirmed that the sect leader had noticed how the western side of the continent had been filled with news about the White Tower recently. As Sha Sha held the newspaper in her hands, she suddenly felt nervous. She had been away for 2 months, and she was scared to read what had happened during that time. She feared the worst. What if the White Tower had gone bankrupt? What if it had been removed from the 4 main magic towers permanently? She was afraid that if such terrible news was true, she would never have the courage to face her master again, not even in death. Still, she slowly opened the newspaper and began to read. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw the headline "The White Tower, who is continuously writing success stories." She quickly read the entire article, and the more she read, the more surprised she became. She turned to Zhang Chun with disbelief and asked if this was a fictional story, like a novel. Zhang Chun was confused and asked what she meant. She wondered if he had made it all up just to stop her from worrying too much. Zhang Chun immediately denied it and said the article was completely real. Shasha's thoughts were racing. She was especially shocked that the delivery business she had started was actually doing very well. She admitted to herself that she did not begin that business for success in the first place. Her real reason had been something else, a personal goal that she had kept in mind. Still, she could not believe how far things had come in just 2 months. After folding the newspaper, she told Zhang Chun that she would be leaving now, and she asked him to charge the commission fee to the Imperial Bank account. Zhang Chun respectfully bowed and agreed. In the next moment, Sha Sha disappeared into the air, flying away at high speed. As she soared through the sky, glowing mana surrounded her body, and her thoughts were full of urgency. She wondered just what was going on at the White Tower right now, and knew that she had to return immediately to see for herself. Rina and Oscar had a conversation about the surprising success of the recovery potion. Rina crossed her arms and told Oscar that he definitely was a mage. Oscar did not understand why she suddenly said that, so he asked her what she meant. Rina explained that the results of his interview seemed magical to her. She was amazed that just one interview could cause such a strong reaction and even shake the influence of the powerful Azure Tower. She admitted that she still could not believe it, but the facts were clear because of Oscar. The sales of the recovery potion had exploded. When Oscar asked if the public's reaction was really that good, Rina confirmed it. She said that not only the city of Surin, but also many other cities had started asking for potion deliveries. She believed that their eternal discount idea had worked really well, and people were responding positively to the affordable prices. Oscar was pleased and simply said nice. Rina then said she had gone a step further and contacted the military to offer them the potions as well. However, the military's response was not very enthusiastic. They were not rejecting the offer, but they were not showing much interest either. Oscar calmly explained why. He said the military already had a strong partnership with the Azure Tower, so they had no real reason to change suppliers right now. He also pointed out that there would not be any problems with potion supply for the time being, so Rina did not need to keep reporting to him every day. He asked her why she kept sending reports so frequently. Rena wondered about that too and thought maybe it was because Oscar was the head of the potion manufacturing department. Since he was her superior, she had naturally felt responsible for keeping him informed. Then she asked him what she should do about the official performance reports. Oscar told her that sending them once a month would be enough from now on. Rena looked at Oscar and asked him if he was planning to leave all the work to her and go have fun. She seemed annoyed, thinking that Oscar was being lazy. But Oscar replied that he was not playing, was busy too. In his mind, however, he was thinking about the real work he needed to do next. He had already completed the task of filling the potion storage room, so now it was time to focus on something deeper, strengthening the inside of the tower. One of his goals was to restore old magical reference books that had been lost over time. These books were not hard to recreate, but Oscar had a problem. Even though he was very smart, if he suddenly released high-level magical theories under his own name, it would seem strange. He thought it would be suspicious if a young mage like him suddenly started making genius-level discoveries. He also realized that he had already used his unlucky genius reputation too much. So he did not want to draw more attention to himself. Instead, he came up with the idea of releasing the magic theories under someone else's name. He imagined a famous mage who was older, had a good reputation, and deep knowledge of magical theory. He even joked in his thoughts, asking if a person like that could just fall from the sky and solve his problem. At that moment, the scene changed. A man stepped outside a room and opened the door while stretching his arms, complaining that he had not seen sunlight in a long time. This man was Elder Schwein Koch, a respected mage known for his knowledge of magical theory. As he stepped outside, two other characters, Elder Maxim and Fidenlina, were standing together. Maxim smiled and happily said that it had been a long time since they saw each other. Fidenlina was surprised and cheerful too. She called out Schwein's name and said that he had come out earlier than usual this time. She guessed it had been 3 months since his last appearance and asked how his research had gone. Then she teased that it probably had not gone well, judging from his face. Schwein gave a small nod with a disappointed expression, showing that her guess was right. He did not look very pleased with his progress. Later, Schwein, Maxim, and Fidenlina all sat together around a table to talk. Schwein looked very stressed. He held his head in his hands and said that his magic was not working properly. He was frustrated because he needed to present his research at the upcoming White Night Festival, but he still had not found the correct mana result value. He wondered if he should have just stayed locked up in his room instead of coming out. Maxim tried to calm him down and told him not to rush, because what Schwein was researching was very difficult. Fidenlina asked him if he had been working on this research for 7 years already. Schwein nodded and said that all he needed now was to find the correct result value, the key number that would complete everything. Fidenlina agreed that it sounded really hard. Then Maxim gave a suggestion. He asked Schwein if he had thought about using an assistant to help him, maybe someone like Oscar Krushen, but Schwein did not like that idea. He crossed his arms and said there was no way that would work because his research was too complicated for a low-level mage like Oscar to understand. Fidenlina quickly corrected him and said that Oscar was now a level 2 mage. Schwein seemed surprised and smirked, asking if Oscar had finally reached that level. Fidenlina defended Oscar and said that he had worked very hard to get there. But Schwein reminded her that she used to dislike Oscar and often complained that he never produced results and only wasted money. Fidenlina became a little embarrassed and cleared her throat, saying that was something she had said in the past. Maxim laughed and added that Schwein did not know about the recent changes in the White Tower because he had been so focused on his research. Maxim said that the atmosphere in the White Tower had changed a lot recently, hinting that Oscar's efforts had made a big difference. As Schwein looked around the room, he noticed something unusual. Everyone seemed to be in better spirits than usual. Their faces looked healthier and happier. He asked if they had won a lottery or something. Maxim laughed and said that it actually did feel like winning a lottery, because Oscar Krushen's potential had finally been put to good use. Fidenlina added that it was a shame Schwein had not seen everything happen himself, because it had been impressive. She then started telling him the full story of how Oscar had turned things around. After listening, Schwein looked thoughtful and said, "So what they were saying was that Oscar was good at alchemy." But Fidenlina excitedly explained that he was not just good at making potions, she also had the sharp mind of a businessman. She joked that it was almost like a ghost of a merchant was possessing him. Maxim agreed and said that Oscar was also such a great lecturer that no one would believe he was only a level 2 mage. In fact, Maxim believed Oscar's knowledge of theory was already on the same level as a high-ranking mage, Hearing all this, Schwein told them to calm down. He said that since they kept recommending Oscar so strongly, he would agree to meet him but warned them not to expect too much. In his mind, Schwein was not looking down on Oscar. He just understood how difficult his research truly was. He thought of it like this: even if two people looked at the same thing, the view from the first floor and the view from the rooftop were completely different. That meant the level of insight depended on how high someone had climbed in their magical understanding. No matter how talented Oscar was, he was still just a level 2 mage, and that meant his perspective had limits. Also, Schwein reminded himself that the research he was doing was not ordinary. It was about restoring the original magic of the most legendary mage of all time, the Archmage Oscar Sage, who was called the genius of all geniuses and the mage of all mages. The scene then shifted to a hall where Oscar stood, looking confused. He asked if there was really going to be a sudden test. Schwein nodded and confirmed it, placing his hand on his chest as he introduced himself. He explained to Oscar that since Oscar had lost his memory, it made sense to introduce himself properly. Schwein told him that his name was Schwein Koch, and he was one of the elders of the White Tower. He specialized in theoretical magic and had been working on recovering lost magic. Schwein admitted that he had been doing research for the past 7 years, but he now realized that he would not be able to complete it alone within the time he had left. As Oscar listened to him, he thought to himself with excitement that Schwein was exactly the kind of person he had been looking for: someone with strong magical knowledge, a high status, a solid reputation, and enough age to make everything seem natural. Schwein was the perfect match for Oscar's plan to present advanced theories through someone else. While Schwein continued speaking, he apologized to Oscar for making him take a test even though he was the one asking for help. Oscar smiled and said that it actually made perfect sense. If someone was looking for a research assistant, it would be strange not to check their skills first. Schwein was impressed by Oscar's mature response and said that 50 minutes should be enough time for the test. Oscar confidently told Schwein that he would do his best. Inside, he felt very excited. He believed that as long as Elder Schwein was around, no one would question the research of a level 2 mage. This was the perfect opportunity he had been waiting for. As he began writing the test, he quickly realized that the questions were very easy for him. He thought that even a theory mage of level 5 or 6 could easily solve them. Based on the difficulty of the test, Oscar understood that Schwein was not looking for someone to create new theories, but someone who could help him catch small errors in his work. While Oscar calmly solved the test, Schwein watched him closely and became shocked. He thought it was unbelievable that a level 2 mage was solving the problem so fast. Oscar was already on the last page of the test. Schwein could not understand how that was possible unless Oscar could think like a high-ranking mage and already knew high-level theoretical concepts. Schwein wondered if Oscar had given up and was just rushing through the answers without caring, maybe because the test was too hard. He thought the questions were on a completely different level than what a beginner could handle, so it seemed impossible that Oscar was doing well. But Oscar, while looking at the final question, smiled. He recognized the problem. It was based on a type of magic that he himself had created in the past. He felt a bit happy seeing it again and thought that there must still be materials or records of that magic somewhere. Then, without hesitation, he handed his completed test to Schwein and said that he was done. Schwein told him, "Good work," but inside, he felt disappointed. He noticed that Oscar had written the answer to the last question without showing any steps. Schwein assumed Oscar had skipped solving it because the question was too difficult. He had hoped to see how Oscar would approach the problem if they were to research together in the future. Since Maxim had highly recommended Oscar, Schwein had allowed himself to expect something special, but now, he thought maybe those expectations were too high. However, as he began checking the test, Schwein was shocked to see that all of the answers so far were correct. He became even more surprised when he realized Oscar had done all the calculations mentally without writing anything down. Schwein's eyes widened in disbelief. Normally, this kind of test would require the skills of an academy professor or higher, and yet Oscar, who was only a level 2 mage, had solved them perfectly in his head. Schwein could not believe how incredible Oscar's math and thinking abilities were. Still unsure, Schwein asked Oscar if he really believed the answer he gave to the final question was correct. Oscar seemed a little confused at first but then confidently said yes. Schwein asked him which of the 4 mana values he had chosen. Oscar calmly replied that he had written down all of them. He explained that he had used a fluid mana value instead of a unified one. He asked if that was the wrong approach. Then he clearly explained his reasoning based on how the formula was structured, using a single, unchanging mana value would create errors. That's why he had solved the question using a flexible mana value that could adjust during the process. After checking Oscar's test, Schwein asked him if he could use the mana values Oscar had written to test the magic right away. Oscar agreed. Later, Schwein began testing the spell using those values, and to his shock, it worked. The room filled with a glowing mana that took the shape of a long, swirling snake. Schwein stared in disbelief as the magic activated correctly. He asked aloud how this could even be possible. All the values were completely accurate. Overwhelmed with joy, he shouted that Oscar would not just be a supporting researcher anymore. Instead, he would name Oscar as the co-author of the research paper. Oscar humbly thanked him and then asked if this magic was the one Schwein had been researching. Schwein smiled and said yes. He explained that the last question on the test was based on a legendary spell called Ouroboros, which was originally created by the previous generation's magic tower master Oscar Sage. Hearing this, Oscar Crushen had a serious moment of thought. He wondered why Schwein had gone through the trouble of recovering this magic in the first place. It had even taken Schwein 7 years. Oscar knew the truth behind the spell. Ouroboros was a type of magic that allowed a mage to cast a spell once, and then keep generating mana endlessly, especially for wind-type magic. In theory, it created infinite mana, which went against the natural law of conservation of mana. The spell was named Ouroboros because that symbol represented never-ending cycles and eternity. Even though it sounded powerful and impressive, Oscar considered the spell a failure by his standards. He remembered why he originally made it. During the old war against demons, humanity had conquered land and sea, but not the sky. To win the war, they had started the Blue Sky Project, which was meant to create flying weapons like aircraft. Oscar designed the Ouroboros spell to be the mana engine for those aircraft. The magic worked well on paper, but in reality, it did not produce enough energy to actually power a flying machine. That's why the project was eventually cancelled. Oscar thought that if you did not need massive energy, there were better and more efficient magic types to use. So he believed spending 7 whole years to recover and complete this magic was unnecessary. Oscar's deep thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Schwein's voice. Schwein excitedly said that he wanted to tell Shasha right away, because the foundation for the delivery business had finally been prepared. He believed Shasha would be very happy to hear that. Oscar was shocked and asked in disbelief if the real reason the previous tower master had created the delivery service was because of this magic. Schwein confirmed that it was. Oscar became frustrated and thought to himself how unreasonable this was. He blamed Shasha in his mind, wondering how she could make Schwein recover such a complicated and outdated magic without even having a proper purpose for using it. Schwein, still smiling, told Oscar that he was the one who had fulfilled a long-time dream shared by both the tower master and himself. He said they had finally taken their first step in 7 years toward opening a path through the sky. Oscar asked if Schwein was trying to restart the same challenge that had failed in the past. Schwein nodded and explained that now, Ouroboros would serve as the engine to power their sky project. Oscar responded quickly, saying that according to past records, it was impossible to fly a real aircraft using only the wind power generated by the Ouroboros spell. Schwein admitted that was true. Ouroboros alone could never power a working aircraft. However, he said that things were different now compared to how they were 23 years ago. Oscar, confused, asked what had changed. Schwein pointed at a nearby magic bulb and said that this was the difference. At that moment, Oscar realized what Schwein meant: magic engineering. Oscar noticed a strange magical object that looked like a glowing bulb. He guessed it was related to magic engineering. Schwein agreed and began explaining the history behind it. He said that during the time when Oscar Sage started the Blue Sky Project, he also created a special kind of magic called innate magic. During that project, the Golden Tower worked with them, and during their research, the Golden Tower found an important clue that led them to start developing magic engineering. After the war ended, the Golden Tower used this knowledge to make new inventions very quickly. They advanced a lot in this field, leaving the White Tower behind. Oscar felt very disappointed when he heard this. He thought that if he had discovered magic engineering first, then the White Tower could have become very rich. He blamed himself for missing that chance. Then Schwein shared his new idea. He said that if they used the energy from Ouroboros and combined it with magic engineering, they could possibly make a flying ship, or airship. To do this, he planned to use a special battery that could store and increase mana. This battery could recharge using the wind power from Ouroboros. Schwein believed that if the battery kept collecting more and more mana, It would work like a powerful heart that gives continuous energy to the airship, possibly making it fly forever without stopping. He was very excited about this idea and wanted to try it. Oscar then asked Schwein if the Golden Tower knew anything about this plan. Schwein said no, the Golden Tower thought the idea of a flying airship was completely foolish. Instead, they were working on a different kind of transportation. They wanted to create a metal vehicle that could travel forever on land without stopping. They called it a train, or iron horse. Oscar began thinking to himself. He thought that even though he did not fully understand what a train was, he knew that the Golden Tower Master was not someone who would invest in a business that had no future. He trusted that the train would also bring big changes to how people lived and traveled. However, in his opinion, a train would not be as surprising or amazing as an airship flying through the sky. Then Oscar realized something important. He said that this must be the reason why Schwein had started the delivery business, even though it was losing money. Schwein had done it to eventually monopolize the delivery market that would use airships to fly through the sky. Schwein agreed with him and explained more. He said that at the moment, goods were only being transported by carriages on land or ships through the sea. But once trains started running, that would completely change the way transportation worked. However, if airships became common, even trains might become outdated and no longer useful. Schwein said that the sky was the one place that no one had fully controlled yet, and they wanted to be the first to do it. In order to begin that new age of flying transportation, he and the Tower Master had made it their goal to recover the Ouroboros spell and reveal it to the public at the White Night Festival. He told Oscar that this dream, which was an old wish of theirs, had finally come true thanks to Oscar's help, and he thanked him sincerely. Hearing this made Oscar deeply emotional. He thought about how he had once given up on this very dream, believing it was impossible. But now, his disciple Schwein had held on to that dream and made it real. Oscar realized that since his student had done so much, it was now his duty as a teacher to help complete the path forward. With renewed spirit, Oscar said that if they were going to do this, they should go even further. He suggested that they should reveal the prototype of the airship at the White Night Festival. When he saw Schwein's confused and surprised face, Oscar smiled and asked, "What if we make that our goal?" Schwein agreed and said it would definitely be more impressive for people to see the real thing with their own eyes rather than just hearing about an idea. Oscar nodded in agreement. Schwein then said he would share some important documents with Oscar. He went over to a bookshelf, picked up some papers, and handed them to him. He told Oscar to read them carefully. Oscar asked what the papers were about. As he looked through the documents, he was surprised and thought to himself that he had never seen these kinds of formulas before. Schwein explained that the documents contained research materials for making a magic-engineered battery a key part of their airship project. Oscar, eager to understand the information better, asked if he could sit down and study the documents properly. Schwein told him, of course. Oscar sat down and began reading through the research carefully. As he studied it, he noticed that it even included formulas related to the Ouroboros technique. He was impressed by how detailed and well-organized the research was. Schwein had clearly checked every possible case and prepared everything thoroughly. Then Schwein asked Oscar what he thought of the materials. Oscar, clearly excited, said that it was excellent work and asked if they could begin the research right away. Schwein was happy to hear that, and said that was indeed the plan. However, before starting, he told Oscar that there was something he needed to say first. Oscar asked what it was and added that if Schwein was going to talk about keeping everything secret, he already understood and would not tell anyone. But Schwein replied that it was not about secrecy, he simply wanted to apologize first. Oscar felt confused and asked why. Inside, he became nervous and wondered if Schwein had somehow found out about something secret, perhaps about the recovery of Mage. But Schwein did not mention anything like that. Instead, he said that he felt guilty for dragging Oscar into something extremely dangerous. Schwein explained that once they announced their research and plans for the airship, the Golden Tower would definitely try to stop them by any means, even if it meant violence or bloodshed. Oscar felt relieved to hear that this was all Schwein meant. He had been scared that it was something worse. Smiling, Oscar told Schwein it was fine. But Schwein, looking serious, said that Oscar was taking this situation too lightly. He warned him again that things could become very serious. Oscar agreed that the Golden Tower might try to sue them many times with false reasons, and they might even try to assassinate both of them in secret. Schwein was shocked and asked if Oscar was really okay with that. Oscar nodded and answered with determination. He said that yes, he was scared the Golden Tower was powerful, and he feared for his life. But if he kept making excuses because of fear, he would never be able to move forward. He was even more afraid of becoming someone who was too scared to try, who ran away forever and never grew stronger, just an empty shell of a person. Oscar then explained how weak the White Tower had become. They had lost the potion market to the Azure Tower, lost their exclusive military contract to the Red Tower, and even had to worry about the Golden Tower's opinion before doing any magical research. All of this had left them powerless and humiliated. But now, he believed that this new research project could finally give the White Tower the strength to stand up and fight back. With a smile, he said that as long as he believed in that future, he was willing to face any danger that came their way. Schwein laughed. He said that he felt strangely upset because Oscar had taken all the dramatic and powerful lines, the ones that made someone sound really cool. Oscar smiled and replied that Schwein did not need to say such things to sound cool, because he was already cool enough. Schwein laughed again and said he was surprised. He had not realized until now that Oscar had such a fun and humorous side. Then, with a serious and friendly look, Schwein reached out his hand and said that they should work well together from now on. Oscar shook his hand, agreeing to the partnership with a smile. The scene then shifted to one day later. In a large hall, Oscar and Schwein were sitting on the ground, working on their research together. Schwein looked at the magical formulas and said that the Euler equation, which they had added to the technique, seemed to be reducing the magic output. Oscar agreed and replied with a thoughtful expression. He said that yes, the output dropped, but if they removed that part, the stability of the magic system decreased a lot, especially when combining it with magic engineering. Since their final goal was to build a flying airship, they had to focus more on stability, even if it meant losing some magical power. Schwein agreed with that logic and said they should continue testing and improving it. Then the scene changed again to 4 days later. The two were still sitting on the floor of the hall, working tirelessly. Schwein looked frustrated and said that it was really hard to make changes to a technique that was already well made. Even changing one small part could cause errors in the entire system. Despite Schwein's frustration, Oscar stayed calm and confident. He thought to himself that they were doing fine, and that progress, even if slow, was still progress. Schwein looked over some documents and said that things were going well, but he had a new idea to improve safety. He suggested that, even though it would make the structure more complicated, they should consider changing the magic formation into a parallel system instead of the current one. He believed this would make it safer. Oscar agreed and said he was right. Since they were already combining the formation with magic engineering, there was no real reason to keep using the series system. So Schwein said they should go ahead and try the parallel system instead. Oscar then stood up with a smile and joked that they had already missed 2 meals because they were so focused on their work. He offered to go get them something to eat. Schwein said yes, and asked him to bring more coffee. But before he could finish speaking, the lights suddenly went out. Schwein became frustrated and said, "Another blackout?" Oscar replied that there had been a lot of blackouts recently. He told Schwein they should take a break and rest for a while. Then he said he would go and bring back a triple shot of coffee for both of them. The scene then shifted to 6 days into the research. By this time, they had spent many hours working together. Schwein became thoughtful and said that recently, he had been thinking if he had never met Oscar, he might not have been able to complete this research. Oscar, ever humble, responded by saying that Schwein would have finished it on his own. Schwein smiled and, while activating a part of the magic technique, thanked Oscar for saying that. Meanwhile, Oscar thought to himself that he truly meant it. He was not just being polite. He was genuinely grateful to be part of this work. Schwein spoke with happiness and relief. He admitted that in the beginning, he thought it would be very difficult to ever announce the success of airships. But now, he was amazed that they had developed their magic system so quickly and into such a complete and powerful form. For the first time, he truly felt they could aim to make the airship a real success. He looked at Oscar with sincere gratitude and thanked him deeply for all his help. Oscar, with great respect and honesty, replied that the Mana power station was completely unreliable. It kept causing problems. But even in that touching moment, Schwein stayed positive. He said that the blackouts only made their magic shine more beautifully in comparison, and he truly liked that contrast. Then, suddenly, a loud voice interrupted them. It was an announcement asking for Mage Oscar Crushing to go to the Vice Tower Master's office immediately. Schwein smiled and encouraged Oscar to go. He told him not to worry and said it was now his turn to be cool. He promised to finish the battery that would work with Ouroboros, no matter what. The scene then shifted to the office of Hamel, the Vice Tower Master. Oscar was standing in front of him. Hamel started by asking if the blackouts had been happening often lately. Oscar nodded and said that it felt like they were happening every other day now. Hamel explained that since the mana supply was constantly being cut off, they needed to clean out the power plant where magical energy was being produced and distributed. Oscar understood what that meant and immediately volunteered to handle the job. He said, "The slime cleaning? I will go." Hamel smiled and thanked him. He explained that the tower had not been able to clean the area recently because there were not enough people available. Now, many slimes were gathering near the power plant, which was causing the mana supply to be unstable. Oscar, ready to help, said that if he got rid of all the slimes, there would be no more blackouts. He asked when he should begin. Hamel told him to go tomorrow at 9 a.m. and meet Veronica at the entrance of the magic tower, so they could go together. Oscar was surprised and asked if it was really necessary to send a level 4 mage like Veronica to handle simple slimes, creatures usually hunted by even level 1 mages. Hamel replied that it was a basic rule for low-level mages to work in pairs for safety. But then, he also added that Veronica had been feeling worried lately, and perhaps being with Oscar would help her feel better. He said it might be nice if they could give each other some inspiration. Oscar politely bowed and said he understood. Hamel thanked him again. But inside, Oscar realized what was really going on. He thought that the slimes were just an excuse. Hamel was actually sending him to talk to Veronica and maybe help her with her personal problems. Oscar knew that Hamel looked kind and gentle, but he was actually very clever and thoughtful. The next morning, Oscar arrived at the tower entrance. Veronica stood there with her arms crossed and asked him why he was late. Oscar greeted her with a calm smile and said good morning, reminding her that he was actually 5 minutes early. But Veronica, already sitting inside the carriage, told him to shut up and get in. She said they were leaving right away, clearly acting strict but maybe also a little embarrassed. The carriage then started to move, beginning their journey toward the mana power plant, where the slime cleaning mission awaited. Veronica looked serious and gave Oscar a warning. She told him in advance that the place they were going to was not a lecture hall. Oscar calmly replied that yes, he knew they were going to the mana power plant. But Veronica corrected him. She explained that what she really meant was that she was in charge of this mission. Even if Oscar was more skilled in mana theory, she had more real-world experience. She wanted to make it clear that outside the classroom, she was the one leading the team. Oscar understood what she was trying to say and asked if she meant that he should not act like a teacher outside the lecture hall. Veronica confirmed that exactly she did not want to be treated like a student on this mission. Oscar nodded and agreed to respect her lead. After that, the carriage went quiet. A while later, Oscar noticed that Veronica looked tired, so he gently asked if she had not slept well. Veronica responded coldly and told him to be quiet if he already knew. She said she needed to rest a little. Oscar asked again, trying to understand, and wondered if she was worried about something. But Veronica reminded him that this was not a lecture hall. She did not want him to keep acting like a teacher or counselor. Oscar smiled softly and explained that he was not trying to act like a teacher. He only wanted to help if she was struggling with something. He told her that if someone has a path in front of them, it's okay to take it, meaning she did not have to handle everything alone. Veronica looked at him with frustration, not saying anything. As Oscar looked at her quietly, he thought deeply about who she really was. He remembered reading old Oscar's journal, which had mentioned Veronica Fricks many times. The old journal described her as a mage with incredible talent. Oscar became curious, what kind of talent did she have for someone like the Tower Master to praise her so much? He thought that this moment might be a valuable opportunity to get to know her better and find out for himself. Oscar and Veronica were sitting together in a carriage. Oscar smiled at her and asked if telling him what was bothering her would make her feel more comfortable. Veronica looked at him and thought deeply. She realized that the reason she had not been able to sleep lately was because of her frustration with a certain person, probably referring to Oscar or perhaps Elder Maxim. She had always admired Elder Maxim's powerful wind magic and wanted to master it herself. But no matter how much she practiced, she could not copy that wind. This made her angry and restless, so she kept training without rest or sleep. In her mind, the difficult questions Oscar had been asking her were not lessons but more like a form of payment for all the sleepless nights she had endured. Veronica then asked Oscar what he had meant by his earlier words. Oscar, trying to hold back his laughter, told her that if she had been doing fine before but suddenly felt stuck, it was probably because of his last lesson when he had taught about the temperament or personality of mana. Veronica admitted that she had been trying to create wind like Elder Maxim's, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not achieve the same feeling or strength. Oscar told her that it made sense because that type of wind simply did not suit her. Veronica defended herself and told Oscar that he did not truly understand her. She had always dreamed of creating a strong wind like Maxim's and had worked hard toward that goal. But Oscar responded calmly, saying that sometimes people on the outside could see things more clearly than the person involved. He gave her an example by asking what kind of wind she thought he would use, suggesting that different types of wind match different people depending on their personality and natural mana, not just on what they wanted. Veronica told Oscar that if he had a wind, it would be arrogant and annoying. Oscar laughed and replied that she was wrong. His wind was actually known for being warm and cozy. Veronica rolled her eyes and said she had never heard such a thing. Oscar thought to himself that he was talking about his wind from the past. He admitted that he also found it strange, because he did not think of himself as warm. Veronica agreed with him and said again that he was not warm at all. Oscar then asked Veronica if she wanted a strong and hot wind. Veronica silently confirmed that she did. But Oscar explained that the temperament, or personality, of mana was not something someone could just choose because they wanted it. Instead, a mage needed to discover the type of mana that was most similar to themselves. Veronica did not quite understand and asked what he meant. She pointed out that by that logic, Oscar's mana should not be cozy but annoying, since that's how she saw his personality. Oscar laughed and agreed, saying maybe that was true. Before the conversation could continue further, the coachman interrupted and told them that they had arrived. The carriage stopped in front of their destination, the mana power station. As they stepped out, Oscar stretched his body and looked at the building. The station appeared to be in very bad condition. He commented that with the power station looking this broken down, it made sense why the mana in the area kept getting disrupted. Veronica walked toward the station and placed her hand on the glass surface. Then, she activated a magic technique called Wind Press, using her wind magic to start examining or interacting with the mana around the place. Oscar quietly watched Veronica as she used her magic at the mana power station. He admired her skills and thought to himself that now he understood why his younger self had praised her so much. Veronica was using a rare magic technique known as high-speed chanting, which was common among acceleration mages. It allowed her to cast spells extremely fast. Oscar was impressed because she could perform spells in just a few seconds, spells that would normally take a level 5 mage at least 7 seconds to prepare. He began to think it would be a great idea to train Veronica to become a spell shooter, like someone he used to know named Majiro Wilson. Majiro had been a famous mage from the White Tower, known as the Wisdom Tank. He had used a special spell called 8 Shots of Wind of Love and was so fast with his chanting that even high-level mages had a hard time getting close to him. Oscar remembered those days fondly and thought it would be amazing if he could turn Veronica into someone like Majiro, a powerful and fast spell user who could fight at a distance with rapid-fire attacks. While Oscar was lost in these thoughts, Veronica called out to him. She turned her head and asked if she was the only one working, hinting that Oscar seemed to be just standing around. Oscar snapped out of his thoughts and told her he understood and stepped forward to help. Veronica pointed ahead and warned him that there were many green, jelly-like slimes gathered right at the entrance of the station. She told him to be careful. Oscar found this strange and thought to himself that it was unusual for all the slimes to be gathered only near the entrance. As he moved closer to check, he stepped between the slimes and tried to observe the situation. But then Veronica shouted urgently, telling him to stop worrying about what was inside the station and to focus on what was happening outside first. Oscar noticed something odd about the way the green slime monsters were behaving. He asked Veronica if she did not find it strange. Veronica, a little confused, asked what he meant. Oscar pointed out that all the slimes were moving toward the entrance, as if they were trying to escape from something inside the mana power station. Veronica did not seem too concerned. She replied that slimes did not have intelligence, and just moved however they wanted. But Oscar explained that because slimes lacked intelligence, they followed their instincts more strongly than intelligent creatures. And their strongest instinct was the instinct to survive. So if the slimes were all running away from the power station, it could mean something dangerous was inside. Veronica responded sarcastically, asking if he meant there was some scary monster deeper inside the building. She then suggested that they go check it out. Oscar agreed and told her they should hurry. But Veronica, always proud and stubborn, reminded him not to order her around outside of the lecture hall. The scene then shifted to the inside of the power room. There, the two mages saw something surprising, a large glowing ball of mana. Veronica asked what it was. Oscar explained that it was the cocoon of a white silkworm. This was not a normal silkworm that ate mulberry leaves. It was a rare and special kind of moth called the silkworm of the skies. Instead of eating leaves, it consumed mana. That's why it had come to this power station. It was full of mana, which made it the perfect feeding ground for such a creature. Veronica stared at the large glowing object and asked Oscar, confused, if it was really a moth. She also asked if it had not been born yet. Oscar corrected her by saying it had already been born and was now going through metamorphosis. Veronica then realized something important. She said that the mana problem was not being caused by the slimes, as they first thought. So, she asked if things would return to normal if they just got rid of the creature inside the cocoon. Oscar replied that he had both good news and bad news to share. Veronica asked to hear the good news first. Oscar told her that a white silkworm during metamorphosis was not very dangerous. If they brought an Elder Maxim, someone very powerful, he could take care of it in 5 seconds. Hearing this, Veronica relaxed a little. She said it did not sound like such a big deal and admitted that it had scared her. Then she asked what the bad news was. Oscar explained that once a white silkworm finished its metamorphosis, it would become extremely hungry. At that point, it would start to eat every living being around it, using up mana and attacking anything nearby. Veronica still did not look too worried. She said that they could simply bring Elder Maxim before that happened. But Oscar was not finished. Before he could explain further, a strange noise echoed through the power room. Veronica heard it and asked what the sound was. Oscar quickly guessed what was happening. He said that based on how the slimes had run away in fear, the metamorphosis was almost complete. The sound they heard was the creature breaking out of the silk cocoon from the inside. The silkworm finally completed its transformation. Veronica looked at it with wide eyes and was shocked by its size. She asked why it was so big and assumed that since it was a silkworm moth, it would not be able to fly. Oscar nodded at first, agreeing that silkworm moths usually do not fly, but then he told her that this one was different. This particular moth could fly. Inside the glowing mana ball, the large silkworm moth appeared in full form. Frightened by how disgusting and creepy it looked, Veronica covered her eyes and shouted that they should run away. But Oscar quickly refused. Veronica, surprised, asked him why not, since the creature was so gross. Oscar explained that if they tried to escape, the moth would fly straight to the nearby city and begin attacking people. It was extremely hungry after metamorphosis, and it would feed on any living beings it could find. That's why they had to stop it here, no matter how scary it looked. Veronica took a deep breath and stepped in front of Oscar, pushing him behind her. She told him to move back and let her handle it. Oscar was surprised and impressed by her bravery. He thought to himself that she was trying to protect him from a level 4 silkworm moth, which was no small threat. While watching her prepare for battle, Oscar quietly cast a message spell. He hoped the horseman who had brought them was still nearby so he could receive the magical signal and go call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Veronica formed a magic circle and glared at the moth. She talked to it angrily, saying it was just a bug and had no right to make her feel afraid or small. She said it was making her angry. She then used 3 magic techniques: Wind Press, Gust Hand, and Jet Booster. After powering up, she shouted confidently that she was coming for it, and then she rushed forward and began to punch the silkworm moth directly. Oscar suddenly grabbed her by the collar and pushed her backward. She crashed onto the ground and shouted in shock, asking what he was doing. Oscar then extended his hand, and glowing mana started spinning around his palm. He explained calmly that if she had touched the white silkworm's feces, it would have melted her instantly. She had nearly died without realizing it. He believed that the silkworm had left that opening on purpose, pretending to be vulnerable. Even though it was just an insect, it had very high intelligence and acted with strategy. This was not a mindless monster, it was a clever and dangerous creature. At that moment, the silkworm flew into the air again, and Veronica, surprised, asked how Oscar had even noticed the powder in the air. It was not visible at all. Oscar told her that he had focused his eyes on the mana and was able to see every single particle floating in the air, including the deadly powder. Veronica shouted in disbelief, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about and if that was really even possible. Oscar confirmed that it was possible, and he added that it was something she could learn to do, too, by using mana in a certain way. Before he could explain more, the silkworm flew toward them to attack. Oscar quickly asked Veronica if she could create a wind shield to protect them. He said he would teach her how to do what he did later. Veronica did not hesitate. She created the wind shield in front of them just in time, blocking the incoming attack and keeping them safe. Oscar realized that things were getting very dangerous. After blocking just one attack from the silkworm moth, he had already lost 70% of his mana. He knew he did not have enough left to block another attack. Luckily, the silkworm had a delay of 5 minutes before it could fire its deadly ray again. Oscar turned to Veronica and told her that they had to defeat the creature within those 5 minutes. Veronica tried to respond but said something strange. Oscar did not understand and asked what she meant. Then he saw her looking down at her leg, panicked. She shouted that her legs were not moving. She had a wound on her thigh, and it seemed serious. Oscar quickly realized that when he had blocked the ray earlier, a small fragment of it must have broken through the windshield and hit her. Even though she was hurt, Veronica yelled at Oscar to go on without her. She said she could still hold the moth off and by some time, even in her injured condition. She warned him that if he did not leave now, both of them would end up dead. But as Oscar looked closely at her, he could see the truth: she was lying. The air around her was trembling with fear. She was trying to be brave but was actually terrified. Instead of leaving, Oscar gently placed his hand on her head. Veronica looked at him with wide eyes and asked what he was doing. Oscar calmly told her there was no need to be afraid, and that he would never leave without her. Veronica tried to act tough and replied that she was not scared, but her shaken voice and expression said otherwise. Oscar comforted Veronica by telling her it was okay. He said that mages of the White Tower never left their comrades behind. To show he meant it, he placed his hand on the ground and activated a magic technique called Accelerate. As the spell took effect, he thought to himself that he only had about 28% of his mana left. Then, using the acceleration spell, Oscar moved forward at incredible speed, so fast that his body became a blur. Veronica, still injured on the ground, saw him charging in and shouted after him with deep concern. She called him a crazy fool and asked how he planned to fight the dangerous creature like that. She reminded him again that she had told him to run away. She was clearly scared for his life and yelled that if he died and said something dramatic again, she would come after him herself. Oscar ignored the danger and pulled out a magic gun he had brought with him. He was thankful that he had remembered to carry it. With a confident smirk, he looked at the silkworm moth and spoke to it, saying that it was still calm but it would not be for long. Then he told it goodbye and fired the magic gun. Oscar was in the middle of a fight with a dangerous creature called the silkworm. He fired his magic gun at it, and the beam went through one of its wings, causing the silkworm to scream in pain. But something unexpected happened. Oscar's shoulder got dislocated even though he had only fired once. He was surprised and confused. He thought it was strange that he did not even hit the silkworm's head properly, and yet the creature's powerful ray attack had already recharged so quickly. While watching the silkworm fly toward a hole in the ceiling, he suddenly realized something. The silkworm had planned to escape from the very beginning. Oscar became frustrated because he did not have enough mana left to chase after it. Then, he noticed a silk thread that was still connected to the silkworm's body. He immediately thought of a plan. He jumped into the air, grabbed onto the thread, and shouted that he had caught it. From below, Veronica saw what he did and shouted at him with concern. She could not believe he had done something so reckless and dangerous. But before anyone could stop him, the silkworm flew outside the tower, and because Oscar was holding the thread, he was dragged along and pulled into the air. Now, he was flying behind the silkworm, hanging in the sky with nothing to hold onto except the thread. As the silkworm flew higher, it made a thin, strange sound. Oscar, who was being thrown around in the air, started to feel dizzy and sick from all the wild movement. While swinging in the air, he saw the silkworm open its mouth wide. It was about to eat him. Even in that scary moment, Oscar did not panic. He shouted that the silkworm had a really bad temper. Then, with a confident smile, he pointed his magic gun at it again and said that insects like this did not understand why people had two hands. It was so they could attack again with the second one. He let go of the silk thread and aimed his magic gun once more. He fired a second magic beam directly at the silkworm and shouted that although the silkworm had many attacks, it only had one head and now he had one. The beam hit its target, and the silkworm was finally killed. Oscar started falling from the sky, smiling even though he was exhausted and out of strength. As he dropped through the air, he called out to Veronica with a smile, saying that he had no mana left and asking her to save him. Veronica quickly reacted by casting powerful magic spells. She used a technique that included air cushion and gust hand to form a giant soft magical hand in the air. She called out to Oscar and told him that she had cast the spells to catch him. Oscar landed safely on the large magical hand, which bounced him gently like a cushion. Veronica rushed over to him, concerned and worried. She looked at Oscar's unconscious face and asked if he was still alive. She leaned closer, full of fear, and said that he could not really be gone, begging him to open his eyes. Suddenly, Oscar opened his eyes. Veronica was so shocked and overwhelmed with emotion that she shouted and immediately punched him in the face, saying that he had scared her badly. At that moment, Elder Maxim arrived at the scene and called out their names, asking if they were safe. Veronica, with teary eyes, turned toward him and called out to him, relieved to see him. Elder Maxim asked if they were okay. Oscar, still lying on the ground, replied that both of his arms had been dislocated. Veronica was shocked and shouted in disbelief, asking if he really had dislocated both arms. Oscar continued speaking and said that even though his arms were injured, Veronica had still hit him. Elder Maxim was confused and asked what he meant. Veronica, now panicking, quickly replied that she did not know he was hurt and had not meant to hit him like that. The next day, the scene moved to the White Magic Tower. Inside one of the rooms, Veronica stood in front of Oscar, who was resting in bed after the battle. She showed him a newspaper and told him that there was already an article written about the event. She seemed surprised that the reporters worked so quickly and asked him how it felt to become a hero. The headline in the newspaper proudly said that the mages from the White Tower had succeeded in hunting the white silkworm. The article described the mission as something that would normally take a long time, but thanks to the mages it was completed quickly. Oscar looked at the newspaper and replied that while he used to enjoy this kind of attention in the past, he did not really like it anymore. Veronica opened her eyes wide and reminded him that they might even receive personal donations because of the article. But Oscar, holding the newspaper, said that he was the type of person who preferred to take good care of the people close to him rather than chasing fame or money. Veronica commented that he had less ambition than she had expected, and Oscar jokingly told her that she could have more of it if she wanted. Just then, the door suddenly burst open. Their friend Frank entered the room, looking worried, and asked if Oscar was okay. Oscar looked at him in surprise and asked if Frank had finished his isolated training. Frank nodded proudly and said that his period of seclusion had ended and he had returned as soon as he heard the news about the battle. Oscar smiled teasingly and commented that now he understood why Frank smelled so bad, hinting that Frank had been away without bathing. Frank was confused and asked what Oscar meant. Oscar quietly observed Frank and noticed that something about him had changed. He thought that Frank's gaze had become deeper and sharper, showing growth. Oscar believed Frank could now be called a proper level 4 mage. Meanwhile, Frank, still confused about what had happened during his absence, asked what exactly had gone on. He also turned to Veronica and asked why she was there. He casually called her Becky, which annoyed her. Veronica reminded him that she had told him not to act overly familiar with her. Frank did not understand why and said that they were close, but Veronica snapped and shouted that they were not close at all. She seemed very frustrated and explained that because Frank kept going around telling people they were close, she had to deal with rumors and unwanted attention around the academy. Frank replied that he had not known it bothered her since she never told him before. She yelled that he was a fool, then quickly calmed herself down and gave up, saying there was no point in arguing. She then turned to Oscar and called his name. Oscar looked at her with curious eyes, wondering what she wanted to say. Veronica hesitated, then tried to start a sentence by asking, "Are you?" but stopped halfway. Oscar asked her what she was trying to say, but she asked him if he really did not know. When he nodded that he did not, she simply gave up and told him to forget it. Just then, Elder Maxim entered the room with a warm smile. He greeted Veronica and Frank, happy to see them both there. Frank smiled and greeted the elder back, saying it had been a long time. Elder Maxim informed them that the Vice Tower Master was looking for both of them. Frank asked why he was being called, and Elder Maxim explained that it was because of his training. As for Veronica, it was probably because of her achievements during the mission. He told them to behave well and go together. Frank nodded with a cheerful smile and walked ahead, while Veronica stood behind looking frustrated. As Veronica passed her on her way out, he told her to wait for him, but she did not seem too happy about it. After they left, Elder Maxim stayed behind with Oscar and asked how his body was feeling and if his arms had healed. Oscar answered that he was fine now. Elder Maxim smiled with relief and handed Oscar a small box. He said that since Oscar was feeling better, he could now receive something important. Oscar looked at the box and asked what it was, a bit confused. Elder Maxim explained that it contained the white silkworm's core. He also told Oscar that it had been decided he could take ownership of the silkworm's silk threads too. Oscar was surprised and asked if he really meant both the core and the silk threads. He knew that the core of a magical creature like the white silkworm could be worth hundreds of thousands of bells. Elder Maxim replied that the Vice Tower Master had insisted it was only fair for Oscar to receive it, and both he and Fidelina had agreed as well. Oscar then asked what about Veronica, had anyone asked her? Elder Maxim replied that he had already spoken to her, and that Veronica had said she had not really done anything in the fight, so it made sense for Oscar to receive the reward. Hearing this, Oscar respectfully accepted the gift, saying he would gladly take it. Elder Maxim smiled and jokingly asked if Oscar planned to sell the core or eat it. Oscar held the mana core of the white silkworm and said that he was going to eat it right away. He explained that since the silkworm had just finished its metamorphosis, the core would not contain a huge amount of mana, but it was still good for recovery. He added that he could not wait to use it. Elder Maxim offered to stand guard, and Oscar thanked him. Then Oscar ate the mana core, and as he absorbed its energy, his body started glowing with magical light. In that moment, he focused his mind and thought calmly to control the flow of mana. Elder Maxim watched him with wide eyes and was deeply impressed. He thought that aside from illegal elixirs, this was probably Oscar's first time taking a real magical elixir. Yet Oscar was handling the powerful and pure mana so smoothly. Elder Maxim admired him and thought that geniuses really were talented at everything they did. Later, when Oscar opened his eyes, Elder Maxim gently asked if he was awake. Oscar nodded with a smile and thanked him for staying with him so late into the night. Elder Maxim then happily told him that he had officially reached level 3 as a mage and congratulated him. Oscar also reported that his shoulders had fully healed and that he even felt stronger than before. Elder Maxim laughed and told him to rest well, then said goodbye and left. Oscar nodded politely and thanked him again, wishing him a good night. After Elder Maxim left, Oscar looked out through the glass window into the night. He did not feel tired at all. Instead, he felt focused and full of ideas. He picked up his magic gun and thought about making a new spell or design that could reduce the strong recoil from firing it. With his strength restored and his mind full of motivation, Oscar was already thinking ahead to his next magical improvement. Meanwhile, at the mana power plant, the scene shifted to a quiet but serious atmosphere. A man carrying a bag walked into the restricted area of the plant. One of the mages who was working there quickly noticed him and walked over, asking who he was. The mage warned that this area was off limits because they were still checking for any dangerous remains caused by the white silkworm. The man did not seem worried. He gave a short laugh and handed over a card to the mage. He introduced himself as Nebula Grime, a member of the Royal Special Investigative Headquarters. The mage looked at the card with wide eyes, surprised by the man's high status. He asked what someone from such an important place was doing here. Nebula smiled calmly and explained that he had been sent to investigate because it was very unusual for a white silkworm to hatch so close to the city core. He asked if the mage would cooperate with him in the investigation. Nebula Grime arrived at the mana power plant and asked the mage if he would cooperate with the investigation. The mage nodded and shook hands with Nebula, saying that he would cooperate, especially since Nebula was from the royal family. Nebula thanked him and said he would now begin reading the traces of mana left at the scene. As he walked toward the battle station, he mentioned that it seemed like a level 2 and a level 4 mage were involved in the incident. He had heard that 2 mages from the White Tower were responsible for hunting the creature. The mage explained that one of those mages had since advanced to level 3 and confirmed that they had originally come just to clean up slimes, but had ended up encountering the silkworm. Nebula felt relieved to hear that, and reached the exact place where the battle had occurred. The mage confirmed that this was where the silkworm had undergone its metamorphosis. Using his magic, Nebula was able to visualize the entire battle scene as if it were happening in front of his eyes. He noticed an area where mana was extremely concentrated and guessed that it must have been the silkworm's location. He saw that one of the White Tower mages had started the battle. Their movements were incredibly fast, but Nebula could tell that the mage had been nervous. Shortly after the fight began, the mage was restrained and suffered an injury to one leg. Then, Nebula focused on the person who had actually defeated the silkworm. However, he could not clearly see the person's appearance, only their movements. What surprised Nebula most was how clean and precise those movements were. This mage had fought with such control that they did not spill any mana during battle, which was extremely rare. In fact, it was one of the cleanest battle scenes Nebula had ever witnessed through his mana vision. He was deeply impressed and wondered just how talented that person must be. After examining the battlefield, Nebula took a step forward and picked up a shell from the ground. He immediately realized that it was an empty bullet shell and began thinking about what it meant. He noticed that a mage had used a weapon, a gun, and not just a regular one, but a modified version. He also saw that the trail of mana footsteps ended at that point. Based on the traces, he guessed that the mage had followed the silkworm when it escaped into the sky. Nebula was impressed and thought that the level 4 mage must be extremely brave and bold to take such action. Curious, he turned to the nearby mage and asked for the name of the level 4 mage. The mage answered that her name was Veronica Fricks. Nebula was amazed and repeated her name, saying to himself that it was incredible for someone like her to basically defeat the silkworm on her own. He believed her future would be very bright. But the mage quickly responded with confusion and corrected Nebula. He explained that Nebula was mistaken. The person who actually defeated the silkworm was not Veronica, the level 4 mage, but a level 2 mage named Oscar Crushen. Hearing this, Nebula's eyes widened in shock. He could not believe that someone as low-leveled as a level 2 could leave behind such a clean and precise battlefield with barely any mana traces. It seemed impossible to him. But then something clicked in his mind. He remembered the name, Oscar Crushen. It sounded very familiar. Suddenly, he recalled something important, the vaccine. He realized that this was the same Oscar Crushen who had successfully restored the Cadena flu vaccine. Nebula asked the mage to confirm if it was the same person. The mage nodded and replied that it was indeed the same Oscar. He added that although Oscar might have a difficult personality, his abilities had been proven without a doubt. Nebula continued examining the clues on the battlefield and thought that the bullet holes looked strangely familiar. Then he realized something. Those marks must have come from Trinity, the famous weapon of Gum and Jack. But he was surprised. How could a level 2 mage use such a powerful and rough weapon? Controlling its heavy recoil with mana alone would have been extremely difficult. This made him wonder if Oscar Crushen also had strong physical abilities along with magical skill. Nebula found this very interesting. With a smile, he asked the mage if it would be okay to tell him more about Oscar. He wanted to know exactly what kind of person Oscar Crushen was. At this point, the scene shifted to the White Tower's library, where Oscar was searching for books on a shelf. He looked at the poor condition of the books and became frustrated. He thought to himself that books in this kind of state should be seen in a local neighborhood bookstore, not in the great library of a magic tower. In the past, the White Tower's library had been one of the most respected collections in the world. The books were well preserved for hundreds of years, full of rare and valuable knowledge. But now, the library looked like something from an elementary school. He sadly thought about how beauty does not last forever, and how even this great library had collapsed so quickly. Oscar then admitted to himself that he was part of the reason for the library's decline. He remembered that 20 years ago, just before the terrible event called the Purging Night when they fought against the High Priest, they had made plans to create copies of every book in the library to preserve its knowledge. He was sure he had given that responsibility to Yona Sol Laplace. But now, she was missing. Oscar wondered where she had gone. She had promised to keep her oath, even if Oscar were to die. So if she had not shown up in the last 20 years, something serious must have happened to her. Oscar remembered a moment from the past when he had asked Edna what she was doing. She had replied, while focusing on her work, that she wanted to organize everything before going to sleep. Thinking back on that moment, Oscar smiled to himself. That was exactly the kind of person Edna had been. Determined to find her again, he decided that he would search for her himself. He also made up his mind to look for advanced magic that could help mages grow stronger and more stable. Since the recent big issues had already been solved, he believed the potions department would not come looking for him for a while, giving him some free time. Oscar then called out to someone upstairs and asked if she was the librarian. The girl nodded. He asked if they had any updated materials on dragons from the past 20 years. She smiled and said yes, then began to guide him downstairs. Oscar followed her and felt grateful. In his heart, he thought it was a relief that even if the White Tower had lost money over the years, they had still invested in gaining new knowledge. That showed some of their priorities were still intact. The girl started picking out books and handed them to Oscar, saying that these were the ones he needed. Oscar looked at the books and became confused. He thought that they all looked like picture books instead of serious research materials. This made him question the current state of knowledge in the White Tower even more. The librarian girl excitedly showed Oscar a comic book and told him that it was really fun and totally recommended. The title of the book was The Brave Mage and the Coward Lizards. Oscar looked confused and wondered what totally recommended even meant. The girl explained that the story was about Oscar Sage, who had fought the high priest alone when the dragons had run away after seeing him. She told him the book was based on real events, so it was even more interesting than other books. Oscar asked if there were any real study materials or serious resources on dragons besides these comic-style books. The girl shook her head and said there were not any in this library. To find proper information, he would have to go to the capital's main library. Oscar felt disappointed. He remembered how, in the past, there had been so many books about dragons that people could almost trip over them while walking through the library. The girl continued speaking and mentioned that she had once heard about a dragon who had stayed and fought beside humans until the very end. Oscar immediately guessed the name and said, Edna Sol Laplace? The girl nodded and said yes, that was the name. She believed that Edna had been Oscar Sage's close comrade. But she also mentioned that she had heard the dragon left afterward, following her own people who had already gone away. Since then, there had been no news about Edna after the war ended. This made Oscar feel even more determined and thoughtful about what had really happened to her. Oscar strongly believed that Edna had not gone back to join her people. Even if something as impossible as the sky breaking apart happened, he thought she would never make such a choice. In the past, she had been the most disappointed in the dragons who had run away from battle. She would never abandon her beliefs. Because of this, Oscar felt sure that something else had happened, and he realized he needed a new way to find her. He became more determined to search for Edna using another method. The next day, the scene shifted to a large hall in the White Tower. Fidenlina and Elder Maxim sat together, smiling happily. Fidenlina proudly shared that all the payment requests from their mages for doing work outside the tower had finally been approved. This meant they were no longer in a financial crisis. Elder Maxim felt emotional hearing that, because not long ago, they had been so poor that they even considered selling their belongings to keep the White Tower running. They both laughed, feeling relieved that things were starting to improve. Hamel joined them and said with a smile that they needed to be more careful in the future to avoid such problems again. He asked how the younger mages were doing these days. Elder Maxim replied that although some outside organizations had tried to hire their mages, most of the younger ones were staying loyal to the White Tower and had not left. Hamel said he really wanted to reward their loyalty, but admitted that things would not truly improve until they could recover the advanced magic that had been lost. He also regretted not learning more seriously when he was younger, thinking maybe he could have helped more now. But Fidenlina comforted him. She told him not to be too hard on himself because there is a natural limit to how much advanced magic any one person can learn. Elder Maxim explained that in the past, only the Magic Tower Master had the authority to access and study all advanced magic. Fidenlina added that the real problem was that by the time Shasha became the new Tower Master, only 6 advanced spells remained. This showed how much magical knowledge had been lost over the years. Hamel, while sipping his tea, recalled that just 20 years ago, they had 64 different types of advanced magic, all of them considered rare and powerful. He then asked if Captain Chester still had no plans to return. Elder Maxim answered that Chester would not come back until he had completed his final mission, which had kept him away for a long time. Hamel said that if Chester were to return, it would help them teach more advanced magic to the young mages. He felt it was truly unfortunate, and admitted that this problem was too big to fix right away. He suggested they take their time and deal with it step by step. Then he asked what other issues were currently important. Fidenlina's expression turned serious as she brought up a new threat, a murderer known as the Mage Hunter who had been active in the northern region. She suggested placing a limit on outdoor activities after 10 p.m. to keep their mages safe. She believed that being careful during dangerous times was always a good idea. Elder Maxim suddenly widened his eyes in shock. He remembered something important and said that Oscar had left, saying he was going to Baron. Fidenlina was alarmed by this news and shouted for someone to contact Oscar and tell him to return to the tower immediately. Elder Maxim quickly said that he had left at dawn, so he was probably already far away from the city of Surin by now. Hamel became very worried and shouted for someone to contact their Baron branch immediately. He ordered them to find Oscar and send him back to the White Tower as soon as possible. Hamel reminded everyone that even though Oscar was very talented, he had just recently reached level 3 and was still young. He was still a child who needed protection. Elder Maxim said he would go straight to the communications room to send the message. Fidenlina, also worried, told him to hurry, repeating that Oscar was still a mage who needed to be kept safe. The scene then shifted to nighttime in Free City Baron. Oscar was standing near a large and brightly lit building. He looked around with a smile and admired the fancy surroundings. As he walked through the street, he remembered that this place had been a wasteland 30 years ago. He had heard that casino companies had bought large areas of land and developed the city, turning it into something impressive and luxurious. Still, Oscar felt a little lost and wondered if he was going the right way. He thought to himself that he could have found his way easily if the city had changed in a more reasonable way, but now everything looked unfamiliar. As he was thinking, someone suddenly called out to him in a serious tone. Oscar turned to see a man who said that he had been waiting for him. The man addressed him directly by name, Oscar Crushen. Oscar frowns, asking if it is him he was waiting for. The man nods, saying there is someone who wishes to meet him. Inside, Oscar's thoughts churn. Azul Tower. So they finally decided to make a move. Judging from his mana, he must be at least a level 4 mage. To send someone right after I left Sidon. They're desperate. Out loud, he asks what happens if he refuses. The man smirks, replying that he'll have to drag him there by force. Oscar pauses for a moment, then mutters that there's no helping it. In an instant, the man leaps high and swings down with a kick aimed straight at him. Oscar reacts swiftly, forming a barrier that shimmers around him. The impact hits hard, the shield cracks, splinters, and bursts apart, but the force sends the man sprawling backward across the ground. The man grits his teeth, surprised that Oscar managed to block his strike. Oscar breathes steadily, replying with dry irritation, asking if he really expected him to just stand there and take the hit. Yet, inside, his composure wavers. That barrier had absorption and enhanced durability. And it still broke without him even using mana. If I lose control of this fight, I'm finished. Determined, Oscar charges forward and throws his cane like a projectile. The man scoffs, mocking the idea that such a weapon could harm him. But then his expression shifts as a deafening blast erupts behind him. The explosion throws him into the air before crashing him into the ground. Oscar grabs the man by his shirt, lifts him with a glare, and slams him back down, thinking to himself if that strike was too shallow. The man coughs but pushes himself up again, remarking that Oscar is stronger than expected and that it's time he gets serious. Oscar narrows his eyes, muttering about his arrogance. The man then surges forward, his movement blurring. He casts Jet Boost so fast that Oscar barely catches it. When did he activate it? With that speed. I might still counter it, but before he can finish the thought, the man is already upon him. A sharp kick smashes into Oscar's chest, launching him into the wall. He hits hard and slides down to the ground at the man's feet. The man looks down, half amused, saying that it's impressive he's still conscious and that most would have fainted from that blow. Oscar, slowly rising, wipes blood from his lip and mutters that it didn't even hurt. The man smirks, saying he'll end things with one final strike, challenging him to come at him. Oscar steadies himself, eyes narrowed as he mutters inwardly that even if he can't follow the man's movements with sight, he'll never lose track of the mana he sensed once. Centering his stance, he whispers to himself as he opens his aura fully. Oscar-style martial technique, ultimate move, Chapter 1, Sound of Waves. Mana ripples around him, swirling like flowing water gathering strength at the shore. He thrusts his fist forward, the motion fluid yet powerful, though to the man it seems he's only punching empty air. The man scoffs, calling it disappointing, but the smirk fades the next instant when his body twists violently as if struck by a raging current. Invisible force slams him back, the wind roaring like a storm, and he's hurled into a wall with brutal impact before collapsing into a garbage pile, coughing blood. Oscar calmly approaches, his expression cold, and warns him not to move unless he wants his organs to burst apart. The man groans, clutching his chest, and gasps out, asking what kind of principle that technique uses. Oscar replies evenly that it's resonance. The great wave of wind creates a frequency that aligns with the opponent's bodily rhythm, amplifying the vibration until it tears them apart from within. He explains that, in essence, when two entities vibrate at the same frequency, their energies amplify one another, and once that wave hits the internal organs, the result is catastrophic. In the poetic phrasing of the Yin Destiny style, it's like striking a mountain to kill a crow. The man winces, wheezing that it's hard to grasp and wonders when Oscar became this strong. Oscar gives a faint, detached smirk, saying that makes it sound like they've fought before. The man lets out a weak laugh through the pain and murmurs that they have, several times. Oscar frowns and asks where, and the man points toward the White Tower Gymnasium as if it were obvious, leaving him puzzled until he forces the thought out loud. Why bring up the White Tower now? Then snaps himself back and asks the crucial question, who wants to see him, and the man answers Hemogillimvites, the White Tower's wise tower master. Hearing the name, Oscar bristles as the man explains that a killer known as the Mage Hunter is prowling the north, and the tower sent him to drag Oscar back for his own safety. Oscar explodes that he should have said so from the start, and the man replies that he did, reminding him he warned him he would use force if necessary. Oscar repeats with thin fury that the man threatened to haul him away by force if he refused, and the man calmly repeats that the wise tower master ordered martial force to bring him back. Oscar clenches his hair, annoyed at the man's terrible way of speaking and struck by an odd sense of déjà vu about how familiar the awkwardness is. He asks the man's name and the other man answers Killian Rockwood, a proud warrior of the forest. The name clicks for Oscar, Rockwood, and he asks if Killian knows Redden Rockwood. Killian answers yes, Redden is his father and once served as Oscar Sage's commander. Oscar's memory fills in Redden's history, born of the Forest Tribe, a White Tower level 8, a martial monster nicknamed the White Lion and a close aide and comrade to him. A private, sinking thought follows. When Redden first arrived at the tower he displayed the same blunt communication as this Killian, which means, in the simplest and most embarrassing terms, Oscar realizes he has just beaten up his close friend's son. Later, Oscar sits beside a garbage trunk, having pulled Killian out from it after their chaotic fight. Killian, bruised but calm, asks what the problem is, and Oscar sighs heavily, saying there's definitely a big one. Killian tilts his head, reminding him that he's the one whose internal organs nearly got destroyed, so why is Oscar the one making that miserable face? Oscar mutters that he has his reasons and asks if it hurts much. Killian admits it does, but insists that for a warrior of the forest, pain is nothing. The real problem is that he had a commission to fulfill, but in his current condition, he can't complete it. Oscar apologizes, but Killian waves it off, saying he didn't mention it to hear an apology. He wants Oscar to take over the commission. Oscar raises a brow, reminding him that his only job was to escort him back to Sidon. Killian sighs, explaining that the cancellation fee for this new task is enormous, and if he backs out, he'll go broke. Guilt stabs through Oscar, and he reluctantly agrees, saying he can't let him end up a delinquent. When asked what the commission is, Killian raises a finger dramatically and declares that it involves guarding a woman known as the Woman of Heaven. At the Grand Baron Hotel, the door to room 1702 echoes with a knock. From inside, a cautious voice asks who it is. A man answers that he's from the White Tower, introducing himself as Killian Rockwood. The door opens to reveal Evelyn, who smiles politely, greeting him as Marin's manager and commenting that he looks rather different from the rumors. Killian, now clean and dressed sharply, replies that it must be because he's wearing a suit, his current appearance part of a careful disguise. As he steps into the room, a voice calls from inside. Marin asks Evelyn if room service has arrived. Evelyn turns and urges her to get up, announcing that the one who accepted the commission is here. Marin quickly rises from the sofa, brushing her hair aside, and greets him warmly, saying with a bright smile that her name is Marin Maria and that it's nice to meet him. Killian steps into the room and introduces himself with calm confidence, taking a seat on the sofa as he says he is Killian Rockwood, level 4 mage from the White Tower. Evelyn politely asks what he would like for welcome tea, and he replies that he's fine. Turning toward him, Marin thanks him for accepting the commission despite not being given full details, admitting she heard his success rate is above 80% and assumed he would be more selective with his assignments. He answers that he isn't too picky about his work, though inwardly he recalls what he knows. Marin Maria, a singer who rose to fame just 3 years ago, her voice so soothing it's said to calm hearts. People call her the voice of heaven and the singing saintess. She studies him for a moment, and asks softly if he's a responsible person. Oscar, disguised as Killian, thinks that she certainly earned grand titles in a short time, and even in person, her voice carries a rare warmth. Out loud, he answers that he is. Internally, he muses that if she's referring to Killian then yes, being Redden's son and a warrior of the forest, loyalty and responsibility are in his blood. Marin smiles, saying that's a relief and that responsible people are the coolest. He returns a small smile, murmuring that he sees. Evelyn returns then with a tray, handing Marin a glass of water and taking a seat beside her. With a serious tone, she says it's time to explain the real purpose of the commission. Marin needs protection from assassination attempts. The statement catches him off guard, and he asks what she means by that. Evelyn explains that Marin has been receiving multiple threats demanding she cancel her upcoming concert at the Baron Dome, and when they ignored the warnings, a final letter arrived, a direct death threat. She suspects that whoever sent it has already hired an assassin. Oscar, still maintaining his guise, frowns slightly and asks if they've discovered who's behind those threats. Evelyn nods gravely and says yes. The suspect is Era Sweet, a rival singer who debuted 2 years after Marin. Oscar, still disguised as Killian, takes the photo she slides across the table and studies it. He remarks that if the blackmailer is someone this famous, couldn't they just report her to the press? Evelyn sighs, replying that it would be nice if things were that simple. She asks if he remembers hearing about how Marin's previous manager died mysteriously at home a few months ago. He nods, saying he saw it in the papers. Evelyn explains that Era Sweet is the only daughter of the man who's currently the strongest candidate for Baron's next mayor. When he asks for her name, Evelyn continues, saying that the family's influence is deep. The local news outlets are likely being paid to ignore every report they submit, and with all media silenced, it's impossible to expose the truth. She adds that even requesting protection from the city authorities would be futile, given the family's political connections. Oscar leans back slightly, agreeing that it makes sense, though inwardly he notes that the scale of this problem far exceeds what any individual can handle. The power behind such a family could crush reputations with ease, and he wonders what someone like Era would possibly gain from taking such a dangerous step. He places the document back on the table, asking what Era Sweet stands to gain from forcing Marin to cancel her concert. If anything, she'd be in the perfect position to face public backlash unless there was some extraordinary benefit behind it. Marin takes a slow breath, steadying herself, and explains that it's because her concert is scheduled at the Baron Dome. He tilts his head, asking what that means. She nods, clarifying, yes, the Baron Dome. He mutters that performing there is quite an achievement, and she smiles modestly, replying that of course it is. Evelyn adds that anyone who performs at Baron Dome earns the right to sing before the Empire during the New Year festival, but to reach that stage, one must pass countless evaluations and rigorous tests. Only a few are chosen every year, and performing at the Dome is the ultimate dream for any singer from Baron. The concert, she explains, isn't just another event, it's the turning point of Marin's career. Oscar nods in understanding, his tone thoughtful as he asks how many people have been informed about this situation other than him. Marin blinks, confused by the question, and asks what he means. Oscar, still posing as Killian, explains that he needs to know who else is aware of the situation so he can plan a proper strategy. Marin admits quietly that only he knows. She tried to contact mercenaries for help, but none accepted her commission. He takes a slow sip of water, mind racing. A family with that kind of political reach would easily afford a level 4 assassin or higher. I don't even know how many there could be. And on top of that, I'd have to protect the client along with a crowd of 100,000 people, all on my own. Setting the cup down, he asks bluntly how much the cancellation fee would be. Marin blinks again, surprised, asking what he means by cancellation fee. He sighs, saying she heard right. The fee if they simply call the whole thing off. His thoughts flicker darkly. Even for me, this is too much. The scale is absurd. It's safer for her, and my sanity, if we just cancel this. But before he can finish, Marin's expression twists in disbelief. She suddenly explodes, shouting furiously what about her, if he wants her to throw away the one goal she's chased for 3 years. The air around her darkens with raw emotion, and Oscar freezes, feeling an odd surge of energy pulsing from her. She screams that he only came for the money, 1 million bells, and Oscar's mind blanks. 1 million bells? No wonder Killian said he'd go broke if he backed out. Marin clutches her hair in frustration, yelling at him, asking if this is what he calls being responsible. He tries to calm her, saying her name softly and insisting she's just upset, but she ignores him, ripping off her pink wig and shouting why wouldn't she be. The sight stuns him. The wig drops to the floor, and beneath it he sees pointed ears, shimmering faintly under the light. He stammers in disbelief, blurting out the word mermaid. His mind races. Mermaids. A race from ancient stories, known for beauty and divine voices. Their lower halves once described as fish, though in truth they can shift their form to human legs for a limited time, needing to submerge in water to recharge. Marin, trembling with fury and embarrassment, slams her hand on the sofa, shouting that so what if she's a mermaid? Is it his first time seeing one? He quickly shakes his head, replying no, but inwardly admits it's the first time he's seen one this far inland. No wonder there was a bathtub right in the middle of the room, he thinks, glancing toward it as the reality of her hidden identity sinks in. He said he had heard mermaids could suffer homesickness if they stayed too far from the ocean. Evelyn explained that Marin was only half mermaid, which allowed her to stay in human form for longer without that longing for the sea. He asked if that meant she was half human and half mermaid, and she nodded, saying mermaids' beauty often led them into strategic marriages with other species. But she went on, saying that after those marriages, if mermaids lived far from the ocean, most of them caught an illness known as ocean homesickness, which slowly drained their lives away. When that happened, their half-blood children were often abandoned, as neither land nor sea accepted them. He thought that might be the reason Maren began singing from such a young age. But before he could finish, she shouted angrily, demanding why he was staring at her like that and insisting her parents had a love marriage and were still alive. He sighed with slight relief and said that was good, but firmly added that his answer was still no. If they went through with this concert, she could die, and the audience could be in danger. She retorted that the audience would be safe. There was a protection artifact installed in their seats, and even if she died, she wouldn't stop now. She had come too far to quit. Evelyn yelled at her in frustration, saying this had been her only goal for 3 years, even while she was discriminated against and forced to pretend to be innocent just to survive. He asked why she was so obsessed with this concert. Her voice trembled slightly as she revealed that 4 years ago, her father had been diagnosed with ocean homesickness and was given only 5 years to live, meaning just 1 year remained. Though everyone knew there was no known cure for the illness, a legendary potion called the elixir could heal it completely. She had only 1 year to obtain it, and that was why she could not give up on performing at the Barren Dome concert. Evelyn added that if she succeeded, she would earn the right to sing before the imperial court, where she could receive a single drop of the elixir as a token of gratitude. He quietly understood then that the elixir could indeed cure her father's illness, realizing how carefully she had planned everything since 4 years ago. Oscar watches Maren's resolve harden as she says singing is the only thing she does better than anyone and this is her only way, and he thinks aloud that parents could be that devoted to a loved one. She falls quiet while he reflects that having never known parents himself, growing up in the city, he cannot truly understand, yet if a father would sacrifice everything like a master to save someone, that fierce devotion stirs something in him he recognizes more deeply than most. Oscar asks if they can enter the Barren Dome now and Maren answers that they can, since it is a party concert. He agrees and tells her they should move at once, explaining that she must practice at the dome and he needs to verify the audience protection himself. If the system meets his standard, she must not regret performing even if there is danger. Maren hesitates and asks what he means, and he replies simply that they should try a rehearsal now and go check. At that same moment in Era Sweet's home she sips wine and fumes that Maren still refuses to cancel, muttering she always knew the girl was stubborn but not to this degree. A companion asks if Maren really believes they will not kill her, and Era replies coldly that Maren is merely determined to perform even at the risk of death and calls her vicious. The companion mentions she heard something earlier that Maren left the hotel recently with a man, and Era snaps, asking if it was a secret lover. The woman corrects her, saying it looked like a guard. Era notes she blocked the mercenary offices and wonders then where Maren found help, ordering her to check the man's skill, and the woman answers that she will send 1 or 2 talented people to investigate. Oscar finishes inspecting the dome and says the protection artifact beneath the audience seats is flawless, declaring that he will officially accept the commission. He glances around, asking if they should finalize the contract back at the hotel, and Maren brightens, saying the paperwork has already been prepared. He asks if the brief rehearsal earlier was all she needed, surprised when she nods and says simply that his help will already be enough. Smiling in relief, she adds that now she can finally enjoy her freedom, and he thinks that outwardly she seems like an angel, but inside hides the temperament of a devil. When she thanks him warmly, he replies that he is merely earning the fee she offered, though his attention soon shifts as he notices 2 suspicious figures nearby. Thinking quickly, he mutters that it is just them, then fires 2 silent wind bullets that strike both targets before they can move, neutralizing them instantly. As he walks ahead, he thinks there is no need to waste effort on the rest, she is safe for now. Meanwhile, at Era Sweet's residence, she steps out of the shower, and is informed that the 2 men she sent are dead. Shocked, she repeats that they died, and the woman confirms it, explaining both bodies were found with clean holes in their foreheads and no signs of struggle. Era smirks, admitting that Maren seems to have found quite the capable guard. When she asks how they died, the woman repeats the report, and Era, intrigued, tells her to ready the car. The woman hesitates, asking if she has plans tonight, and where she intends to go. Era replies with a cunning smile that she plans to meet that bodyguard herself, to hire him. Later, in the Grand Baron Hotel's private dining room, Maren and Oscar sit across from each other, and she gestures at the lavish spread, cheerfully saying he probably has never seen food like this before and offering to teach him how to eat it. He thinks to himself that when no one is around, her personality changes completely. She leans closer, lowering her voice, saying he should be careful what he says outside because this room is wiretapped. Surprised, she shouts what, and he calmly replies that he already disabled it upon entering, warning her to always be cautious when he is not present. Realizing how close she came to being exposed, she exhales deeply, muttering that any recording of what she said would have been disastrous. Era smirked confidently and said of course, but Oscar leaned back with a calm grin, replying that he liked how refreshing she was. Then, after a pause, he added as if thinking aloud that since his contract fee was 1,000,000 bells and his life's worth of secrecy was 10 million, the total should be 100 million bells. He asked if that was possible. Era's smile dropped as she glared sharply, asking if he was joking with her right now. He replied coolly that he wasn't joking with her, he was joking with himself. Her temper snapped, and she shouted furiously, calling him a bastard. Adjusting her glasses with a sharp motion, she demanded his name. He answered without hesitation, saying he was Kalyan Rockwood. Era's lips twisted into a cold smile as she turned to leave, muttering about an immature fool who freely revealed his name in this line of work. Before stepping out, she tossed a final remark over her shoulder, telling him to look forward to the future because she intended to make his life interesting. He smirked and replied that it sounded good. He'd always been the dynamic type anyway. Grinding her teeth in rage, Era stormed out of the room, her anger boiling over as she shouted about how arrogant he was. Her manager rushed up, asking if she was alright, but she barked back if she looked alright and ordered her to call the Woodcock brothers immediately. The manager nodded, but before she could move, a low voice came from the hallway saying there was no need for that. A man approached with calm confidence, Wu Jin, the eldest of the Woodcock brothers, and an infamous assassin from Yen Destiny. Era crossed her arms, forcing composure, as she asked how he managed to get inside. Wu Jin spread his hands with a sly grin, saying there was nowhere he couldn't go. His valued employers had even provided him with an ID card. Narrowing her eyes, she asked where Doko was, and he answered casually that he had already departed for the headquarters. She tells him the plan has changed, and he looks puzzled, asking how, since they were only supposed to kill the manager once the concert began and stop the singer from performing. She calmly adds that there's one more target. As they step into the elevator, she explains that Marin's bodyguard, Kalyan, and Rock will kill him as painfully as possible. He scoffs, saying the poor man must have earned the wrath of the Baron's prince. She asks when the mission begins, and he replies that he'll join the production team tomorrow, waiting inside the Baron Dome, while Doko will enter later with the lighting team. She tells him to handle the method however he wants as long as the outcome is certain, adding that he can contact her if he needs anything. He grins, saying he loves how refreshing she is. Inside, she seethes in silence, cursing Marin, Maria, Kalyan, vowing to make them pay for daring to look down on her. But she doesn't realize Oscar has been listening to every word. Sitting on a dining chair, he muses that it was smart of him to slip a trace of mana into their talk earlier, impressed by how clearly he can hear her now. Still, he wonders why Wu Jin didn't notice anything. Maybe he isn't as skilled as he seemed. With a smirk, he stands, telling everyone to head back and rest since the concert is tomorrow. Later, Marin confronts him, asking why he accepted the offer. He blinks, caught off guard, and she says she thought he joined only for the 10 million bells. He snaps back, asking if she really thinks money was his motive. She bluntly answers yes, saying he couldn't back out because he lacked the cancellation fee. He admits inwardly that she's right, though her words irritate him. Then, in a quieter tone, he reminds her she wanted to save her father, and says he hopes she succeeds. He adds that he once lost his own chance to save his master, and still regrets it. Whatever they can do without regret, he insists, they must give it their all. His words leave her stunned, eyes widening as silence fills the space. Finally, she just thanks him softly and offers a faint smile in return. The next day arrives with the city buzzing for the concert as crowds begin filling the Baron Dome. In the cleaning area, a frantic supervisor rushes around, yelling for everyone to hurry since the show is about to begin, cursing under his breath about a missing part-timer. One of the washrooms nearby is marked out of service, but inside, Wu Jin sits calmly in a cleaner's uniform, holding a small picture of Oscar between his fingers. His gaze sharpens, and he mutters that it's time to move, slipping the photo into his pocket as he rises, ready to begin his part of the mission. Wu Jin forces himself upright in the cramped washroom, grumbling that he cannot believe he waited there all day and that his leg aches, and he tells himself he must head upstairs to meet Dako, wondering if it is room 403 and what uniform Dako will wear. He vows that if this job were not worth 5 million bells he would not have worked so hard. As he pushes the door open, he freezes. Oscar, disguised as Kallian, is at the sink, casually washing his hands, and Woojin sees red, muttering that it is Kallian Rockwood and asking if he should kill him here and now. In his head the dossier on Kallian ticks off facts. 1. A rising star from the White Tower. 2. A martial artist who relies on physical enhancement and acceleration. 3. Vulnerable to ambush if his back is turned. 4. Roughly the same level 4 as Woojin, so victory is uncertain. He decides it is safer to strike together with his allies and resolve to follow the original plan, since failing an ambush would be disastrous. At the threshold his fingers brush the doorframe and he reaches to open it, but Oscar turns from behind and calls out, noting that the way Woojin holds his fingertips closed while his palm remains loose betrays hidden weapons and asks if he is an assassin. Woojin whirls around, stunned that he has been spotted, and his mind races: attack now and risk failing, or slip away quickly to join Dako and keep the plan intact. Oscar narrows his eyes and says that hesitation gives him away. Only an assassin hesitates like that. Without wasting another second, he hurls a small object toward Woojin, whose reflexes kick in as a blade-like weapon forms in his hand. But before he can properly dodge, the object slams into him with force. He grits his teeth, thinking this weight, it's not just metal but a condensed lump of mana, a clever defense trick. He steadies himself, deciding to trade one wounded shoulder for the enemy's life. The blade he throws whirls through the air, now racing straight toward Oscar, and in that instant, Woojin calculates coldly that even if his opponent belongs to one of the 4 great magic towers, no one can evade hundreds of hidden weapons coated with lethal poison. A storm of needles bursts forth, piercing Oscar from every angle. His body jerks violently before he collapses to the ground, trembling. Seeing that, Woojin lets out a shaky laugh, muttering that it worked. Close combat isn't his strength, but luck seems to have favored him this time. Still, to make sure, he draws his knife and kneels beside the fallen mage. As he pushes the blade toward Oscar's neck, the steel halts midair, stopped just an inch from contact. His hands tremble as confusion spreads. The knife won't go further. There's a faint hum, a pressure in the air, wind. Realization strikes. If his blade can't move, then the needles must have been blocked too. His eyes widen as Oscar slowly lifts his head, a faint smirk curling on his lips. He raises his arm, a gun glinting coldly in his grasp, and says he's impressed. Woojin wasn't entirely slow after all. Stunned, Woojin stammers, asking how he could have survived. Still smiling, Oscar explains that he cloaked his entire body in a layer of wind, nullifying the poison weapons. Woojin cries out in disbelief, shouting that it's impossible, but the muzzle of the gun presses against his throat, and Oscar calmly replies that it absolutely is. The next instant, a single shot echoes through the empty corridor. As Woojin's body falls lifeless, the noise outside swells, cheers, lights, and music. The crowd counts down with rising excitement, waiting for her arrival. And at last, Marin steps onto the glittering stage, her voice spilling through the dome as the concert begins, her song cutting through the noise of the world beyond. In another section of the dome, Dako, the youngest of the Wooduk brothers and an assassin from Yuan Destiny, sat waiting impatiently, tapping his fingers on the table. His expression tightened as minutes dragged by. He muttered under his breath that Woojin was late, far too late. A hint of concern flickered in his eyes as he wondered if something had gone wrong. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. He straightened immediately, recognizing the rhythm. Those were his brother's steps. Relief crossed his face, followed by a scowl as he wondered what could have delayed him. But as the steps grew nearer, they didn't stop, they passed right by. He frowned, confused, listening to them fade down the hallway. That idiot, he thought, I told him the room number is 401 countless times. With irritation building, Dako stood and pulled open the door, calling out that he was inside. But when the figure turned toward him, it wasn't his brother, it was Oscar. Calmly meeting his gaze, Oscar said that so this was where he had been hiding. Dako's expression hardened, fury cutting through his confusion as he snapped that Oscar dared to imitate his brother's footsteps. Oscar replied coolly that when facing an assassin, he had to at least match their tricks. Dako's tone darkened as he demanded to know how his brother had died. Oscar, unbothered, said he had blown his head apart. Dako exhaled, almost relieved, saying at least there had been no pain. He admitted quietly that he had long known this day would come, though it still left a bitter taste. It was supposed to be their final commission together. Oscar raised a brow, noting how calm he seemed for someone who had just lost a sibling. Daco said coldly that assassins couldn't afford sentiment, it was part of the profession. When Oscar asked if by last commission he meant retirement, Daco shook his head, saying of course not. They were too young for that. He revealed that he had been scouted by one of the best in the business, a company unrivaled in their line of work. Oscar's smirk returned as he said that in that case, this would be a duel between the top assassin and the top mage, the best their industries had to offer. Daco clicked his tongue, eyes narrowing as he retorted that the White Tower was far from the best. Oscar said calmly that things would be different this year. Across Daco's body, a surge of purple energy began to rise, crackling in the air like a toxic flame. He laughed darkly, saying that Oscar clearly had no idea. Being among the industry's best meant reaching at least this level. The energy gathered thickly around his arm, swirling in tight coils. Oscar noted with steady eyes that instead of relying on hidden weapons, Daco used poison chi directly. Daco grinned and said hidden weapons were tools for those who lacked mastery of poison chi. When combined, however, they created something far deadlier. In a flash, he hurled a glowing orb filled with his poisonous energy toward Oscar, who swiftly dodged aside. The orb struck the wall, sizzling on contact. Oscar, curious, asked what would happen if a person were struck by it. Turning toward the wall, he saw the poison spread rapidly, its energy pulsing with violet mana before rebounding toward him like a homing strike. He ducked low as it shot past, but Daco sneered that even the slightest scrape from his poison would infect its target. It was already too late. Oscar, unruffled, said he knew that much. He could sense its toxicity from a glance. Daco, puzzled, asked why he was so calm if he knew he was exposed. Oscar straightened and replied that it didn't matter to him. Daco's brows furrowed, suspicion flickering in his gaze as he asked if Oscar was immune to all poisons. Oscar said no, his tone steady as he explained that he had encased his entire body in mana, sealing off all external air. Daco was startled, realizing the implication, then asked if he could even breathe like that. Oscar smiled faintly, saying he generated clean oxygen inside his body, which solved that issue. Daco's disbelief deepened as he muttered whether such a thing was even possible. Oscar simply replied that reaching the industry's top demanded that level of skill. A tense grin crept over Daco's face as he gathered more of his venomous chi into a swirling orb, laughing that killing his brother must not have been a fluke after all. He said Oscar seemed far too confident. Blue light flickered across Oscar's eyes as his focus sharpened, thinking he could now clearly see the formation of 4 condensed poison orbs charged with mana, each locked precisely onto him. Daco shouted furiously for Oscar to try dodging this and unleashed all the mana-charged poison orbs at once, each one crackling with lethal violet light. The air trembled as the barrage streaked toward Oscar, but he activated his acceleration skill and burst forward, breaking through the attacks in one seamless motion. In an instant, he closed the distance between them, appearing right before Daco's eyes. Daco, startled, gasped that he actually dodged them. He hadn't expected it at all. But before he could finish his words, Oscar was already at his neck, gun raised. The tension hung for only a heartbeat before Oscar pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out and struck Daco's chin, but instead of piercing through, it sizzled and melted instantly, dissolving into smoke. Daco laughed with a mad grin, saying that was a bit dangerous. Oscar frowned in confusion, thinking that for him to melt a bullet with poison chi alone was a remarkable feat. Then Daco lunged forward, grabbing Oscar by the collar, his grip seething with poison energy as he snarled that he finally understood. This was the very attack that had killed his idiot brother, wasn't it? Daco kicked Oscar hard in the abdomen, sending him flying across the room with a heavy thud. The impact rattled through his body as he crashed into the floor, blood trickling from his mouth. Daco leapt after him with a smirk, taunting that it must have hurt, but none of the audience beyond the walls noticed a thing, their cheers from the concert masking the sound of battle. Gasping, Oscar extended his trembling hand forward. Daco mocked him, saying his arms were broken yet he still dared to move, asking if it didn't hurt. He told him to stay down, that the match was already over. But Oscar, struggling to lift his head, muttered that it wasn't over yet, and pulled the trigger. Daco burst out laughing, watching the bullet melt before it could reach him, the metal liquefying along with the entire gun in Oscar's hand. The poison chi fused with mana was strong enough to corrode even steel. Daco grinned, telling him once more that it was useless and to say his goodbyes. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed across the dome. It was the concert. Fireworks burst in the sky as Marin stood on stage, singing powerfully and shouting for the crowd to make some noise. Thousands of voices rose in excitement. Oscar, barely conscious, smiled faintly and muttered that she remembered. Then, focusing his mana, he began channeling the overwhelming sound around him, binding it with wind until it swirled into a roaring vortex. Daco staggered back, shouting in disbelief, demanding to know what kind of trick this was. But Oscar, his voice calm, declared that no matter how much he struggled, it was already over. The waves of sound fused into a devastating technique, Noise Hive, and the sheer force of it struck Daco, his body trembling violently as blood poured from his eyes and mouth. He vomited, barely able to stay upright, while Oscar, still seated weakly on the floor, thought he would acknowledge the man's tenacity. The combined voices of tens of thousands crashed like thunder, sending shockwaves through Daco's body, yet he endured longer than expected. Finally, just before collapsing to his knees, he hurled one last stealth dagger toward Oscar, the blade piercing deep into the wall behind him with a sharp metallic crack. Oscar thought he must have lost all sense of direction after his hearing faded, but his thoughts were cut short when Daco let out a furious roar. He muttered that it must hurt and promised to end it quickly, gathering his strength to fire a concentrated wind bullet straight through the man's heart. Daco collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious, and moments later Oscar too fell back, exhausted but relieved that Marin had remembered everything perfectly. His mind drifted to the night of rehearsal when he had told her they only had one thing to practice. If she heard 2 gunshots, she was to launch the fireworks and display the biggest screen possible. She had smiled then, saying it sounded simple, and he had replied that it would be more than enough. Now, lying amid the faint echo of fireworks, he thought with a weary smile that it truly had been enough. 3 days later, Marin lounged on the sofa, asking if he was really fine to move around and not just acting tough. Oscar chuckled, saying why would he, since she even called a high-level priest for him, and he healed fast thanks to that. She confessed she would have felt guilty if he had died, remembering how he was nearly gone when she caught sight of him lying there. He replied softly that it hadn't been that bad. Then she turned serious, saying since he was awake, it was time to settle the payment. Evelyn entered, announcing the total as 1,000,000 bells and mentioning she added an extra 100,000 out of gratitude. Marin said that without him, she would never have gotten the chance to perform before the Emperor and obtain Eliza. Counting the thick packet of money, Oscar said it was only possible because her will was that strong and assured her that her father would get better soon. She smiled faintly, saying how nice that would be, then asked if he would stay in the city. He said he would, as he still had business to handle. She warned him to be careful, teasing that Era, that sweet-tempered viper, must be furious by now, and who knew what she might do next. Oscar smiles and tells her she should be the one to watch her step, but she laughs and teases that his confidence is wild and still demands his real name before he leaves, which stings him for a moment. He coughs and asks what she means, and she says she recognized the colored contact lenses from the start, so she already knew he was pretending to be someone else, which makes him ask why she hired him anyway. And she admits his face when he heard her plead to save her father looked like something familiar, reckless and honest, so she took a chance. She flashes a playful victory sign and calls his courage reckless, and he scoffs softly, saying she truly lives without worry. She presses once more for his name. He falters and then says plainly that he is Oscar. She brightens, saying she thinks she has heard that name before, and Evelyn supplies the missing detail, naming him the White Tower genius who made the antidote for the Cadena flu. Marin says she saw him in a newspaper and that while he was called a genius, he seems oddly ordinary in person. He replies that she looks plain off stage too, and she protests that her stage face is anything but normal. He answers that on stage she is the greatest star, and she reaches down from the sofa to offer her hand in thanks, calling him the best bodyguard she has ever had. He takes her hand and accepts the thanks, and for a quiet moment the room feels warm. Meanwhile, at the Baron's hotel, a man bursts through a door, breathless and asking his senior whether she wants good news or bad first. She, reading a paper, asks for the good news, and he reports that Wu Jin, the elder brother of the new man they had hired, is dead, which she hears with grim satisfaction because the brother had been a problem. Then he delivers the bad news, that the new recruit also died. And her face turns furious at the bitter twist. Era explodes, furious and disbelieving, demanding whether the messenger is joking and threatening to make more bad news rain down if he lies, while the courier trembles and insists the killer is Kellyanne Rockwood, her younger brother. The man pushes a photograph forward and says this is the bodyguard they hired, urging her to confirm that it is indeed Kellyanne. She stares stunned. then snaps that perhaps his face has changed with time since she last saw him and swears she must see him in person. To find which bastard is pretending to be her brother, her voice sharpening into a promise of retribution as she recalls the purple braid tattoo associated with Callie and Rockwood. At the Sweet family estate the mood is colder but practical. Servants ask about the Hoover clan's moves and the manager reports the mercenaries are working hard but that none of them are true heavyweights worth worrying about. Mark Sweet, patriarch and Era Sweet's father, scoffs that if the Hoovers lose they should retreat cleanly, remarking on how persistent the rival family is despite Buzz Hoover having been mayor for only 2 years. And the manager apologizes for the interruption before turning the conversation to the espionage work. Mark asks after progress obtaining Buzz Hoover's secret documents, and the manager replies that their team is on it. The son is proving incompetent at undoing his father's password warding, but they are confident the top secret files do in fact exist and the crew is closing in on them. Mark Sweet laughs, saying the heavens are on their side, and then asks if participation will be complete in 2 days. The manager assures him it will and that a very fancy fireworks display will be prepared, and Mark sips his wine before asking about the bastard who made his daughter cry, demanding to know who he is and where he comes from. The manager replies that the culprits are the Diva Marin Maria and the White Tower Mages, Kelly and Rockwood, and Mark snaps that they must leave Marin Maria alone because they cannot touch her while she is tied to the Imperial. But as for Callian and Rockwood, he tells the manager to track and report their movements so they can deal with them after the Hoover family, furious that anyone would dare bully his daughter in this city and vowing to make whoever touched the purple braid tattoo pay dearly. Under an umbrella nearby, Callian sips coconut water and marvels at the scene while Oscar sips tea and tells him to take his time. Killian wipes his lips with his tongue, thanking Oscar for completing the commission, and Oscar asks how his body is. Killian replies that everything he beat up is fine now, and Oscar says that's a relief, to which Killian tells him to take the commission reward because a warrior of the forest does not steal another's achievement. Oscar grins, saying really, thank you, and Killian asks where he's heading next. The White Tower perhaps. And Oscar chuckles, asking if he says no, will Killian drag him there by force. Killian shakes his head, saying he already reported that there's no need to worry since Oscar is more talented than he is, and Oscar replies that's a relief, explaining that he's instead going to the Blood Tower's barren branch because there's someone he needs to find, then advises Killian to take care of himself for a while. When Killian asks why, Oscar coughs and explains that someone named Era Sweet, the daughter of a powerful man, might come after him because he went around using his name too much. Killian only nods calmly, saying there was another commission he wanted to do but if there's an issue he'll drop it, leaving Oscar inwardly baffled by his nonchalant reaction before asking what he means. And Killian says the job was to analyze some encrypted data with a reward of 5 lakh bells, prompting Oscar to say that's a lot, but no amount is worth risking one's life over, and Killian agrees, saying that's true. Oscar asked if Killian would be returning to the White Tower in his current state and suggested that if he had time, he could wait and go back together. Killian smiled faintly, saying it was surprising to hear something so friendly from him, and wondered if something had happened while they were apart. Oscar gave a blunt, slightly irritated look, making it clear that wasn't the case. Killian continued, saying it would be good to travel together, but he had to remain in Barren for a while since the commissions were only secondary. Oscar asked what he meant, and Killian replied that he was there to catch the worst traitor of the forest, someone whose capture would make history, explaining that there were rumors of the traitor being active in the city. Oscar's expression grew serious as he said it was more severe than he had thought. Killian said he could not share the full details with an outsider, but that was the situation. Oscar nodded, wishing him luck in catching the traitor and saying they'd meet again at the White Tower. He extended his fist toward him, and Killian, surprised, asked how he knew the forest tribe's traditional greeting method, saying he thought Oscar had no interest in him. Oscar wondered to himself just how unpleasant his past personality must have been since everyone seemed to think that, then said aloud that wasn't true and asked if Killian wasn't going to complete the greeting. Killian smiled, tapping his heart lightly with his fist before bumping it against Oscar's, saying, "Of course not, see you at the White Tower." As Oscar walked down the road afterward, his thoughts grew heavy. It worried him to head to the Blood Tower, wondering if Edna might be hiding among them. The Blood Tower could locate the demon's lair, but if a dragon decided to hide, even that power might not be enough. Oscar begins to sense something unsettling, a sharp surge of energy that feels far beyond normal limits. His thoughts race as he wonders why he can feel the aura of someone who must be at least a level 7 mage. Standing before him is Kaya, her presence wrapped in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The air between them grows tense, but before he can speak or react, a car passes swiftly across the road, and in that fleeting moment, Kaya completely vanishes from sight. Oscar blinks in confusion, unable to grasp what just happened. Elsewhere, Kaya walks alongside her subordinate through the quiet streets, the faint hum of manna still lingering around her. The subordinate, glancing at her uneasily, says she's being too lenient just because the man is her brother's friend. He reminds her how she simply watched when they ate together earlier, and insists she should make him pay the debt for killing the new recruit. Kaya, calm but sharp, replies that the boy hadn't even been officially inducted yet, and if anything, it's a relief they didn't lose a loser who got killed by a level 3 mage in the first place. She adds that such trivial matters aren't important right now. She turns her gaze to him and asks a sudden question, her tone deliberate. If she were to completely hide her presence, would he be able to find her intentionally? The subordinate, taken aback, admits that he doubts it. It would be difficult even to sense that she was there at all. Kaya's eyes narrow thoughtfully as she asks when he thinks there's a level 3 mage in the city who could locate her when she's hidden. He frowns, muttering if this is some sort of 20 questions game, saying there wouldn't be anyone in the entire continent, let alone in Baron, capable of that. For a moment, she grows silent, reflecting on the sensation she felt earlier, then murmurs that she can't shake the feeling she made eye contact with him. Her subordinate dismisses it, saying it's probably just her imagination. But Kaya shakes her head, firm in her conviction, it wasn't just a feeling. When she asks his name, the subordinate answers, Oscar Gresham, the legendary genius from the White Tower, who has been appearing frequently in newspapers lately. A small smile curves her lips, her eyes gleaming with interest as she murmurs how amusing this is and how excited she is for his future. Oscar arrives at his destination, the Blood Tower, Baron Branch. The crimson gates open with a faint metallic hum, and he steps into the dimly lit hall where the scent of iron and incense lingers. Behind the counter sits a woman, her sharp eyes glancing up as she says in a formal tone, "What can I help you with?" He replies calmly that he is here to find someone. Without hesitation, she raises a finger toward a narrow corridor, her expression indifferent as she asks if he brought the blood of the person he seeks. He nods slightly and answers yes. Then she instructs him to enter the room ahead and place the blood inside the prepared glass bottle. He opens the door she indicated and steps inside. The small room is silent except for the faint hum of arcane energy flowing through the walls. Thinking to himself, he decides to check Edna's blood information. He takes a sterilized needle and carefully pricks his own finger, letting a drop fall into the bottle. As he works, his thoughts sharpen. Even if it's artificial dragon blood made from my own, if I alter its component and structure using Edna's blood data, it might not retain the dragon blood's full effect, but it should still allow them to locate her. He sets the glass bottle gently onto the display stand, murmuring a quiet thanks as he prepares to leave. Before he can reach the door, the receptionist's voice rings sharply from behind. "Sir, wait. You can't just leave. You need to choose your plan and pay in advance." She slides a paper across the counter toward him, filled with a neat grid of prices and ranks. Oscar pauses, visibly taken aback, his tone turning bewildered as he repeats, "Pardon? I have to pay." She responds matter-of-factly, "Of course." He frowns, a thought flashing through his mind. 26 years ago, I used this place 100 times without ever paying. Since when did they start charging? She tilts her head and presents the full menu, listing a variety of options, basic range tracking, extended search, and others. After scanning it, he finally says, "I'll take the content ultra-wide range tracking, the special one." Then he mutters under his breath, "This used to be free, but I guess things have changed." The woman, maintaining her polite tone, replies, "Pardon, but I think you're mistaken. The Blood Tower's tracking service has never been free." Oscar says he once heard that the special plan used to be free before the era of the White Tower Master. At his words, the woman's tone shifts, her expression darkening as she narrows her eyes and asks sharply if he is from the White Tower. He immediately denies it, claiming they have no connection, though the lie hangs heavily between them. She exhales in visible relief, saying there is a new directive requiring them to charge 30% more to White Tower mages. Curious, he asks why only the White Tower faces such a penalty. She folds her arms and explains in a bitter tone that the former Tower Master, Oscar Sage, once used the special plan 108 times for free, exploiting his position's privileges. Because of that, the Blood Tower's finances nearly collapsed, and even now the elders grind their teeth whenever his name is mentioned. Her words sting, and Oscar stands frozen as she goes on, explaining that after the war ended, The Blood Tower would have vanished from history if the royal family hadn't stepped in to pay his debts. She adds that there was once a time when the Magic Tower masters and imperial royals enjoyed free services here, but that privilege was abolished entirely, thanks to him, she mutters with disdain, as if repeating a name that still tastes sour. He murmurs inwardly, so it really was because of me. Breaking the tense silence, he asks the price for the special plan. She replies calmly, 1.5 million bells. He blinks, stunned, then shouts in disbelief, "What? Can I pay it in installments?" Her expression doesn't change as she answers, "Of course not." He sighs and bargains, saying he can pay 1.1 million now and the remaining 400,000 within a few days. Would that work? She replies firmly, "If you fail to pay the rest, you won't receive any tracking results, nor will you be refunded." He nods, resigned, and says that's fine. After he transfers the amount, she hands him the parchment, saying if he agrees, he must sign the contract. The results, she adds, will take at least a day, or up to 3 days at most. He signs quickly, thanking her with forced cheer before stepping out, leaving the shop with a faint smile. Later, Oscar bursts through the door of Kallian's office, slamming it behind him. Startled, Kallian opens it, asking what brings him there. Gasping for breath, he straightens and says urgently that he needs him to explain the commission he mentioned earlier. At the Hoover family estate, Kallian leaned back, saying he heard the commissioner was the son of Barron's previous mayor, wondering what was going on. Oscar asked him to explain the situation before their meeting and whether it was fine to meet him so late at night, since it sounded urgent. Kallian replied that the team was regrouping as quickly as possible, but the qualifications for the applicants were so strict that progress had been difficult. Oscar said it must be because the commission involved decrypting encrypted information. Kallian nodded, saying to explain that, he first needed to describe the background. He asked if Oscar knew who the former mayor of Barron was, and when Oscar guessed Buzz Hoover, Kallian confirmed it. He explained that Buzz Hoover had wanted to change Barron, which despite its glittering appearance, hid the suffering of many trapped in gambling, drugs, and alcohol. The corrupted corporations ignored this darkness, even feeding off it. Oscar said since that vicious cycle was making them money, and Kallian agreed, saying Buzz Hoover declared a war against the drug organizations. When Oscar asked about the outcome, Kallian said it succeeded. In just 2 years, drug distribution in the city dropped by 86%. Oscar praised the result, calling it impressive, but Kallian continued that after that victory, Buzz Hoover suddenly died in his own estate, just before the inauguration of a treatment center for addicts. Oscar frowned, saying that sounded suspicious. Kallian said many thought the same. Some believed the drug organization murdered him, while others whispered that a powerful noble addicted to drugs had hired the Purple Brigade. But the truth remained unknown. Oscar leaned forward and asked what exactly needed to be decrypted. Kallian explained that the data had been encrypted with magic seals cast by Buzz Hoover himself, making it one of the most secretive sets of information on the entire continent, the final record he left before his death. Oscar said there was a high chance those files were linked to whoever killed him. After a pause, he asked if there had ever been bad blood between the Sweet and Hoover families. Kallian replied that if he meant Mark Sweet, it was quite the opposite. Mark had fully supported Buzz Hoover and even led the campaign to eradicate drugs. Because of that, he gained enormous support from the citizens and became the leading candidate for the next mayor. Oscar muttered that perhaps her father was actually a decent man. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, and it opened to reveal a boy who stepped in with a polite tone, saying hello and asking if they were mages from the White Tower. He introduced himself as Jack Hoover, the eldest son of the Hoover family. Oscar introduced himself as a level 3 mage, Oscar, while Kallian added his own name, Kallian Rockwood, level 4 mage. The moment Jack heard the name, his eyes widened as he blurted out that Kallian was the same person who had served as Marin Maria's bodyguard. Oscar confirmed it with a small smile, saying he was also the rising star of the White Tower, known for defeating the notorious Wooduk brothers. Jack grew even more excited, barely believing that such renowned mages had come to find him, before eagerly asking if they already knew why he was trying to hire mages. Oscar glanced sideways, wondering why Kallian's expression had suddenly shifted. Kallian looked visibly annoyed as Jack kept gushing over him like a fanba, completely ignoring Oscar's presence. Oscar quietly thought that this was ridiculous. Jack clearly assumed Kallian was the one making all the decisions, while Kallian seemed to think Oscar was in charge. He sighed inwardly, wondering who would take responsibility in the end, deciding that if Kallian wanted to handle it, he could. Finally, Oscar broke the awkward air, saying he heard Jack was looking for someone to decrypt his data. Jack nodded earnestly, saying his father had mentioned that the information inside was shocking, but despite all his efforts, he had failed to unlock it. Oscar asked if he believed his father's death was connected to that data. Jack confirmed it, explaining that at first he wasn't sure, but recent events convinced him. When Oscar asked why, Jack detailed the string of bizarre accidents that had befallen every cryptology mage he had hired after his father's death. One fell from his horse, another's carriage engine exploded, a bridge collapsed under one, and some even got ambushed by bandits, something unheard of in these parts. None of them ever made it to Baron. He said it was too much of a coincidence, clearly someone was trying to stop the truth from surfacing. Oscar rubbed his chin thoughtfully, agreeing it was indeed strange. Jack then said that before he could officially commission them, there were certain procedures they had to follow. From his pocket, he produced a sealed parchment stamped with the mark of the Altera Order. He handed it to Oscar, saying he must know how to use it. Oscar unrolled it, nodding that he did. The parchment was infamous for its deadly binding, a brutal contract that killed the signee if its terms were broken. He quietly admired Jack's courage for managing to secure one. As he scanned the contents, Oscar noted the 4 clauses. First, the employee must not damage the encrypted data in any way. Second, the employee could not disclose the commission's details to anyone. Third, with Jack Hoover's permission, the first 2 rules could be temporarily lifted. And fourth, the contract would automatically expire once the commission was completed. Oscar quietly thought that for the eldest and most precious son of the Hoover family, Jack was truly doing his best to protect his father's legacy. After reading through all the clauses once more, Oscar said he needed to confirm something before proceeding. He asked if anyone else had gone through the same procedure. Jack confidently replied that, of course, they had. He had personally taken care of the security, so there was no need to suspect anyone. He gestured toward the men behind him, assuring that they were trustworthy. Oscar eyed the group, noting their strength as level 4s, but said aloud that he would be the one to judge that. He then demanded to see the parchments they had signed. His words immediately angered the men, and one of them shouted furiously, demanding how a mere level 3 dared to question them. But before they could move, they froze, feeling an invisible pressure crush their bodies. Panic struck their faces as they realized they couldn't move even a finger. Oscar stood calmly, channeling his wind around them with perfect control. In truth, it wasn't power but technique, manipulating wind to simulate the overwhelming presence of a high-ranking mage. He smirked inwardly, thinking that with the right use of wind, it was easy to fool people into believing they were being suppressed by a much stronger force. The mercenaries gasped for air, completely immobilized, one of them stammering in disbelief at how a level 3 could possibly do this. Oscar said it was nothing too difficult, just something he used for thrusters, and advised them not to resist during a request. Jack, visibly impressed, raised a hand and told his men to stand down. The tense silence broke when a bell rang somewhere nearby, signaling the arrival of another attendant. The man entered, carrying a stack of scrolls, and said the contracts had been brought. Later, Oscar sat at a desk piled high with parchments, scanning through them carefully. It wasn't just 1 or 2 but an entire set of documents. He frowned as he noticed discrepancies and abruptly called out to one of the men who had delivered them. The man stammered, asking why he was being called, but before he could finish, Oscar unleashed a burst of wind that sent him flying across the room, crashing hard against the wall before falling limp to the floor. Jack jumped up in shock, demanding to know what was going on. Oscar, still calm, said coldly that the parchments had been tampered with and asked Jack who had brought them. Jack's expression darkened as he answered that it was the attendant responsible for handling the contracts. Oscar orders to confine the attendant, tearing the parchment in half as he remarks that they are fake, mere ordinary sheets without the sacred essence of the Helter Order's divine power, which cannot be torn so easily. He realizes the 2 men were never bound by the pact and must have already leaked the information. The armored man shouts in disbelief, but before he can react, Kellyan leaps forward, disarming him with a swift strike that knocks the sword from his grip, then delivers a sharp kick to his head, sending him crashing to the ground. The man trembles, pleading that he knows little, but Kellyan, pressing a foot against his head, demands to know who he works for. The man hesitates, claiming ignorance and admitting he was only hiding without a contract. Kellyan tells him he must know what was handed over since he was involved in it. Under pressure, the man relents, saying he will talk, and begins explaining the number of mercenaries hired and their levels, insisting that's all he knows. Oscar, analyzing the situation, concludes that the real culprit will soon come to seize the encrypted data, using forces far stronger than the mercenaries present. Jack, visibly shaken, stammers in disbelief, but Oscar firmly says that giving up would be too easy and states his terms. 5 lakh for decrypting the data and another 5 lakh for protection, totaling 1 million bells. Jack, after a brief pause, agrees enthusiastically, saying he likes the deal and wants to proceed right away. Oscar smiles, assuring him he won't regret the decision. Later, they descend into an underground hideout, where Oscar, impressed, remarks that it's a good place, admitting with a grin that he has one too. Jack, pleased, says he likes hearing that and presses a hidden brick on the wall, causing the entire section of bricks to shift open like a gate. He admits this is his first time showing it to anyone. Inside the small concealed room, a single bag rests on a table. Jack explains that it was found in his father's personal safe. As Oscar examines it, he senses the magical complexity and notes 3 distinct spells woven into it: triple encryption, resistance, and explosion. He warns that if forced open, the bag itself would not explode, but the content would remain unharmed, and he commends Jack for wisely choosing to leave it untouched. Jack stares at the bag in disbelief, saying he never imagined it could be that dangerous, then asks if Oscar can decrypt it. Oscar, with calm confidence, replies that of course he can, placing his hand above the bag and murmuring that compared to the encryptions used during wartime strategies, this is nothing more than child's play. A soft pulse of magic flows from his palm, and after a tense moment, the bag unlocks with a faint shimmer. Jack watches in awe as it opens, eyes wide with amazement. Oscar gestures toward it, telling him to go ahead and check its contents. Callian, observing quietly, admits that although it looked easy, he himself couldn't perform such a difficult spell, acknowledging the complexity behind Oscar's skill. Jack carefully pulls out a bundle of papers, his hands trembling as he begins to read. His eyes glisten with emotion, tears forming as he stares at the words, whispering softly in gratitude, thanking them over and over. Oscar, curious, asks if he found any clues, but Jack shakes his head, explaining that while the documents contain detailed accounts of political and corporate corruption, such things are sadly common in Baron. If his father was killed only for this, then there must be something deeper. Oscar studies him for a moment, thinking that children in Baron seem to mature far too quickly, and senses that there's something hidden beneath the surface. He finally suggests, if there isn't much in the letters, they should check the diary next. Jack flips through the diary with hands that tremble slightly, saying he will take a look, and as he reads the entries aloud in a soft, stunned voice, the pages map out a slow, bitter unraveling. June 10th. Almost 2 years into his mayoral term, he boasts that a city once known only for alcohol and gambling is changing, crediting the citizens and his business partner Mark Sweet for turning Baron towards something better. July 2nd. Despite a major crackdown, the street drugs keep flowing and he suspects an organized network rather than scattered peddlers. August 22nd. After arresting 100 dealers, he finds they sell for someone else and cannot name their master, which makes him suspect a powerful corporation or politician. August 24th. He writes that he spoke with Mark and found it eerie how much Mark already seemed to know about the investigations, so he thought to place a tail on him. Then the entry stops and Jack falters, hands shaking as he cannot go on, and Oscar offers to read the rest. Taking the diary, Oscar reads September 1st, where the mayor finally names Mark Sweet as a cartel executive tied to the empire's largest syndicate. Happy ending. And writes of wanting to drag him by the collar to interrogate him but restraining himself because the future of Baron depends on careful choices. The tone sliding from hope to anger as the diary makes it plain that the city's outward shine masks deep rot and risky enemies who will do anything to keep their secrets. And as the last line settles between them both, the room feels colder and more urgent than before. The next entry begins with September 18th, the mayor's handwriting steady yet tense as he writes that tomorrow marks the opening of a rehabilitation center for drug users, and today, the eve of that moment, he has a meeting scheduled with a government official tied to the imperial family. If all goes well, he believes he can finally erase happy ending from Baron's veins and secure a brighter future for the city. Reading it aloud, Jack Hoover whispers that September 18th was the very day his father died, recalling how Mark Sweet had comforted him at the tombstone, promising to catch the killer and carry on his father's will. Yet the cruel irony hits him now, realizing that the man offering comfort was himself an executive of the very cartel his father sought to destroy. Tears fill Jack's eyes as he breaks down, asking how such betrayal could exist. Oscar Grunchen steps forward, speaking firmly that the sinner will pay for his crime, but Jack shakes his head, muttering that it's impossible in a city so corrupted. Oscar tells him not to lose hope, swearing he will make sure justice is served. And when Jack looks up through his tears asking if he truly means it, Oscar replies with quiet confidence that mages of the great towers do not stand idle for nothing. Callie and Rockwood, still analyzing the gravity of what they've uncovered, says the situation is far worse than expected. If their suspicions are true, Baron might already be in the grasp of the drug cartel. Oscar nods gravely, explaining that this is no longer just about Baron, a city of 9 lakh residents that welcomes 30 million tourists each year, with the number rising steadily. If Mark Sweet wins the mayoral election and uses that influence to spread addiction among visitors, they will return to their hometowns as addicts, causing the drug to infest the entire nation. Callian asks if the diary might be their only weapon to stop this, and Oscar answers that it is, the real concern now being when Mark Sweet will make his move. Callie and Rockwood said that since Mark Sweet is aiming for the next mayoral term, he would never allow this truth to reach the citizens and would likely choose a moment when everyone's attention is diverted, a time when chaos or celebration masks his move. Oscar grunted and frowned, asking if such a city-wide distraction could even exist. Jack Hoover, catching on, replied that there indeed was a grand celebration downtown that very day, a festival for the citizens with elaborate fireworks planned. The realization hit both Callian and Oscar like a spark. Callian immediately said it had to be today. Oscar agreed, saying they needed to start preparing countermeasures at once. Callian then urged that they should evacuate Jack, warning that the scale of what was coming was far too great for a direct confrontation and that they would need support from outside forces. Oscar, half grinning at his companion's practicality, said he was glad to see him making realistic judgments, and Callian dryly replied that he was human too. But before they could act, Jack shouted in defiance that he would not run away. He clenched his trembling hands, his voice shaking as he said that if he fled now, he would lose any chance to avenge his father's death. He declared that even if the two of them thought it was too dangerous, he would cancel the contract and face the enemy alone. Seeing his whole body tremble with emotion and fear, Oscar sighed, muttering that such resolve was admirable but upsetting. Callian then stepped closer, saying they would not abandon him, and that they had given their word. Oscar added that Jack had placed his trust in them, and now it was their turn to stand by him. Moved to tears, Jack thanked both of them from the heart, to which Oscar replied that gratitude could wait until they succeeded. He told him that what mattered now was focus and preparation. He then asked whether there was any communication device in the estate, hoping to reach for outside help. Jack nodded but explained that all communication lines had been severed. They could not reach anyone beyond the city. He had realized too late that this was all part of Mark Sweet's calculation, a trap that had been laid long before they even arrived. Oscar asked if they had a call crystal ball, and Jack replied that his father liked antiques, so they did have one. When Oscar asked for it, Jack led him to a room, saying he had found it pretty, so his father gifted it to him. As he held up the crystal, Killian found it cute but made a teasing remark, only for Oscar to shove him aside, saying it was good enough for use. Wrapping his hand around it, he said it still worked, and Killian, amazed, asked when he learned to use such a relic, saying he had only ever read about it. Oscar replied that he figured it out of boredom. The crystal glowed brightly before dimming again, and Oscar sighed with relief, calling it cutting-edge technology from decades ago. Killian asked if a message was sent, and when Oscar confirmed, he hoped the elders wouldn't be late. Oscar asked who he meant, and Killian explained they should arrive soon. Meanwhile, at the Call Crystal Ball Management Department, the department head yawned loudly as a new recruit asked what exactly their department did. The head, half asleep, asked what he meant, and the recruit said he hadn't been properly inducted yet, thinking it had already been 3 days since he started, yet all his superior did was yawn. He wondered how this counted as work, no matter how stable a government job was. The head yawned again and said he hadn't taught him yet, asking with lazy amusement if he even knew what kind of department this was. The new recruit fidgets as he asks about the department's history, calling it an honor that so many once worked here, and the head, still half asleep and fond of sharp retorts, mocks his flattery before explaining that when the crystal ball glows a number appears and their job is to transcribe it and decode the hidden sentence it represents. The recruit worries the system is cumbersome and asks if the handheld crystal truly connects the whole world and whether such long sequences are necessary. And the head, settling back with a weary patience, reminds him that these strings are codes used in wartime to stitch numbers into urgent messages and that this office reports directly to the imperial family, though they have gone 18 years without a real contract and their work has dwindled. Just then the recruit cries that the crystal behind the head is shining and both jolt forward, the recruit breathless, as he reads out 17132. Baron, and 2563245112, happy ending. The head snapping awake to bark that these fragments are unacceptable and ordering the recruit to write them down while he begins to cross-reference ancient tomes. Books slide open and ink-stained pages rustle as the head pieces together the meaning, grimly announcing that the city of Baron is at risk of being taken over by the Empire's largest drug cartel, happy ending, that they plan to spread the drug across the nation. And that tonight is the crucial moment, leaving the recruit stunned and the two of them staring at the glowing crystal as the weight of the warning settles over the room. The head, sweating and tense, barked that the Bureau of National Security needed to be contacted immediately, and far away, at the Hover estate near the forest, two hooded men waited silently among the trees. One asked about the security cameras, and the other replied that they had been disabled. Umar, a Level 4 Mercenary Alliance general leader, calmly reminded them they had only 5 hours to obtain the encrypted data, but Samuel, another Level 4 mercenary leader, arrived and, seeing no active cameras, demanded why they were waiting. Umar urged patience, insisting on following the plan, but Samuel, irritated, claimed they would move independently, while Jackson, also a Level 4 leader, declared that his team would act on its own too. As Samuel's and Jackson's teams started moving, Umar's frustration grew. Even with 152 mercenaries gathered from 10 different leaders, the lack of cohesion meant organizational power was meaningless, and the strong egos of the Level 4 leaders made coordination impossible. Suddenly, a voice from behind shouted, questioning who had dared to disable the cameras and move first. Another man suggested disciplining the offenders, but Umar, unfazed, reminded them this was expected. The employer's daughter, Era Sweet, had placed a bounty of 3 lakh bells on the Mage Callion, so such reckless behavior was predictable. Hearing this, the men cheered, ready to move, but as they advanced, a sudden scream pierced the air. One man fell, clutching his leg, screaming his ankle had been hit, and Umar yelled a warning, realizing it was a trap. Panic spread as another man, trembling, pointed out that Jackson, the leader of his mercenary team, was dead, his body lying motionless on the ground, and the forest seemed to close in around the stunned, fearful mercenaries. Umar could not comprehend the chaos unfolding around him as one of his men yelled in panic, asking which bastard had moved, only for another mine to explode nearby. Another comrade tried to advise caution, saying if you step on one, do not lift your foot, but the man hadn't realized that he, too, was blasted away moments later. Confusion escalated as they realized the mines were not triggered by footsteps. A swirling blue light danced through the forest, striking each of Umar's comrades one by one. Umar shouted for them to run toward the estate and escape the forest immediately, while others scrambled for cover, hoping to conceal their positions, yet explosions continued to tear through the ranks, leaving everyone terrified, screaming for their lives. Perched high on a tree, Callion's red eye glowed intensely as he observed, commenting on their frantic movements, a clear signal that he intended to eliminate them. He leapt from the tree, slicing through the necks of the mercenaries one by one with deadly precision. One surviving man pressed his hand to his mouth to stifle panicked breaths, shivering violently as he prayed for the massacre to end. After a tense minute, silence fell, and he convinced himself that Callion had moved on. But just as he prepared to escape, Callion emerged from behind another tree, ascending silently in front of him. The terrified man raised his gun and fired desperately, shouting profanities, but not a single bullet found its mark. Callion was shielded by a barrier, untouchable. With a disdainful comment about disliking the smell of gunpowder in the sacred forest, Callion dispatched the man with a swift, final strike, finishing his lethal game without mercy. From his vantage point atop the hut, Oscar sat surveying the chaos below, mentally noting how much mana this operation was consuming. In order to discern enemies hidden in the forest, he had applied thermal image sensing magic to his eyes and combined it with ultra-distance sniper shots and wind bullets designed specifically for sniping, commonly called wind sniping. Each shot was effective, but drained a significant amount of mana. Despite the cost, he had neutralized 67 enemies, which he considered a solid result. As fireworks illuminated the night sky, he activated his mana-based bird's-eye view, scanning the battlefield with precise focus. He observed Callion positioned on one side, while 2 allied mercenaries safeguarded Jack and the estate, and the remaining mercenaries maintained defensive positions around the property. Yet his attention was drawn to roughly 50 other enemies fleeing the scene. He wondered if the battle had ended, but soon realized the fleeing enemies were redirecting toward Callion and the estate, despite the forest ambush and the exhaustion they must have been experiencing. Their speed and determination defied logic. Within the forest, Kellyan had already halted any further pursuit on foot, the lingering smell of gunpowder having driven most enemies away. 2 of his own team approached him, reporting their success, and Kellyan acknowledged their efforts, confirming they were safe. One of them proudly stated that the 4 of them had driven away 150 enemies, a feat monumental enough to be etched in the annals of history. Kellyan froze mid-motion, his senses screaming that something was off. He raised his voice, warning, "Wait, prepare for the fight." The enemies were approaching, and from the front, a wave of mercenaries came charging toward him, their faces twisted with rage, movements unnaturally precise. Kellyan could not understand. No sane person would return after what they had endured. Are they high? He thought, gripping his weapons tighter as he struck the first attacker. One of them lunged and bit Kellyan's leg, and he countered with a swift strike to the man's head, every movement recalling the cruel technique the traitor had once used on their tribe chief. These men were no longer ordinary human beings. One of them screamed, "Please help," and Kellyan realized something deeply disturbing was happening. From behind, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. "Long time no see." Kellyan pivoted sharply, eyes locking on Kaya, standing calm and composed amid the turmoil. Kellyan asked, "Kaya Rockwood, what are you doing here?" She smiled, a trace of amusement in her eyes. "It's been around 4 years, hasn't it?" He stammered, "What, are you the traitor here?" Her laughter was light, almost teasing. "Oh, my traitor, that stings." Kellyan narrowed his eyes. "Is it true?" She tilted her head. "What?" Kellyan's voice thundered, "That you assaulted the king's tattoo from the forest temple and made the chief who tried to stop you lose his mind. Did you really do that? I must hear it from you myself." Memories of the Kaya once knew flashed vividly. Kaya had been strong, sharp, and fiercely principled, rising to become the youngest warrior chief at 18, a figure who embodied the ideal of a world worth preserving. But now, standing before him, her actions contradicted every memory. So why? Kellyan thought, heart pounding, why did she drive the chief into madness, turning him into a pawn for combat, and forcing him to meet his end at the hands of the warrior of the forest he loved so dearly, all at the hands of the one he once revered as a paragon of strength and justice, Kaya? Kellyan's mind raced. "Please deny it. Tell me everything is a misunderstanding," he pleaded silently. "If you do, even if it takes some time, one day I will be able to forgive you." But Kaya met his gaze calmly and said, "Yeah, that's the truth." "So what?" Kellyan froze, stunned, disbelief and fury coiling in his chest. "No excuses," he shouted. Kaya smiled faintly. "No, I have no reason to make any." His teeth clenched, his voice rising. "The chief you made lose their mind had to meet a dishonorable death by the hands of those he loved most, in a place that wasn't even a battlefield." Kaya's response was cool, almost teasing. "Oh my, what a shame." Kellyan ground his teeth and finally said, "Okay, let's fight." She tilted her head. "Oh, there is no way you cannot feel the gap between us." He said, "It does not matter. A warrior of the forest does not back up." Kaya shook her head. "Idiot brother, sometimes you should back off and run. That's the wise way of living in this world." Kellyan's gaze hardened. "Father and the chief have taught me the life of a warrior, not a vice life." She smirked, exhaling slowly. "Well, you are a forest idiot. Idiots will be okay even if you do not go to your friend right now." He answered firmly, "Oscar is strong, he will not lose to mere puppets." With that, Kellyan leaped into the air, ready to strike at Kaya. Meanwhile, one of the Kellyan team members was dodging enemies who moved like zombies, pursuing them relentlessly. One man stumbled, falling to the ground, shouting, "Please, please help." He paused, weighing his options. "Wait, what if I use him as a sacrifice? I could run." But a memory of the boy showing a picture of his little brother flashed through his mind. "After this mission I promised to go on a trip with him." He cursed under his breath, "Shit," and sprinted to save his partner. From the corner of his eye, a zombie-like enemy lunged at him, and he thought, "Yes, this is why I should never act out of character." Oscar's eyes swept over the chaos, and then a massive blast shook the forest, throwing both men safely toward a tree. They collapsed there, panting, utterly bewildered at how they had survived. It was Oscar who had saved them. He knelt slightly, voice calm but firm. "Are you both safe?" The men's voices cracked as they almost cried. "Oscar, why is it only now that you are here?" The other added, "I was scared to death." Oscar exhaled, relief washing over him. "It's good that you are safe." "What are those things?" One of the men swallowed hard. "I don't think so. They feel pain. They are like zombies. Even with knives embedded, even when their limbs were broken, they kept moving like monsters." Oscar's mind raced. We are not dealing with normal humans. What happened to them? The man shook his head. I'm not sure what's going on. All I know is that Kalyan called the woman leading them Kaya Rockwood. That struck Oscar like lightning. Kaya Rockwood? Redden's daughter, and with the last name Rockwood, along with Kaya, she must be the same person. More zombies were closing in. One man panicked. Oh, they're here. Oscar considered his options. If this is truly Redden's daughter, this must be the effect of the king's tattoo, a mark reserved only for the strongest warrior in each generation of the forest, a symbol of leadership and power among all tattoo sorcerers. The king's tattoo grants the ability to survive death, returning the body to the forest temple, and Kaya possessed it. If that is true, then the technique controlling these madmen is probably Moral Boost. Originally, Moral Boost was a simple skill to slightly enhance allies' confidence, a morale amplifier. But in the hands of the tattoo's bearer, it could be enhanced to the max, converting allies into obedient, ruthless fighters. Only the strongest and most righteous could control it, and only someone with the intent to abuse it, like Kaya, could twist it so. Oscar's mind narrowed. What reason could Redden's daughter possibly have to do this? The zombies surged closer. A comrade shouted, Oscar, they're endless. Do we call the mercenaries from the state too? Oscar shook his head. No, there is a method, instant. He murmured an incantation, 30 seconds. A blue aura began spiraling around his body, nerves sparking with energy, and he intoned, by me, 30-second time. The two men staggered, panic still in their eyes. One exclaimed, What, we cannot do this without you. The other added, There are more and more coming. Despite their fear, they gritted their teeth, shouting, Shit, just try our best, and lunged forward to fight, doing their best to fend off the relentless horde. Both cried out, Oscar, hurry! As the final seconds of the 30-second spell ticked away, Oscar's eyes snapped open, focused and sharp. He extended his hands, invoking Lonely Garden. A massive, blinding light erupted from Oscar's body, his form seeming to tower like a looming doom over the forest floor, and the zombies crumpled to the ground as if struck by an invisible force. Oscar's voice rang out, It's done. The two comrades stared, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the sudden turn. One gasped, Did it feel like you couldn't breathe for a second? The other stammered, What just did you do? Oscar explained calmly, I temporarily made a space where mana did not exist, cutting the mana thread connecting those people to the caster. Both men froze, mind spinning. What does that even mean? Oscar added, The two of you returned to the state. One of them hesitated, Pardon, you are not coming with us? Oscar shook his head, No, yes, I have to bring someone with me, then I will return. The forest was alive with chaos, glowing from the magical attacks flying in every direction, as Kaya and Kalyan clashed midair, their movements swift and precise. Kaya teased, Your mobility has gotten better, and you've fixed a lot of your old habits, as Kalyan's hands glowed red, summoning Wolf's Song, attempting to pierce it toward her. Kaya intercepted with a touch, saying, Yeah, you've definitely improved, but you're still too honest, you need to fool your enemy. Wolf Claw deactivated, and Kalyan shouted, A warrior of the forest does not use such nasty tricks. Kaya laughed, That's why I call you a dumb, though she felt her mobility boost being cut off. She swore she would never turn it off, but before she could think further, a voice called to Kalyan, Bend down. From the front, a wind bullet shot straight toward Kaya, and Kalyan bent just in time. Kaya blocked it with her hand, muttering, A bullet made of wind, White Tower, is it the same bastard who cut off my mobile booster? Even with support, the White Tower would not have arrived already. Other than my brother, the only White Tower mage in Baron is a level 3 mage. A level 3 mage could sever a mana thread linked to a level 7 mage, but Kalyan just in time kicked at her head, shouting, Do not get distracted. The attack seemed useless, a faint barrier protected her. She smirked, You thought you could land a blow? Dream bigger. Another wind bullet struck her neck, but she blocked it, teasing, Where does this red keep squeaking from? How cute. Kalyan tried to punch again, but Kaya countered, Are you asking me to find you myself? Then I shall. She scanned for Oscar but found nothing. Even as she fought Kalyan, she thought, even scanning a 3-kilometer radius, there's no way a mere level 3 novice could strike me from this far, unless he's hiding his traces, but that made no sense. Frustrated, she finally kicked Kalyan in the face and abdomen, her strike sharp and precise. Kalyan was thrown backward, her mind racing as she assessed the situation. A low-level mage should have barely completed the basics before attempting to apply them, she thought, and only a medium-level mage could begin to understand the essence of mana and wield it with precision. High-level mages, at least level 7 and above, were akin to world creators shaping their own realms. Yet here she was, facing a low-level mage who was fooling her perception. Level 7, she realized with incredulity. How dare he? Struggling to stand, Kallian hissed, "Traitor, focus, your opponent is me." She looked up, and Kaya's calm voice echoed, "Oh my, you still have not fainted yet. Kallian, either you follow slowly or you do not follow at all." With a surge of red energy swirling around her palm, Kaya unleashed a devastating punch. The impact erupted in a massive burst, sending Kallian reeling in agony, blood streaming onto the ground. Kaya's gaze shifted briefly, calculating, as if tracking the source of a distant strike. "Right, level 3 kid, your only mistake is not running away," she muttered silently. High above, in the trees, Oscar observed everything. He muttered under his breath, "Darn that trouble. Kallian needs to wake up soon. My eyes hurt so much, but it will take her some time to reach here." Positioned a full kilometer away, he scowled at the sluggish movements of the royal family forces. What are they doing without urgency? He paused, reconsidering. Well, perhaps it's better this way. Now that Kallian and Kaya are separated, I can maneuver without interference. Heading toward Kallian risks bumping into Kaya, who would likely search the forest for a while before noticing me. As Oscar began moving, a familiar presence startled him. Kaya had appeared silently behind him, her sudden arrival precise as a single leap through the trees. He turned sharply, eyes narrowing. She said, "Oh my, I made a rough estimate, and I was right." Oscar thought to himself, she traveled here in one bound. Her voice cut through his thoughts again. "As I suspected, this is why I could not detect you with a scan. You have been imitating the manhood of the tree perfectly." He realized instantly she had recognized his technique, her intuition sharp as ever. She leaned slightly forward, her tone teasing yet challenging. "Hey, level 3 mage, we have met before, haven't we?" Every word hung in the air, a quiet acknowledgement that their paths had crossed once already, entwined by fate and skill. Oscar braced himself. This encounter was about to escalate, the forest around them alive with tension, the delicate dance of strategy and power just beginning to unfold. Oscar noticed Kaya and said they had seen each other from across the street, and Kaya clapped, acknowledging their eye contact from that moment. He asked what brought her here, and she answered that she needed the data Jack Hoover possessed, adding that he already knew, so why ask? Oscar pleaded for her to stand back for her brother's sake, but she crossed her fingers and refused, explaining that they had a reason to intervene in the mayoral election. He brushed his hair, questioning why she had become Mark Sweet's subordinate, and she shouted indignantly that she was the tattooist, not beneath some druggie, revealing her role beyond the Purple Berry Gauge Mafia, which Oscar recognized, recalling Kallian's earlier warning that a powerful, drug-addicted person had hired them. At that moment, Kallian awoke and hurried toward Oscar, asking if he was safe and commenting that he had arrived faster than expected. She admitted that facing Kaya alone was impossible, but Oscar insisted they had no choice and had to fight, reminding her they had promised Jack Hoover to make them pay for their sins. Kallian agreed, noting the answer was obvious. Oscar instructed her to buy 10 seconds at his signal. As they whispered strategy, Kaya laughed at their secretive talk, and Kallian prepared herself, standing in stance. Kaya mocked, asking if their strategy meeting was over. Oscar clashed his palms, thinking that 10 seconds were hardly enough to act, but facing a warrior of the forest changed everything. Kallian shouted, her entire body suddenly radiating with red energy, the tattoo on her face glowing fiercely. Kaya noticed immediately, commenting on the tattoo activation and questioning how far Kallian was going. Kallian replied that she could feel the great power pulsing through her body and that this was the full strength she could reveal. Her expression hardened as she commanded, "Come," and without hesitation, the two collided, moving with lightning speed in a blur of attacks and dodges, their fight so fast that no onlooker could follow. Kaya laughed, calling it little fun, daring Kallian to surprise her and push beyond her limits. Kallian clenched her teeth, attempting to strike, but suddenly stopped mid-air, exhausted. Kaya smirked, realizing she had used her mana to the limit, and thought about the annoyance of her persistence. Kallian fell completely to the ground, fainted, and Kaya reflected that even across generations, the family's strength remained, noting that Kallian was out of the fight and now it was time to face the genius. She advanced toward Oscar, but he was nowhere in sight. Just then, he appeared behind her, chanting a spell, Lonely Garden. Kaya's eyes widened as she found herself encased in a dome that blocked air and mana. She marveled silently at the technique, thinking that if she were not capable of surviving 10 minutes without air, this could have been lethal, and she admired the beauty of the spell, curious what the mage would eventually become. She growled, challenging him, saying that alone, he could not perfectly restrict her and that no matter how talented, the difference in level would limit him. She declared she would end it, ready to confront the reality of the battle. Kaya extended her hand, but immediately felt something strange, realizing her tattoo magic was not activating. She thought that a normal level 7 could easily face her at her current level, yet this was a warrior of the forest. Oscar, recalling his experience as a former tower master of the White Tower, understood all the secrets of the warrior tattoo magic. He knew it was a school of magic created and taught by the 5th Tower Master, with information carefully recorded in the White Tower, accessible only to those who became Tower Masters. Unlike typical magic, tattoo magic relies on mana injected into the tattoos on the skin, allowing him to control it by removing their mana entirely, a fact he was grateful to have studied. Yet, the practical weapon of a warrior of the forest remained their extraordinary martial arts, meaning fighting without mana was no issue for her. Kaya's smile darkened, sensing danger, and she leaped toward him. Oscar knew he could not limit her movement at his current level, so he unleashed the Oscar Star martial technique, ultimate move with Chapter 1, summoning the sounds of waves as water formed around the dome encasing her. Kaya initially thought it was an illusion, since her protective magic was deactivated, but soon realized the dome had burst. She smirked, laughing at the afterimage meant to mislead her, wondering if her excitement or the real threat drove her exhilaration. She taunted, marveling at the thrill of facing such a master, saying she usually could not enjoy fights this much, and teasing that she might wait to see him bloom fully. Oscar thought he had no mana left, no energy to respond to her provocations, and that he merely needed to buy time. Then, from above, a sword pierced the ground directly in front of Kaya, a black blade that left her baffled. Before she could react, someone landed and declared, introducing themselves as Senior Superintendent Walker from the Imperial Minister of Home Affairs Bureau of National Security, Kaya Rockwood, announcing that Kaya was under arrest for murder, arson, and 17 other charges.